junior record, you reckon? Yes, it is. She's inside 2 minutes. Clay's in front of Jenica at this stage. Liz Clay's going to have a huge run. What a comeback. McSwain's going to win. McSwain wins. Stewie's done it. The king of King Island.
And gets that last one.
A very good morning and welcome to the WA Athletics Stadium here in Perth for Day 2 of the 2025 Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Day 1 absolutely delivered some spectacular performances, and Day 2 promised to provide some more special moments for the top junior athletes in the country. My name is Travis Jenkins, and alongside me this morning is Ethan Quinlivan. Ethan, good morning. Day 2 promises to be very exciting.
Just as exciting as Day 1, Travis. Good morning to you as well, and good morning to all of our, and in fact, good afternoon to all of our Eastern States viewers that are just switching on, and to everybody that is watching in WA. It's a good morning to you. 27 degrees, Travis. WA is back. We had some, I'll admit it, shocking conditions yesterday, and I've had a look at the Bureau of Meteorology. It doesn't look like there's going to be any sorts of trouble. You're more across the weather than I am, but it looks like for today we will have traditional Perth weather.
The long-time outlook looks really nice, Ethan. We do have an easterly in at the moment, which means there is a strong headwind into the home straight. It's been gusty all night. There was actually a few flights that were due to land in Perth late last night and had to be diverted to Melbourne because of the strength of the easterly winds. And it has stuck around this morning too, so it's around about a 2 to 3 headwind at the moment down the home straight. But the good news is, Ethan, it will lighten off as the day unfolds. The easterly will just start to soften, and then from tomorrow, the rest of the week looks sensational. There'll be perfect tailwinds. It's going to really deliver for our athletes. Now, Ethan, this morning we're already underway in the track and in the field. We're currently watching on for the heats of the under 13 200 metres. The first heat has been just run and won by Lachlan Chappell, who is the 100 metre champion from yesterday. He broke the meet record in that event, and he has been in terrific form because he went under the meet record in the 100. He'll be chasing the meet record for the 200 of 25.28. Now we're underway in the second heat here of the 200 metres, and it is looking like it's a good start from Gershan Singh, a medalist from the 100 metres, Parker Lee, Liam Palmer, Hunter Quitneski-Lou's also a medalist in the 100 metres, and Lachlan De Young is the field. But our leader is Gershan Singh. He's starting to really stride away. Quitneski-Lou's is coming out after him, but Gershan Singh will stride into the final of the 200 metres. Quitneski-Lou's and Parker Lee, Liam Palmer also performing nicely. So Gershan Singh continues on his good form from the 100 metres to book his place through into the final. He'll go up against Lachlan Chappell, the winner from Heat 1.
Minus 2.3, Travis, and Gershan Singh, he had a really good bend, and he came into the home straight and he just looked so composed and so at ease. He knew what he had to do to get into the finals. The top 3 that went into the final automatically, he knew he was going to get that position if he was able to hold on to that lead. He did enough coming into the home straight. Didn't have to work too hard to just sort of save up some energy for the final. So well done to Gershan Singh on making his way through to the final. Hunter Quitneski-Lou's also going in, and so too Liam Palmer. So 3 West Aussies get the big Q, and Parker Lee from Queensland has got the little Q that will see him through to the final of this under 13 boys 200 metres.
Okay, I'm good. So we're into some heptathlon action now. The under 18 long jump, the first of their events on Day 2. It was a big day yesterday, and Gabriella from Queensland, the big win behind her, perhaps just misjudging her run up there. She gets the red flag, and that will bring us to our first commercial break of this morning's competition. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back right after this short message.
You can cruise to an urban wine region, swimming with wild dolphins. You can hike through native bushland, all in one of the world's largest inner city parks.
Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium here in Perth. We are into day 2 action of the Australian Junior Track and Field Championships. And Ethan, our heptathletes in the under-18 competition have hit the stand for their first event of the day. And the current standings very interesting after day 1 because the Tasmanian was leading the way. Started well also in the long jump competition. We've also got some pole vault action that has just started in the under 14 boys and under 14 girls pole vault competition. The height of the bar is 2 metres 20, and we are into the first attempts. There's been good clearances. Sebastian Thomas and Max Hooker.
And I'll just give you an update on how heptathlon standings are for the moment, including this long jump competition that is going on at the moment for the under 18 girls. So it's Bailey van der Broek, the Tasmanian, who is leading. She has jumped 5 metres 35 in long jump and she's sitting on 3,025 points. Ashley James is in second. She has jumped 5 metres 25 as well in this long jump competition from South Australia, and she has got a score of 2,982 for the moment. And then Reki Salita Roberts is in third from New South Wales. She hasn't been able to hit the board yet in this long jump competition, but she has got 2,900 points at the moment, so she's in a strong position, and I'm excited to see what she's able to do. We're having a look at our under 14 boys 200 metres, Travis, which is only moments away from commencing.
Looking forward to getting my first look at Luke Webber here, Ethan. He'll run from lane 2.
3 heats, Travis, so top 2 will go into the final automatically.
So Luke Webber out of the medals in this event at the National Championships last year. And we're away and racing in heat 1 of the under 14 200 metres. Luke Webber has bounced out of the blocks nicely. He's up on the shoulder of Koga and Mayo. Jackson King also putting himself right up in contention, but off the turn, Luke Webber, the young star from WA, has hit the front at the top of the straight. Coming out after him is Albert Job and Jack Spencer, but Lukey Webber is flying, ladies and gentlemen, and the West Australian star takes line honours. Second is the New South Welshman Albert Job. Jack Spencer has also put in a good burst of pace to finish in third. But Lukey Webber, he was outside of the medals in this event at the National Championships last year. He's improved a lot, and his speed was on full show here, Ethan.
It was. He just had an unbelievable bend, Travis, and it's the first tailwind of the day. It's a 0.8. And Luke Webber, he's looked strong, not just over the 200 metres, over the 400 metres, and we've seen him do really well over the 100 metres. So put that 400 metre strength with the 100 metre speed that he's got, and we're expecting a great 200 metres from him.
Luke Webber, as you mentioned, probably the 400 would be his favourite event, but he has worked really hard on his speed with his dad and coach, Ebony Talbot, so good to see him, 23.88, stopping the clock. PB for Albert Job and Jack Spencer as well. Kara Koga finishing in 4th. We'll have to wait and see how things pan out in the remainder of the heats. Here's our leader of the heptathlon, Ethan, after day 1. She's also leading this long jump competition, so she's arrived in Perth in great shape.
5 metres 35 is the best that we have seen from van der Broek as she comes, hits the board well, and the white flag has been given. So we'll see if she's able to extend her best jump of 5 metres 35, which is about 50 or so points with the lead, 40 or so I should say points with the advantage. And I'll keep an eye on that long jump, because I've just got the board in my sights, the distance board, and I'll let you know what she's able to jump. So we're looking for a jump better than 5:35.
Nice tailwind for jumpers. The competition taking place in the back straight here of the WA Athletic Stadium. So,
and 5:43, Travis, so
nice improvement.
That's 680 points she's got.
Behind the blocks on the board here, we can see heat number 2 of the men's under 14, 200, top 2 automatic. Next 3 fastest times across all 3 heats, make the
2
final
of
from there.
the
Heat number 2.
14 200 metres. We have 3 heats, so first first 2 to qualify automatically, then it will be the next 3 fastest times. Ed Wallace going from lane 5 here, the 100-metre champ from yesterday at these championships.
And bronze medalist in this event last year when they were under 13. So one of the few athletes that has experience at the national levels at these age groups.
See in the centre of your screen the West Australian colours. Lane 5. The 100-metre champ, Ed Wallace, has bounced out of the blocks nicely, putting a little bit of early pressure on Tang and Crittenden. He's just carving his way through the field. He'll hit the top of the straight just in front. The Victorian Okolo and De Young from Victoria are also running nicely. First 2 to qualify automatically, and that'll be no doubt for Ed Wallace. He's starting to stride away. He'll be looking for the 1-2 double at these championships. He switches off and records a good time, 24.10 unofficially. Second and third might have just been the 2 Victorians, Okolo and De Young. But no doubt about our winner. He looks impressive. He's backed up nicely after the 100 metres yesterday, Ethan.
He has minus 0.4, the headwind, and he called it so well, Travis. He did just carve his way through those on the outside from in the early stage of the bend. He took off hard. He ran a really aggressive bend. He came into the home straight and knew probably then that he was going to be safe, and then he just really switched off and saved some energy for the final in the final 10 or so metres. But well done to Ed Wallace, the bronze medalist from last year. Good time too, 24.10. And he would have just seen what his fellow statesman Luke Webber has just done in the 200 metres, and he thought, well, I'll see if I can reply to that. And good run from Ed Wallace.
So no doubt there for Ed Wallace getting through to the 200-metre final. First attempts here for pole vault, 220 right on the bar. 14 women. Back to the sand, the under 18 heptathletes.
I reckon that was Janper Badwell, who has been able to jump 4 metres 56, and she's sitting in 9th in this competition, 2,435 points. As we're having a look at heat number 3 of the under 14 men's 200 metres, right in the middle is where we see Tyson King in lane number 4, and he has got the gold medal from last year when they were under 13. So we've seen great displays from WA so far, and I'm sure Tyson King will be eager to get onto the track and defend his age group medal.
Tyson King holding the under 13 meet record from last year. Under 14 200 metre meet record, standing at 22.88, held by fellow West Australian James Gallagher, set back in 2013. Leong of New South Wales in lane 3 has bounced out of the blocks early, putting a little bit of pressure on Tyson Kin. Coming through nicely also the Queenslanders in Mitchell and Ajani. But at the top of the straight, it's Leong of New South Wales. Trying to come out after him is Tyson Kin, and Lambousas of New South Wales in 3rd at the moment. But Leong and Kin will battle it out for line honours, and it is just the West Australian Tyson Kin over Leong. Lambousas of New South Wales will wait and see if he is one of the non-automatic qualifiers. But that'll be a good confidence booster for the young WA champ, Tyson Kin. Ethan, he just held his form nicely, didn't he?
He did. He was very ambitious in wanting to get line honours, and he was able to do that. Very impressed from Leung. He got off to a really good start, applied the pressure to Kin early, came into the home straight, and he looked like he had another gear that he could go to. So Leung, he's certainly going to be one to watch for the final. And of course, Tyson Kin was able to show that no matter what lead he's given, he is able to run people down. So Kin and Leung, great races. But Leung, even though he did get second, probably impressed me just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think young Tyson, he would have been a little bit disappointed with his run in the 100 metres. So for him just to come back today into a 1.8, recorded fast time of 24.43, that'll be a good confidence booster for him. That Joe will be pretty happy watching on. So back to vault. Now into second attempts of this height at 220. And good conditions for our vaulters. You can see wind at their back. It's not often we see the vaulters in this direction here at WA Athletics Stadium. A little bit of unusual easterly activity has meant we've to swing things around in the stadium.
And there has been 3 athletes that have been able to go over 2 metres 20 in the girls pole vault on their first attempt, in Giselle Ong, Gillan Bedford and Sophia Lawson. They've all gone over 220 on their first attempt, so well done to those girls. And for the men's, there's been also 3 that have been able to go over 2 metres 20 on their first attempt. Sebastian Thomas is one of them, Maxim Hooker and Max Austin. All 3 of those men have been able to go over that 2 metre 20 bars. We are up to attempt number 2 for this pole vault competition.
It's a great surname for pole vaulting. Hooker.
Yep.
Maxim Hooker from Victoria. The Australian record holder, Steve Hooker.
So there's a quick summation of how the under-14 men's 200 metres went. We've got Luke Webber, who will go into the finals, the fastest seed heat runner. Edward Wallace, the returning bronze medalist, he will also go in alongside the defending champion in Tyson King.
WA 1, 2, 3, Ethan, for the 200 metres. Clean sweep in the 200 would bring this home crowd alive, including probably the announcers as well. But really impressive to see Luke Webber.
WA Athletics will definitely be walking on a dream if that is the case. Next up on the track in just a few moments' time, sorry Travis, we have got the under-13 women's 200 metres. There will be 2 heats, so qualifying is a bit easier. You'll only need to come top 3 in each heat to get to the final. We're off to a quick break. It is 10:34 in the west. Plenty more athletics action to come. Ethan Quillivan and Travis Jenkins taking you through it. Back with more in a moment. And welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. It is a 27-degree day in Perth, and it's just flickering over between 27 and 28 degrees, so perfect conditions. We've got a slight headwind, but other than that, it looks glorious in Perth. Next up on the track, we've got Heat 1 of the under-13 girls 200 metres. They're just standing behind their blocks. They are almost ready to go. They're just setting them up, actually. So we'll bring you that in a few moments' time. The height of the pole vault bar has increased to 2 metres 40.
Hooker looking for a clearance, and good to be for the young fella. carrying a big name on his shoulders. Maxim Hooker from Victoria. It's his first miss at 2 metres 40. A good clearance at 220. That will give him a bit of confidence. So our athletes get to go clear at this height. So there's a three-way tie for gold at the moment with our under 14 pole vaulters as the line-up for the first heat of the under 13 women's 200 metres.
And there's one name that's really sticking out to us, Travis. We saw her yesterday run a very impressive 100 metres. Emanuela Aogai on the outside, who'll be starting in lane number 6. She'll get off to a fantastic start, I'm sure. And there she is. She's third from your right on your screens in the black and gold of Western Australia. And there is Aogai. She's got a strong, as you've mentioned before a few times, Travis, a strong family. Both Paul and Charlotte are incredible sprinters. Their mum, actually, the name escapes me, Travis, so forgive me for that, but their mum went to the World Junior Championships in long jump. So a great pedigree of athletics, and they've certainly got the genes for it. I wonder if she's ever sort of just saying, just look at that long jump, because particularly some of them, if they even look at that, they're getting 6 metre, 7 metre jumps. So yeah, we're trying to sway them, I'm sure, over to long jump at some point in time, but at the moment, they're incredible sprinters. So taking you through the field will be Jupp, that goes from lane 2, then Darmani, Gillen, Moore, Mulcahy and Aogai. Watch for Aogai on the outside. And it was in the middle that Gillen got off to the best of the start. Quickly up to Moore, McCarley on the outside of her, and Aogai on the extreme outside is having a great bend. She'll come into the home straight with the advantage. Gillen is presenting her a challenge, so too Jupp on the inside. Aogai leads them in with 70 to race. Top 3 will go through automatically, and it's Aogai that is broken clear. Then it is Gillen that is behind them, then Jupp, who's been just challenged by Damani. But it is Aogai that goes into the final, and then Gillen and Damani have progressed as well. 26.43 the time, into a minus 1.8.
Continues her winning ways, Ethan. Their West Australian sprint sensation on the championships here really comfortably, and in the stable of Greg Knott here in WA, and has booked her place into the final with Alexa Gillen of Queensland and Evie Moore Mulcahy from New South Wales. Congratulations to those 3 competitors, who now just head off into the cool-down area, which is adjacent to the main stadium at McGillivray Oval. Beautiful grass track adjacent where the athletes can warm up and cool down. Paul Luskowski now from South Australia. His first look at 2 metres 40. No clearances here yet, so this would put him into the lead. And yes, he's over. Good jumping from the young man. He's the first to go clear at 2 metres 40. He puts himself into the gold medal position, and then we have a 3-way tie for second at the moment. So the first of our under 14 men pole vaulters, Paul Luskowski, goes over. Meanwhile, back in the heptathlon, we still have jump action continue. Bailey Vandenbroek is leading the way with 5 metres 43.
A little bit nicer conditions than what we had last night in the shot put ring.
Little update for
the decathlon. No water, done a good job to clear that one out. Heptathlon high jump still continues on as well at the top.
Welsh from Queensland.
Straightaways for discus as well.
Having her first attempt at 240.
Seems like really finished up with everything here. But back on the track, it is heat number 2.
Cleared this height just yet.
200.
Have
top 3 automatic, next 3 fastest times to the final from there. This is heat 2 of 2.
Again, 3-way tie for gold at the moment. Is Vandenbroek leading the way. Great timing from the 7+ team here, bringing us all the action from WA. It's our overall leader in the competition. This is her 3rd attempt in the long. She has a best so far today of 5 metres 43 as we return back to the track.
Perfect timing once again. Quick start from Warburton on the inside. She's quickly moving up to Rosman on the outside. Hasu is moving past Ellis on the inside. Barayuga is having a great bend. She'll come into the home straight with a lead of 5 metres from Hasu, and then Stollis, Rosman and Warburton follow them. So it is being led by, on the inside, Barangu, and Barangu, you'd think, has booked her spot into the final. Then it will be Stollis, and the next 3 into the final is Rosman. 26.36 the time, into a minus 0.5.
She's been impressive yesterday in the 100. Barayuga, and showed plenty of composure beyond her years as she stormed down the home straight here in Perth, and she'll be into the final for her New South Wales team members who've had a good day one yesterday. They were up and about, the New South Welsh men and women, because they performed really well. Sue from Queensland also automatically qualifying with Ebony Rosman, the West Australian, in 27.12 seconds. Back to the heptathlon long jump, Ethan, and here on our screens is Scarlett Mitchell of New South Wales, the best today of 4 metres 90. There was a slight improvement with Bailey van den Broek too. She increased her best jump to 5 metres 52.
There's a look at the under 13 girls 200 metre heats. Manuela Aogai is able to go through to the final with the second fastest C time, or 26.43. Barayuga, wasn't she impressive in that race? Really strong bend. 26.33 is her time. Hasu from Queensland, 26.77. So that is a look at who we will be seeing in the under 13 girls 200 metre final, and we're going to have a look at the under 14s in just a moment. They are just starting to make their way over to the start line, but these junior races have started off really well.
Back to the pole vault, and we've had one clearance. Giselle Ong went clear at this height, 2 metres 40. Time now for South Australian in Sophia Lawson. Her first look at 2 metres 40 to beat. So Giselle Ong leading the pack. She is over at 2:40. Back to the pit, and from the ACT, Germany, Cal Budwell, 4 metres 73. Her best jump so far today. This is round 3 action for the heptathletes. The first event on day 2. Big first day of action for our heptathletes. Under 17s will be coming out after the under 18 competition concludes. Wait and see how it unfolds. Bailey van den Broek still leads the way there. Pole vault, second attempt at 240, and gee, that didn't come off. That is super glue on the end of the bar.
Still wobbling.
Young Thomas, he'll be pretty happy. Doesn't matter, he gets the tick, and he'll be able to progress to the next height. Well done, young man. And on that note, we'll go to our next commercial break, Ethan. It's starting to heat up here on day 2. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in-store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
And welcome back to beautiful Perth, Australia's sunniest capital. Putting on a show here. If you haven't made the trip west, we welcome you anytime. Spectacular sunsets across the Indian Ocean, 19 beaches close to the city. Wherever you choose to go, you will be absolutely dazzled by the beauty of our coastline. The vibrant port city of Fremantle blends the old with the new, heritage streetscapes, history, buzzing markets, lively bars, casual street cafes and a thriving craft beer scene. It is the place to be on a Saturday morning or afternoon, wherever you may be watching, as we return back to the track, Ethan, for the next round of heat running for the under 14 girls.
A little bit tougher to qualify for the final, Travis. There's going to be 3 heats, and you can see the start list for heat number 1 on your screen. So the top 2 will go into the final automatically, and then once all the heats are done, the next 3 fastest athletes who didn't get an automatic spot will go into the final. So Hiskins, Ward, May, Barnes, Wright, Harding and Hyde are going to be there from inside to the out, and 2 from lane 8. That's just a look at the field and what we can expect. We have got some returning medalists, but they will come in the later heats. Mayara Ahoy is there, so too Maury Lawrence, but this one we don't have any returning medalists from last year's under 13 championships, so it just makes that a little bit more interesting. Gives us a wider option rather than just narrowing in on a particular athlete or so. So evenly spread, evenly poised. Let's go. Quick start, but they will be called back in the under 14 girls 200 final. Did look like to me, just been Ward that reacted a bit too quickly to the gun, but we'll see what the start team is able to do. To the field. And a quick start from Ward on the inside, so too was Harding, and right on the outside, moving really well is Harding. She's quickly gobbled up the stagger of Hyde on the outside of her, and she'll lead into the straight. Then behind her in second, Hyde right, and then Barnes. It is Harding that has got a gap of 10 metres. Coming after her is Wright, Barnes too, and May has been able to break through. It is Harding that will get the top automatic spot, and joining her in the final is going to be May from New South Wales. 25.61 the time, into a minus 3.1.
And Harper Harding looking to do the 100 and 200 metre double at the National Championships. She just got over the top of Marnie Lawrence yesterday in the 100, so that battle is going to be really enthralling in the 200 as well. But Harper Harding from Victoria is into the final and will be looking to do the double here in Perth. She was out of the medals last year.
Yeah.
Harper Harding, she made the final, but she finished about 5th or 6th. She's really improved in her running over the last 12 months, and just her block start there, Ethan, was really electric. She just responded first to the gun, as you called, beautifully, and was able to really do the damage in that first 30 or 40 metres. So looking forward to watching her in the final.
Said to be a good one, Harding. Yeah, she just quickly got out, and then she came into the home straight. She just looked like, as we've seen before with a couple of the other under 14s in the men's race, just looked like they had another gear that they could go to, so that is good signs to see.
Finn Peters?
Finn Peters, yes, and the height of the bar, third attempt, 2 metres 40.
So to stay in the competition, Finn Peters to secure a medal. You're thinking he's over. Great jumping from Peters. A little bit of wobble. Hold your breath. Don't let it come off.
Still going.
Be careful jumping off the mats. He's got a clearance. He remains in the competition. Finn Peters, that puts him into outright bronze. 2 metres 40 PB. So 3 athletes clear. Max Austin will have one attempt to go to try and stay in the competition. And that will mean there's 4 left. So Max Austin next to jump.
And this shot put that we are seeing, it is the heptathon shot put for the under 15 and under 16 men's. Give you an update on the standings after we go with heat number 2 of the under 14 girls, 200 metres. Athletes to look out for is Ahoy on the inside, who is the returning bronze medalist from last year, and they are almost ready to go. Quick start from Grayling on the outside. In the middle, Robinson and Vincent have gone out hard. Vincent applying pressure onto Fuss on the outside of her. Ahoy, the bronze medalist from last year, will hit the straight in front. Then behind her we have Vincent. Fuss running well, so too Adoy on the outside. It is the 2 Queenslanders in Ahoy and Vincent that have broken away and will go into the final automatically. The question is who wins it, and Vincent is going to win from Ahoy. 25.65 the time. 1.7 is the headwind.
Capri Vincent, the bronze medalist from the 100 metres yesterday. Beautiful technique. Just was able to remain really relaxed in that last 50. I feel she had an extra gear to go through. 25.65 unofficially. It's a good time into the 1.7. But Capri Vincent looking to add to her collection. She was out of the medals last year. And this year, with that bronze in the 100, would put her in a good frame of mind coming into the 200 metres final. Mira Ahoy is through, and Abby Robinson has the small Q next to her name at the moment with 1 heat remaining.
Still that headwind just flying around, Travis, so hopefully that is able to die off.
Yeah, I've spoken to the team at Royal Perth Yacht Club Saturday sailing day, and
you
they've
must
told
be
me
annoying them at this stage. The amount of phone calls they get from you.
they know the athletics is on, so no one to fold up their sails. But unfortunately, the easterly will be around for most of the day, but it will die off, Ethan, and I think by this afternoon it will be pretty tame.
You don't worry that the Royal Perth Yacht Club will ever stop returning your phone calls?
As long as they don't pitch my yacht.
No, that's and mine as well. Good point. I better lock it up.
So pole vault action is starting to get towards more the business end now, as we take a look at the start list for the under 14 women 3rd heat. Indy King, Western Australian, has been in good form over here in the West.
The one to watch, Travis, is in lane 3 in Lawrence. She is the gold medalist from last year. Indy King has been in some great form as well, but Lawrence, I'm going to be keen to see what she's able to do in this 200 metres. She'll be running from the inside in lane number 3, as I said, the returning medalist, and she's been able to run, as you just saw, a 24.85, which is really quick at this age. Also watch for Whitfield. I've got on my list that she's been able to run a 25.86 this season, and she will be starting in lane number 5.
Yeah, Marnie Lawrence, I think she'll be disappointed with the silver in the 100 yesterday. She really did set herself for the double. And so often you see, Ethan, at the championships where someone who finishes 2nd in the 100, they often just fight back and really are driven for the gold in the 2.
That's that fuel to the fire.
Let's see what Lawrence can do here.
Lawrence in lane 3, 2nd from your right. And also a quick start from Anthony and Lawrence on the inside. Lawrence quickly applying the pressure onto King, and she's been able to move past her. So too Whitfield on the outside. Hasman and Tarbert are running well, and it is Lawrence that leads into the straight. Then behind her is Miller, who is in 2nd, and it is Tabbert and Trona who are just behind them, and then coming through is Whitfield. She's applying the pressure onto Miller. It's Lawrence that has booked her ticket into the final, and Whitfield has been able to storm home and get an automatic spot. It is a minus 1.6 and a 25.55 unofficial winning time.
Yeah, it's well done to Marnie Lawrence. She's had to fight back after the silver medal in the 100. She'll be pretty determined, I feel, to get that gold medal around her neck in the 200. She was impressive this morning in the heat run. She's pulled up nicely, I think, after the 100 yesterday, where she was just behind Harper Harding. But she is into the final, 25.52 her time. Great run from Sophie Whitfield to get that second of the automatic qualification. She has finished with 26.73. And Portia Miller with the little Q next to her name, 26.85 from Victoria. Good running from Portia. Beautiful day. Crowd starting to fill up here at the WA Athletics Stadium. Hope you're enjoying the action on 7 Plus. All brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. And bathed in sunshine. 29 degrees now out on track. It's the weather that Ethan and I look forward to so much here in Perth. It's beautiful conditions for track and field. It's just going on to 11 a.m. here in Perth as the shot put action continues for the heptathletes in the under 16 and under 15 age group.
I was meant to give you an update on that, Travis, so I will do that as we just have a look at the summaries from that under 14 women's heats. Lawrence goes through with a 25.52, and then Capri Vincent 25.60, and then Harper Harding are the top three fastest that make their way through to the final. And just an update on how that competition is going. So after round one in the under 16 boys heptathlon, was Harry Osborne who was leading with 1,015 points. He won the hurdles, and at the moment he's been able to throw 13.89 in the shot put. And Ezekiel Ham has come in second, or is in second at the moment with 953 points, and Franklin Gatsandanis is in third, who after their 100-metre hurdles was able to have 853 points to his total. We're off to a quick break, Travis. It's just moved past 11 o'clock. We've got some more 200 metres about to go. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back to sunny Perth for day two of the 2025 Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Good crowd in, enjoying the athletics. A lot of people have travelled across far and wide to be here as we return back to the action with the shot put in the under 16 age group. Harry Osborne with the best throw of 13 metres 89. Ezekiel Ham from Victoria 11.39, and Cooper Nunn 11 metres 23. The top three in this shot put competition. This is event number 2. And then back in the pole vault. It's getting to an exciting moment here. This is Finn Peters from New South Wales. He has had a miss at 2:55, so he's having a second look. This is be up PB territory for him. We've had 3 athletes go clear at 2:55. Yeo of Singapore, he just entered the competition with a first attempt clearance. Sebastian Thomas and Wuzkowski have all gone clear at 2:55. So young Peters with a miss. So 2:55, he'll have 1 attempt remaining at this height. In the women's pole vault, they'll be next to go. We have one person clear, Giselle Ong at 2:55. Sophia Lawson currently 2:55, second attempt.
I look forward to this heat, Travis, of the under-17 women's 200 metres. Athletes to look out for Kate Philpott, who will be in lane 3, and Maya Tabor, who is in lane 5. They will just be recalled back, so I'll tell you why to look out for them, Travis, because Maya Tabor, she is the all-schools and national champion from last year, and Kate Philpott won the silver medal last year when they were under 16, so they'll be in lanes 3 and 5 respectively. Tabor in the middle and Philpott just on the inside.
Good to see a little head-to-head battle in the heats. That'll just sharpen them up a little bit, I think, Ethan. Kate Philpott has been really coming into her peak. She won the WA champs in impressive fashion, time 2 in the 200 metres. I like her over the 200 as well, Kate Philpott. I think that is her sweet spot because her bend running is really good. I look forward to seeing it here. She's second from the right, the West Australian.
The PB on roster is 24.72. She has been able to run a windy 24.2, I believe, and Tabor 23.79 is what we've got on roster. So just an incredible athlete, and at the peak of both of them, they could be a lot closer than some people might think. The gold and silver medalists from last year are about to race in 3 and 5. Top 2 to go through automatically. And Philpott reacted really well to the gun, so too did Tabor. On her outside, Philpott's applying the early pressure onto Tabor. On the outside, moving well is Wasland, so too is Roche. And into the home straight, Tabor is going to lead them in. Walker on the outside has had a great bend. It is Philpott that is just drawing level with Tabor and just drawing away. Tabor's moving with her, so too is Walker. And on the line, they ease up. It's Philpott and Tabor that are into the final, 25.07, and it's a minus 1.7 headwind.
Well done to the West Australian champ. Kate Philpott continues her winning ways on her home track. She'll be loving the experience in front of her family and friends. And she was looking pretty comfortable. She was looking left, looking right, just making sure the challenges weren't coming. And she has done enough to get through to the final. Tabor looked good too, though, didn't she, ladies and gentlemen? She is the defending national champion, and she will return back for the final. And that little battle will continue.
It just looked so easy, and Philpott, she had a really great reaction to the gun, and she was able to apply pressure onto Tabor in the early stages. There was nobody in lane 4, so Kate would have just seen her immediately. As we look back in the pole vault, Travis, third attempt, height of the bar, 2 metres 55.
Sophia Lawson to stay in the competition. Only 2 competitors remaining. Ong has gone clear at this height. Lawson to stay in it. And you can see the despair. It bobbled and bounced. We've seen it stay up a couple of times, Ethan, with that amount of contact.
Yep.
But this time she was unlucky and she'll bow out, but with a silver medal. She will be our silver medalist at the National Championships. That is a fantastic effort from Sophia Lawson. Congratulations. And a terrific competition for her. Personal best of 2:40 coming into it. So she should be very proud with the silver. As we head back to the track for the under-17 heat, number 2.
Look out for Travis in lane number 3, Matilda Harrison. Bronze medalist from last year's national. So we just saw the gold medalist and the silver medalist from last year go at it, and we've got the bronze medalist. And she also picked up a silver medal at the All Schools Championship. So Matilda Harrison from New South Wales, watch for her in lane number 3, 23.98. A rapid time for her. And I reckon in the final, if conditions are good, we will see quite a few athletes go under that 24-second barrier. So she'll be second from your right as they just get called to their blocks. Top two to go into the final automatically. Harrison had a great start, so too did Bell and Lang respectively. And then on the outside of them, Taylor is moving really well. Moving the best is Ozugwu, and they come into the home straight. Harrison has been able to pick the lead off Ozugwu, and they've got a gap of 5 metres that separate them. Taylor is charging through the middle, so too is Shortland on the outside. It is Harrison that is leading, and Harrison holds it to the line, and she'll be joined by her fellow New South Welsh athlete in Shortland into the final. Winds died down. It's a minus 0.6 and 25.16 time unofficially.
You could throw a blanket over the field. Coming down the home straight, Ethan. It was good, tight, competitive heat running, which is what we love to see. And for the West Australian girls, they'll have to wait and see if they're going to go through as non-automatic qualifiers. But for our winner, Matilda Harrison, 25.12, and Hannah Shortland from New South Wales, 25.29, booking their place into the final of the under-17 200 metres. Back to the pole vault, 270. Our young Singaporean athlete, he is in good form. Yeo, he entered the competition at 255, and he's now gone clear at 2 metres 70. So Sebastian Thomas has had a miss at 270. Paul Gluskowski, he's yet to have a look at this height. He's next to vault. He's just preparing now, the South Australian. So he'll be battling it out for the national title with Seb Thomas.
There's a look at heat number 3 for the under-17 women's heat. Athlete to look out for is Aisha Shave, who'll be racing in lane number 6 from the ACT. She is the all-schools bronze medalist from the Brisbane Championships. Top 2 into the final automatically. We've seen some great heats being run so far. And let's see that continue.
Yeah, it's pretty competitive, Ethan, isn't it, when there's 3 heats? Top 2 the only automatic qualification. So fastest this year has been Aisha Shave from the ACT. There she is on screen. Picture of concentration. She has her first little experience here at the WA Athletics Stadium. Just about set.
And Shave did get away quickly. She's applying the pressure to Wilkinson early. On the outside, Gifford is moving really well. So too is Baker into the home straight. It is Shave that is going to be leading. Fuss on the inside, presenting her a challenge. So too Gifford on the outside. Shave leading with 70 to race. Here comes Fuss. Fuss about to draw level, but Shave is fighting back. And on the outside, Gifford's not done yet. It is going to be a photo finish for that second place, but Shave is into the final automatically. It's between Fuss and Gifford as to who that second automatic spot will go to. The wind has picked up. It's a minus 3.2, and it's a 25.30 time, unofficially.
And you could really see that wind picking up, Ethan, because it was a real struggle that last 30 or 40 metres. Aisha Shave, though, was really strong and remained nice and composed from the ACT, and she will book her place into the final. As you mentioned, really tight for second, but score now just coming through. And Maddie Gifford from New South Wales, who was on the outside lane, has secured that second automatic qualification, 25.47. Hayley Fuss with the small Q next to her name. That'll bring her some relief. So there's our winner heading down to the recovery. Aisha Shaif, 25-27 her time.
These next heats for the 200 metres, Travis, are going to be really fascinating. We're going to be seeing the battle between Chabelle Philp and Amaya Mearns, and something that I cannot wait for, and we'll keep you updated as the height of the bar is just been raised to 2 metres 70, and we're about to see our second attempters.
Seb Thomas, pole in hand, he is ready to go. 2 athletes clear at this height, he's looking to join them. Quite executing the takeoff as well as he would have hoped. Sebastian Thomas, he had a good clearance at 2:55 first time of asking. He'll have 1 attempt remaining. Currently sits in the bronze medal position, so he secured the bronze, Seb Thomas, and he'll have 1 more look at 2 metres 70. Yo and Luskowski are clear. There's our first look, Ethan, at the under 17 heptathletes. They're returning for their first event of the day. It is the long jump. 3 events remain on day 2. They have the long jump, the javelin throw, and then for some it's a favourite event, for others not so.
Yep.
The 800 metres. So they're just about to kickstart their second day of competition. Women's pole vault competition now, and we have Giselle Ong. She's our gold medalist. She'll be our national champion. She's the only competitor remaining. She cleared 2 metres 55 to secure the gold. Giselle Ong, and she'll have 1 more look at 2 metres 70.
There's a look at the qualifying times into the final. Kate Philpott, the silver medalist from last year, will go in with the fastest time from the heats, just ahead of Maya Tabba. 25.04 to Kate, 25.06 to Maya, and then Matilda Harrison is going through to the final, the bronze medalist from last year. So the podium finishes from last year in, so we'll see if anyone can sneak up onto the podium. Aisha Shave looked really well. She had a lot of pressure in that race, and we'll see that a bit later on in just a moment, because we are about to clear a break. But just a moment, we're going to get a glimpse into what these exciting under 18 women's 200 metre hurdle, 200 metres flat is going to look like, because there's going to be a great final later on. But we've got to get the heats done. We've got to see who's in good shape, and you'll be able to see all that next. Stick with us. Back with more in a moment. The heats continue to roll in the women's 200 metres. Next up, we've got the under 18s. Hello and welcome from wherever you're watching us from. And Welcome if you're joining us for the very first time. It's 28 degrees in Perth. Clock's about 42 minutes to 12 o'clock. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Ethan Quinlivan and Travis Jenkins bringing it to you. And we are about to go in the under-18 women's heats for the 200 metres. And an athlete to look out for is going to be, there's two athletes to look out for. Jessica Hannay, who is going to be racing in lane number 5, and Amaya Mearns, who'll be racing in lane number 4. Why should you look out for those athletes? Well, Jess Hannay picked up the bronze medal last year, and Amaya Mearns, she was able to pick up the gold medal at the All Schools Championships. So they are some of the athletes to look out for. They'll be smack bang in the middle, lanes 4 and 5.
Amaya Mearns was really impressive at the National All Schools, Ethan. She had a great battle with Thubel Philp down the home straight. Mearns was able to win the gold on that occasion with a blistering last 50 or 60 metres. She gave Philp a nice little lead there, but they'll be back battling it out here in Perth, no doubt, in the final. Let's have a look at her now.
Hannay reacted to the gun well, so too did Mearns just behind her. Ross is moving well in the early stages. Hannay applying pressure onto Tenneco on the outside of her, and Mearns has been able to come through and take the lead as they go into the straight. It's Mearns leading by 3 metres from Hannay, and then Ross is behind them. Top 2 to go through into the final automatically, and Hannay has been able to fly past them as Mearns has got the win. Hannay's going into the final, 24.74 the time, and it is a minus 3.1.
It's a big headwind, but her strength is really impressive. We saw it in the All Schools title where she was able to run over the top of Philp in a classic head-to-head battle. We'll no doubt see that again unfold here in Perth. But for Mearns, that's a nice little hit out, her first run on the track here in the West. For Jess Hannay, she books her place into the final. She's been one of the star athletes here in WA for a few years now, and her 4th placing last year in this event will no doubt give her plenty of confidence as she looks to get into the final. She's got the big Q next to her name, 25.19, but nice running from the Queenslander in Mearns.
And Travis, I forgot to mention that Amaya, when we say defending champion, particularly with juniors, we often mean the age group champion, but Amaya Mearns is the defending under-18 champion. She ran up last year, so she'll be hungry to defend that title. Thubel Philp is going to be hot on her heels, and we saw Jess Hannay could be within striking distance as well.
So pole vault action. Just saw Gluskowski with a miss at his first look at 285. He cleared 270 on his first attempt. Him and the Singaporean athlete in Yeo have both missed it. 285. As we return back to the track for heat number 2.
So the athletes to look out for heat number 2. There's 2 of them. Thubel Philp, who will be going in lane number 4, and then on the outside in lane number 8 is Walsh. She won the bronze medal at the All Schools Championships, and Philp, I should say, she won the gold medal at last year's National Championship. So she's the defending age group champion, but Mearns is the defending under-18 champion. So a few storylines to go in for this.
Philp has a beautiful bend. Look out for that at home, because she really is a beautiful technician. She'll fly off that bend. She runs in lane 4, 23.21 her best.
Watch her to fly out the block. She gets an incredible start. And Philp has flown out the block, so too Bradford, and Philp has quickly passed Bradford, and Fong on the outside of her. On the outside, Walsh is moving well. She's up onto the shoulder of Blair and into the home straight. Philp is leading. It's Walsh that is in second. She's been pursued by Barnes and then Bradford. It is Philp that is away. She's got a gap of 15 metres. She'll go to the final. There's no doubt about that. And joining her is going to be Bury next through, 24.59 the time for Philp. Wind died down a little bit. It's a minus 1.2.
This is great running from the Queenslander. She would have been disappointed to have lost the All Schools title in Queensland, but she has really worked hard on that last 50. We can see what an amazing bend she has. She's just incredible out of the blocks and around the curve, and she'll no doubt find herself in front in the final. And that last 50 is something she's been working hard on, and you can see in that race there, just remain nice and relaxed and pretty calm and comfortable. Good time too, a little bit quicker than the previous heat as well. So the favourite, or one of the favourites for this under 18 200 metres is through to the final.
I was going to say, Travis, if you've got a favourite, I'd like to know, because I certainly don't have one. It's Chubel, Philp and May Moon certainly ones to watch, and there's a few others that I'm interested to see. Tammin Lamprette, she'll be racing in the next heat. She'll be in lane number 4. She's one to keep an eye out on because she is the silver medalist from last year. So there's a whole plethora of athletes that we could see on the podium, and there's certainly a good mix of about 2 or 3 that expecting to be up at the top. There's a great look at the WA Athletics Stadium. We're walking on a dream in WA. It's 28 degrees. This time yesterday, I think we just had a bit of clouds. It might have just been starting to rain, but now there's no chance of that for the moment, at least.
Back to the sand, Ethan, and we are underway in the under 17 long jump for the heptathlons. Tasmanian Annabelle Cook on screen, currently leading the way both with 466. Armani Maria Huho and Ella Leith from Victoria, both jumping 466. Annabelle Cook, who we just saw hit the sand, has recorded a distance of 4 metres 75 to lead the way.
Let's have a look at the next heat of the under 18 girls. Athlete to look out for, Tammin Lamprette, who is going in lane number 4.
Bronze medalist at the national championships last year, but Leah O'Brien didn't contest the 200, and yeah, be interesting to see how she fares here from WA.
And it was a quick start from O'Brien on the outside, so too Attard. O'Brien's quickly catching up to Attard. On the inside, Lamprette has had a great bend. It'll be close as they come into the home straight. O'Brien just in front. Chelk is on the outside and she's pressuring O'Brien. O'Brien looks cruisy with 50 metres to 1. Estilk is coming with her, and it is going to be O'Brien that's into the final, and then Estilk is there. 24.95 minus 4.1.
And Leah O'Brien, welcome to your home ground. Impressive. She was in second year around that bend. She was looking like I do on a Saturday morning down at City Beach, jogging in the sand. She was absolutely relaxed and comfortable. Leah O'Brien, she didn't contest the 200 metres at the national championships last year, so we add her into the frame with Philp and Mearns and Hanny. It's going to be a terrific final, this one. And Leah O'Brien, put her in your calculations, the West Australian. She'll be right there when the whips are cracking. Leah O'Brien, really good to see her back over the 200 metres, and her race plan, I think, Ethan, was just to go out really calm, comfortable. She didn't put any effort into that bend, and she still found herself in front. So she's got plenty of juice left in the tank.
She picked up a tiny bit of pace when they were coming into the home straight because she was being pressured on the outside of her just from Estilk from Victoria.
And Kaylee Attard looks like she has also gone through with a small Q next to her name. So we're into final attempts at 285, and that is the gold medal done and won for the young Victorian. Congratulations, she is our Australian champion in the under 14 pole vault. It's been a good day at the office, and she will be able to celebrate, Giselle Ong with her team. A beautiful clearance today of 2 metres 85. She bows out, sorry, 2 metres 70. She bows out at 285, but she is the Australian champion.
And there's a look at the qualifying results, and if you can pick a winner, then you are smarter than Travis, and unless you can pick a winner.
I think she's really improved in that last 50, Ethan.
Well, Travis has declared he's smarter than me because I haven't got any insights as to who. Philp, you probably would think could be the favourite. Mearns is going to close late. So too O'Brien. She's been able to run 23.5s in Perth. Estlick is, and we've just seen her in the heats run really well. Hanny's also going to be in contention. So this under 18 women's 200 metre final is set to be amazing, and it'll be able to kick off just a little bit, I think around 2 or 3 o'clock. I'll double check that after the break because there's plenty more athletics to come. It's 29 degrees in Perth. We're about to hit 11:30 local time. great pleasure to have your company. Travis Jenkins, Ethan Quinlivan alongside of you, and we'll be back in a moment.
Need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
And welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. A big thank you to major sponsor Chemist Warehouse. Their support of athletics in Australia is absolutely first class, and a proud sponsor here of the Australian National Athletics Championships. Back live pitches here in the under-17 heptathlon long jump. Leading the way, Sophie Williams, 5 metres 53. She's the overall leader of the competition, the defending champion, the West Australian. Annabelle Cook, the Tasmanian, with a best today of 4.75.
And there is a lot of them, Travis, so it feels like this has been going for a while, but we're still only in round number 1, and we've just gone through about 8 athletes. So this long jump competition is going to be long for them. It can be taxing for them, so I just hope that those athletes, they'll certainly be able to develop a lot of mental toughness out there. It's not raining, it's pleasant 29 degrees. So it's just the patience that might start to frustrate some of them. But good for them. Very good for them.
So we'll return back to the track. We've got some more 200-metre heat running. It's the under-17 boys next to go, and what an interesting competition this will also pan out to be. There's Prosper, Caden Prosper from Western Australia. Made the podium at the WA Championships. Probably Vincent Faulkner, the defending champion, the one to watch, the Queenslander.
New to the sport as well, Travis Prosper. I think he's a baseballer by trade, so he doesn't have a huge stride length, but he can get the turnover of his legs pretty quick. So look for him. He'll certainly close late, but it is going to be a great race. There is no doubt about it. It's going to be a bit easy to qualify because there's only 2 heats, I should say. So it means that the top 2 top 3 even in every heat will make their way through to the final.
Meet record 21:49, definitely within striking distance for Vincent Faulkner.
And look, sorry Travis, look for Lachlan Bryans on the inside, the silver medalist from the National Championships and the All Schools champion last year.
So good battle to hit out the first heat. We've got Faulkner running in lane 3, the defending national champion, and as Ethan mentioned, Lachlan Burns also in action here. So
Next up on the track here is our men's
our
under 17.
stadium announcer, Mitch Dyer, just introducing the field.
Voice of Grand Slam track as well, Trav. Was able to secure the link from them over in the United States. They gave him the exclusive rights this morning. So he got up just before me, and then I went online and saw that he was broadcasting. I thought, how good is this? Doing great jobs across the whole athletic scene is Mitch.
First 3 automatically through, then the next 3 fastest. Vincent Faulkner, the Queenslander, second from the right, the defending champion. Lachlan Burns, the silver medalist from last year in lane 8 from New South Wales. We're set. We're away and racing. Burns in lane 8 has bounced out of the blocks beautifully. Evan John Jimmy's just trying to trail in behind him, and coming through is the Queenslander and the defending champion from the National Championships last year in Vincent Faulkner, and Faulkner with the right arm just pumping away, hits the front. John Jimmy trying to put a bit of pressure on, but Faulkner has the class, and he'll canter across the line to book his place into the final. John Jimmy second, Burns has finished in third to secure that third automatic qualification.
I'll tell you what, Travis, Faulkner impressed me, but I think what was just even more impressive was John Jimmy. I wasn't sure how he was going to go, but around the bend, he had an excellent slingshot off it. He was just able to lean into it right, flick up, and then fly down the home straight. And because of that, he went from about 4th position to 2nd to get an automatic spot, and he looked really impressive. Headwind still present. Can't remember the exact rating. I think it was about 1.2 maybe. 22:11 though, great time. And we're about to see in the next race, Travis, one of our favourites. And Faulkner, who'll be wanting to keep an eye on this next race because our AO guy's about to run. We go back to under 17 women's heptathlon in the long jump. Tarabe, you were just seeing there on your screen. See what she has got. I've got my eyes fixated on that board. She has been putting herself in great positions. And we are still in round 1. Sophie Williams is still leading with that jump of 5 metres 53.
Third attempt there for Eo. He'll win the competition for the under 14 boys pole vaulters. He entered the competition relatively late. He's had a third attempt miss at 3 metres, but he's done enough to win the event.
And it was a 5 metre 29 jump for Tarabe. She's now finding herself in second as we're seeing our German visitor in Hesse make her way down the long jump runway. And it's windy on the back straight, Travis. That jump from Tarabe was a plus 2.4 tailwind, so won't count for any personal best. Still does count towards their point accumulations.
You can see in their preparation, Ethan, they really do watch that windsock just to make sure the breeze is at full capacity. Heat 2 about to take place in the stadium. It's going to be our first look at the second of the Yohoges. We've seen his sister perform beautifully on day 1 and this morning in the heats of the 200, but Paul Yohoge now, his time to cruise down his home track. Zane Edwards and Mason Green have also been in ripping form. Let's see how we go. Heat number 2 of 2, first 3 across the line. We're set. And we're away. Bouncing out beautifully was Mason Green, the Queenslander. A bit of early pressure on Bailey Ryman, and also darting through the field is Egbomi at the top of the straight. Egbomi just leads the way. Trying to come out after him is Proudford of New South Wales and the Queenslander. Mason Green also right up there. And coming through is Lubenda. Lubenda just switches off with Egbomi, and they'll battle it out 22.77 into a 2.8. Good battle
Igbomi was really strong in the early stages. He just attacked that first 50 metres, Travis, and then he came into the home straight, just had a bit of an injection of speed into the track, and then he just switched off with probably about 40 or so metres to go. But Lou Bender on the outside was just able to storm home really well. Top three were able to go through into the final automatically, and it's a minus 2.8. So they're running into a pretty strong headwind, and that was under 17 boys 200 metre heats. Next up, we've got some semi-finals action, Trav, and then we'll be moving into our 400 metres. But circling back to that heptathlon competition, and it is in the long jump stage that we are up to, and it is Hess, our German competitor, who's just been able to overtake Williams and jump 5 metres 55. The wind's still around on the back straight. That was with a plus 1.5, so the wind on the back straight isn't quite as strong at the moment as it is in the home straight. Work that out if you can.
Back to the pole vault. Still continues for the under 14s, because we have a new entrant at 3:21. So he's been sitting under the shade just with his feet up, has Zombor from New South Wales, because we thought it was all over when the Singaporean bowed out, but there's still more jumping to be done here in the under 14 pole vault final. 3 metres 21 for his first attempt. So he's yet to join the competition, and this will be his first jump. So a clearance here will actually see him move into the lead, because there are no competitors remaining. So it's a brave move from the young New South Welshman. He decided that he's feeling pretty confident in his own abilities, and he's been just resting up under the shade alongside the Chemist warehouse signage. Macy Petalwood, 4:34, her opening jump. As we see the final summary of the under 17 200 metre heats, it's going to be a good race. It's a really open field, I feel. Vincent Faulkner, the Queenslander, was impressive in that first heat. Evan John Jimmy, the West Australian, he'll fly the flag for the hometown. Lachlan Burns, Lubenda, Ugbomhi, all the favourites are through. It's going to be a terrific final, the under 17 men's 200 metres.
Looks like they're going to take 9 through. So that's good signs. It was pretty close between 4th and 5th as we are back at the long jump competition. Hess is leading from Williams. This is the heptathlon, of course, so Hess has been able to put 5 points between her and Williams in this competition so far. 5:55 to Hess, Williams 5:53. And we're just into the stages of round number 2. And that was Riley Frankie, who has now been able to find herself in 4th spot. She jumped 4 metres 90 with a plus 1.8 behind her. So next to jump, we'll keep you updated, is Brooke Whiteside, but we've got another great couple of 200 metres to go. Here's the under 18s time.
So semi-finals here, we ran some heats last night, a couple of preliminaries this morning as well. So we're now moving into the semi-finals of the under 18 men. Good opportunity here. There's 3 semi-finals, so it will be the first 2 across the line to go into the final, then the next 3 fastest times. Madu from South Australian, you can see him just preparing his blocks. He's second from the left in the South Australian colours. He was the man who was able to secure bronze last year at the National Championships. We have a couple of Queenslanders are alongside each other in Mitch Goodman and Keanu Hewitt-Watson. And Abomo Zoalang from South Australia as well will be right up in contention. So good field, 3 big semi-finals. It's going to be competitive running to get through, so the times will be quick. The under-18 championship record standing at a very impressive time of 20:87 by none other than Gout. But here's Sophie Williams. Ethan, have you had any word overnight how she pulled up from day one?
I know she was in an ice bath, which was frustrating her, but by report she was able to recover well. Hopefully she got a good night's sleep, and I think she's been able to recover pretty well. I don't think it was a too heavily impacted body that she was leaving day one with, so that's a good sign, but still recovery is important, and here she comes.
She's in second overall in this long jump, which she won't be too happy about because Hess jumped 5:55. Her best today is 5:53. She's been up around that 5:95 before, so she'll hopefully improve.
I'll keep you updated with that. She's just 2 centimetres, as you said there, Travers. We're about to go with the semi-finals of the under-18 men's 200 metres, and the action should come. Travis Ramaya from the outside.
Ekwamadu, bronze medalist from the championships in South Australia last year.
And Goodman, the all schools bronze medalist as well, Trav. So 2 bronze medalists.
Getting an absolute beautiful start was Ekwamadu, the South Australian, out in lane 8. He's got some early pressure on Hayes. Starting to pierce through the middle, though, is Mitch Goodman of Queensland. But Ekwamadu from South Australia hits the top of the straight in front. This is looking pretty fast. The challenge is coming from New South Wales in Josh Smith and Liam Hayes. But the South Australian gets line on us, and it's fast too. It's really fast for Ekwamadu, the bronze medalist from last year. Josh Smith and Liam Hayes, the next 2 across the line. And it's impressive from the South Australian, Ethan.
21.25 into a minus 2.0 headwind. Flip that wind around and you don't even want to think about how quick that would be, because that would just be unreal for a heat time. But what a great run from the South Australian. We knew that he was going to be one to watch. The bronze medalist from last year has been able to set the tone that the rest of the semi-finals are going to find it pretty hard to follow.
A personal best, Ethan, 21.22 for Ekwamadu, who's really improved. It's all smiles. It's thumbs up. Josh Smith, 21.92, gets the big Q next to his name. Liam Hayes will have to wait and see if he is one of the 3 non-automatic qualifiers.
And just a brief update back at the under-17 women's heptathlon long jump competition. Sophie Williams has been able to take the lead back. In round number 2, she jumped 5 metres 57, which moves ahead of Hess by 2 centimetres.
Yeah, that's good from Soph, because she's come into day 2 as the leader, and she'll be fancying herself to win the long jump. As we know, she's the Aussie champ in that event, so she'll be pretty determined to score some valuable points there, Ethan.
Yep. I'm excited for this next race, Travis. I'm just looking at doing my form guides, Trav. And Tobias Drummond Templeton, who'll be racing in lane number 7, is the All Schools champion. Cannot wait to see what he can do, because he would have just seen that time when we've got the All Schools champion, Trav. So we had, how's this for symmetry? We had the bronze medalist from the national championships up against the bronze medalist from the All Schools championships. Now we've got the bronze medalist from the All Schools champion, who'll be going up against the national champion. Seth Kennedy will be racing just on Tobias Templeton's outside in lane number 8. So they're sticking them together, and I don't know if it's intentional, but I quite like it, Trav. It's setting it up to be a good race, and I'll see if the silver medalists are racing each other in the next race, because that would be a quirky coincidence.
I think having these 2 athletes in this heat will ensure it's going to be a fast semi-final, because all those other athletes will know they'll have to bring their A game here, Ethan, to make it through. So I feel it's going to be one of these races that all athletes are going to put in their best effort. It's a shame we've got a little bit of a headwind. It does look to be calming down. We've got the easterly in. It'll be gone by tomorrow.
So no silver medalists in heat number 3, but there's a name that we will recognise, and we'll bring that to you in just a moment. after heat number semi-final number 2 goes.
So we've been called to our blocks. Schneider, Lowe, Bennett, Albino, King, Templeton, Seth Kennedy out in lane 8, and Wirrasinger, the Victorian, in lane 9. So the action is going to be out in lane 7 and 8. Drummond Templeton of ACT and Seth Kennedy, the Queenslander, has already started with plenty of fire in the belly. Coming through also the South Australian in Mason Lowe, but at the top of the straight, throw a blanket over Kennedy, Templeton, and coming through is Albino. But Kennedy puts the jets on and says, see you at the finish line, boys. He's through, and it's quick too. Kennedy and Drummond Templeton book their place into the final, and Kennedy, gee, that was impressive.
That was 21.51 into a -1.0, Trav. Drummond Templeton just looked so strong, didn't he, down the home straight? But Kennedy just looked that bit stronger. Drummond Templeton, probably with about 70 metres to go, he decided, okay, I want to issue a challenge. I want to get into his head. He just put some speed into the track, a little bit more than he was going, and then it was Kennedy that just said, this is my heat, and he was able just to edge clear ever so slightly, and Drummond Templeton said, no, I'll save it for the final. So those two, the national all-schools champion and the national champion, are into the final.
A little bit slower than the first heat, but nevertheless 21.52 for Kennedy and Drummond Templeton 21.84.
One of the phenomenons from the World Junior Championships last year, Travis, in Mason McGroder, 15 years of age, he was able to win a bronze medal in the men's long jump competition, where he jumped astonishing, I think it was about 7 metres 80. He's going to be racing in heat semi-final, keep saying heat semi-final number 3, Trav. He does have a personal best of 21.71 over the 200 metres, so you think he could be in contention for a final spot based of what we've seen, but look for him. He is going to be racing out of lane number 8 on the outside. The long jumper, he's pretty handy over the 400 metres as well, and I'm excited to see what the 200 metres has got in store for our World Junior Championship bronze medalist.
And here is the start list that Ethan was just referring to. Mason McGroder will run out in lane 8 in the New South Wales colours. Xavier Davey, the Tasmanian, and then Jonathan Kasiano with the fastest PB in the field. The Queenslander, training partner of Gout. Be interesting to see how he performs here. He'll run in lane 6. Here we go. Third semi-final, first 2 through. It's been impressive running from our under 18 men so far. Fastest qualified 21.22. Ekwamadu. Kennedy 21.52. Start all important. If anything, it was Kasiano, the Queenslander, fastest away. Davey, McGroder now getting into his running out in lane 8, but Kasiano puts the jets on around the bend. He finds himself well clear. Coming out after him, the South Australian Thompson. McGroder with a bit of work to do, just puts in the big yards now, but Kasiano, he turns off. He's having a Saturday morning stroll in Perth, and he's into the final comfortably. Kasiano from Queensland, just ahead of maybe McGroder, and the South Australian Thompson have been pretty tight. But Kasiano, training partner of Gout, has arrived in Perth, ready to mix it with the big names.
As soon as he left the block, Trav, he was just able to take the lead, applying the pressure onto Davey on the outside of him. McGroder was a little bit slow to begin, but when he came into the home straight, he was just able to set his race up well and able just to edge clear of those on the outside of him. But that was really impressive from our winner in Kasiano. I mean, we've just seen some great races. It's not the quickest time, but when you look at the way that he ran that semi-final, his name has to go into medal contention.
Absolutely. So Kasiano confirmed with the big Q. McGroder has also gone through, and he'll join the big names in that final. The non-automatic qualifiers, Liam Hayes, Noah King, and Wal Albino. It's going to be a great final. The under 18 men coming right to you live and free on 7 Plus. A big thank you to our proud sponsor. We can see the banner in the background of the West Australian Government. proudly supported athletics this season, and it's great to have the WA government bringing the big events here to Perth. Here's the final summary. What a final this is going to be. Tune in, make sure you can, for this. Ekwadu, he'll be the fastest qualifier. Kennedy's in. Templeton, the All Schools gold medalist. Smith, Hayes, Kasiano, King, Albino, and Schneider, the starting lineup for that big final. It's going to be really impressive.
It will, Trav. So those 200-metre finals kick off at 3:40 Perth time, so 6:30 Eastern Daylight Time, and then whatever it is, 5:30 Brisbane time. Adelaide Northern Territory, you work it out for your own. Then I'll just do Western Standard Time, and then for the under-18 men's, which we've just seen, that final will be at 3:45, and then for the girls, their finals kick off for the under-17s and under-18s at 3:50, and 5 minutes to 4 in the West, that's when we'll be seeing the under-18 girls. So 200-metre finals will kick off at around about 3:40 Perth time, so make sure you stick around for that. And there is plenty more that you must stick around for, because on the other side we are going to be getting towards our 400-metre finals, the first of them for today and the first track finals of today. Stick around, plenty more to come. Back with more from the WA Athletics Stadium in a moment.
And welcome back wherever you may be watching the Australian Junior Athletics Championships. A big thank you to the West Australian State Government through Tourism Western Australia for supporting this event. Find Western Australia on Facebook, Instagram, X and TikTok at Western Australia and hashtag WA the Dream State. Discover WA and build your dream itinerary at Western Australia. It may include a visit out to Rottnest Island, Perth's beautiful island. It's a quick ferry ride, about 30 to 40 minutes, where you can experience 63 secluded beaches, 20 dazzling bays, and of course the world famous quokka. A selfie is definitely one of the important things to do on the itinerary. I was there last weekend in Rottnest and it is absolutely spectacular. The action continues in the field. We're now looking at some under 18 javelin action. The heptathlon for the under 18 women is getting to the exciting stages because we're in the second last event, the javelin throw. This is second round throws now, and we can see from the overall scores, Bailey van den Broek still leads the way. She's still yet to record a mark in the javelin, so she'll be really looking to make sure she doesn't foul out here as the leader of the competition. Ashley James from South Australia, currently sitting in silver just by 82 points. And Riki Roberts from New South Wales currently in the bronze medal position, but only just because Adelina Condon of Queensland is threatening to move up into the medals. She's improving with every throw in this javelin competition. So Ashley James, 32.79, currently sitting second overall. The best throw so far is Zara Nichols, 34.37. So getting towards the concluding stages of this heptathlon. It's really interesting to see how things unfold in this javelin throw. So we've got Hadley next to go, Macy Hadley. She is sitting overall in 8th position, the Western Australian. She's third overall in this javelin, 32.68, her best throw so far. She is not too far away. She's only 8 points out of 6th place, so it just shows you how tight this competition is. We can see Van den Broek is just in the background. So Hadley, with spear in hand, is able to try and get some valuable points here. 32.68. She's currently sitting third in this event. This is a good throw, a little bit flat perhaps. She didn't get it up into that breeze. And if we have a look at the flag, it is a white flag. So the white flag has gone up. It looks to be around about that 32.33 mark. So 32.68, her best. And we can see the scores start to come through on the roster app, 31.48. So not an improvement for her on that occasion. It looked a little bit low out of the hand. So for her, she'll be able to regroup for her final throw. Is the Tasmanian leader of the heptathlon. Like the white flag has gone up here. She needed to score a result to secure some valuable points. Here's Roberts with spear in hand. So third overall, currently in the bronze for the heptathlon. This is event number 6. She's sitting 12th overall though in this javelin throw, 25.51. See what she can do here. She needs a big throw. This looks to be better. Yes. Good height. Nice elevation out of the hand. She really planted that front foot strongly and was able to get the white flag. She secured a nice improvement here. the bronze medalists so far.
I'll give you an update, Travis, on how our under-17 women's heptathlon long jump final is going. It's been a lead that continues to change. So in round 2, Sophie Williams did take the lead by 2 centimetres with a 5.57 jump, and then Hess from Germany was able to jump, I should say, 5 metres 58 with a plus 0.6 behind her. Well, we are in round 3, and Sophie Williams has been able to jump a 5 metre 66 jump, which has sent her into the lead by 8 centimetres. So we'll see if Sophie is able to hold on to that lead, because Hess has still got to jump, but 5.66 at the moment is leading in that under 17 women's long jump heptathlon, Trav.
So Roberts has had a good improvement. So 34.02 now she has improved to, and that will score her some really valuable points. It still won't be enough to put her up into the silver. White flag here for, sorry, no, red flag has gone up for the Queenslander. I think that might have been Adelina Condon with spear in hand. So she is 10th overall in the competition for the javelin, but sits 4th just outside the medals as we turn for home in the heptathlon. It's going to, I think, perhaps come down to the 800 metres, because Van den Broek doesn't have much of a lead. It's less than 100 points. It's about 89, 90 points at the moment. So there is still one throw remaining, though, in the jav.
I think I just saw on screen, Travis, someone who I know you're a big fan of. I'll just try and get it confirmed. Looks like Paul Burgess is in the house, Trav. I know he's been doing some work with a lot of the juniors as of late, as well as Curtis Marshall, just recently been at the World Indoor Athletics Championships. But looks like Budgie, yeah, that's Budgie. He's here, he's just doing some work. He's got a great stable of juniors that he's got going on at the moment. Picked up a few multi-eventers and some individual pole vaulters as well. So good to see Budge is in the house, and I'm sure he's getting ready and excited, because Curtis Marshall, he will be competing later on in the men's pole vault, and he's just been so dominant nationally in the men's pole vault, Trav. He has got 7 national medals, of which 6 of them are gold. So that's something to look out for. Good to see Budgie's in the house.
He loves his track and field, Paul Burgess, and there's a pole vault competition on somewhere. You can absolutely guarantee that he'll be here. So just a little announcement for everyone watching at home about the beauty of WA, Ethan.
Don't need to tell me, Trav, but go on.
We are a couple of proud West Australians, Ethan and myself. We love getting out and about, especially you, Ethan, on your Friday and Saturday nights. You love a little trip down to Fremantle, where you can enjoy the vibrant port city that holds some terrific heritage streetscapes, some buzzing markets, lively bars, casual street cafes, and a thriving craft beer scene. There's plenty of day trips too from the city, including a little trip with the Dolphins in Rockingham, cruising the canals of Mandurah, admiring the limestone spires of the Pinnacles. That's a great drive up to see the Pinnacles in the Nambung National Park. And then if you want to head further afield, you can head up north and swim with the whale sharks. It's a really impressive thing up there in Exmouth. The whale sharks are now coming into their perfect season. There's the city. The city is a very vibrant Elizabeth Quay.
City of light,
as Basil Zemplis would say. And you can absolutely enjoy all things WA. We've got spectacular sunsets across the Indian Ocean, 19 beaches close to the city to choose from. And of course, you've got plenty of hiking up through the Swan Valley and also down in the southwest. If you haven't been down to the southwest, that is a must-do bucket list item, because Margaret River region is absolutely sensational. If you like mountain biking, some of the best mountain bike tracks through Margaret River, Pemberton, and down in Denmark as well. You've got the Busselton Jetty, the longest timber pole jetty in the southern hemisphere. And it's amazing to experience all of these amazing hotspots here in Western Australia. So if you haven't done so, do yourself a favour, add a bit of extra time after these championships to enjoy WA.
sorry, Trav, we get a day off on Wednesday. What I might have to do is, you didn't mention Kings Park. We have to go to Kings Park. I'll have lunch there, and then I'll filter on down to Elizabeth Quay for dinner, because they're within walking distance from each other. Bit of a walk, but you can walk there. So that's how I might have to spend my Wednesday.
And I'm sure some of these competitors here, Ethan, would love to just celebrate their gold medal or their silver or their bronze with a big photo in Kings Park, because we have a big final to bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be the 400-metre final for the under 15 men, and what a lineup we have. Lucas will run in 1, Moore will be in lane 2, Jake Wood 3, Cuttress did well to get through to the final, will run in 4, Samuel Reeve 5, Trav Dean, he is the All Schools champ, PB 51.39, we can see there. Bless Joe, he was absolutely outstanding in the heats. He was out in lane 9 and he had the breeze behind him. He just used the conditions beautifully yesterday, and so he will try, no doubt, to do the same again, where he runs out there in lane 7. So we're looking forward to bringing you this big final of the under 15 boys. It's a big moment for many of these athletes. Zach Bailey out in lane 8. Closest to us there, Jacob Peters, pretty focused after his heat run. So here we go, just going through the announcements for our competitors. So look out for Augustus Moore, who runs in lane 2 from New South Wales. He's the defending champion from the championships last year. And our under 15 men have been called to their blocks for the big final of the 400 metres. The scene is set, good crowd in, good conditions, 30 degrees on track. We're just about set. Here we go. And we're underway in the under 15 400 metre final to decide the fastest one lapper in the country. Starting beautifully is Bless Joe, as we saw in the heats yesterday. Also moving through the field nicely is Augustus Moore from New South Wales. And look out for Trav Dean. He's running a nice strong back straight. He's putting himself right up there. He's using Bless Joe to just glide into the race. At the 200, Dean now starts to put his foot down. Reeve going nicely, also the Victorian, and Augustus Moore from New South Wales starts to make a bit of ground up on the stagger. Top of the straight, Bless Joe's put himself right up in contention for a medal. He's got his teammate in Trav Dean right alongside him. The Victorian Lucas is trying to push up into the medals, and here comes Augustus Moore, but it's the West Australians. Dean just stumbles and he's fallen in the shock. Bless Joe finds himself the champion of Australia. It is Bless Joe to win the medal. The Queenslander Petres, big round of applause for Trav Dean. He crosses over, just over striding in the final stages. But what a race, the excitement. The West Australian boys were 1-2. Dean has fallen, unfortunately. But Bless Joe, Ethan, he'll be the national champion.
He was. He did have to work for it. And just, unfortunately for Trav Dean, he will be back, I'm sure, next year. But yeah, he just, fortunately for him, just tripped over, but Joe was able to hold his own. He was applying pressure onto Dean down the home straight. He had a great race. He set it up right from the beginning. He was moving with Dean in the early stages. He stuck to him at the bend, and then he was just applying that pressure onto Dean, and Dean unfortunately just fell over. But we will see Dean back, I'm sure, bigger and better next season and over the course of these championships. But well done to Bless Joe, national champion.
He'd never run under 54 seconds coming into this competition, and he's now run a new PB of 51.54. Jacob Peters from Queensland secures the silver. Augustus Moore, he finished in third, 52.43 for a new shiny PB and a bronze medal.
I've got another suggestion what our medal getters can do with their medal. Get a photo with a quokka.
Absolutely.
Well, the medals are in the shape of a quokka, so they've got a quokka attached to them. So that's what they can do. Go over, don't put the medal on the quokka, but have a selfie with a quokka and then stick the medal next to it. There's Bless Joe, 51.54 the time. Petrus second, 52.13. and Augustus Moore, 52-43, first, second and third. Heartbreak for Travis Dean. You would love to have known how he would have gone. Probably would have certainly been on the podium, whether or not be first or second. That is something, unfortunately, we'll never know. But Dean, this won't be his last Nationals, and I don't think it'll be his last event at this National Championships as well. So he'll be able to bounce back on. I'm positive of that, and we'll see his brother a little bit later on in Jamie Dean, I'm sure, when we hit the seniors.
Yeah, he's got a good team around him, Trav Dean, so he'll no doubt, they'll have their arms wrapped around him. And bless Joe, he'll be celebrating, I'm sure. Well done to the West Australian. Now, Ethan, under 16, 400 metre final.
Yes.
And really exciting to see how Tate Van Camp, he was so impressive. He ran 50.37 as his PB. He was just a little bit outside that, but he looked like he was easing up with about 50 to go yesterday in the heats. So he'll be absolutely looking to win this medal.
And look for the man who won it last year, Travis, in Aston Foley. He will be starting from lane number 8 from New South Wales. Zachary Holloway, he's also competing. He's in lane number 6. He won the silver medal at the National Championships and at the All-School Championships last year. And then Reuben Fox, he's another one to keep an eye out on. He won the bronze medal at the All-Schools Championships last year in Brisbane. So and Owen Veltman, almost forgot about Owen. Owen, how could I forget about him? Because he's the All-Schools champion. So the national champion is going up against the All-Schools champion. Cannot wait for this race.
There's Veltman on screen. He will be running in lane 4. He's got Brooklyn Bennett, the WA champ, on his inside. All the way up in Port Hedland. We'll be all watching on the 7+ stream. Hello to all of our Port Hedland viewers. And Reuben Fox. So really talented field to do battle for this Australian title. It's going to be an absolute ripper of a race. Here we go. So Ellis, Haynes, Bennett, Veltman, Turnbull, Holloway, Van Camp, Foley and Fox, the Queenslander. Just about set. And away in the under 16 400 metre final to decide the fastest man over one lap. Getting a terrific start is the Queenslander in Reuben Fox. And in the middle of the field, Holloway and Turnbull also running nicely. Brooklyn Bennett, the West Australian, has run a good first 150 metres. At the 200, this is where the medals are decided in the third 100. And it's the New South Welshman in Haynes who's putting a bit of pressure now on Ellis. And Veltman, the Victorian, is also right up in contention. Throw a blanket over them. Van Camp now looks to start to stride into the race. Fox just in front, and the Victorian in Veltman is leading the way. He's now being challenged by Turnbull. Veltman finds an extra gear. Veltman trying to go with him. It's Veltman and Turnbull. Veltman on the line takes the win. He's the Australian champ. The Victorian, Veltman. Turnbull has won the silver. Really tight for bronze. But congratulations to Owen Veltman. His last 50, Ethan, superb.
Great composure from him in that final 50 metres. Travis, he was undergoing the most pressure you could possibly face. It's so tough in the final 50 metres of a 400 metres. Everything's failing on you. And then when you put a guy next to you that is trying to get the same medal that you're trying for, just the pressure that can build. But he was able to hold it really well. Well done to Veltman, a very deserving winner of this 400 metre final.
Absolutely, Ethan. And the time's just starting to come through now. And really quick running too. 49.26, a personal best for Veltman. What a time to pull it out. Turnbull 49.35 and Reuben Fox 49.95. All personal best times in a fast under 16 400 metre final. Well done to Veltman. That's got the Victorians up and about. The Victorians are just a little bit prouder. The chest is out. We'll just have to knock them down a peg or two a little bit later on though, Ethan, because the Victorians are having a good day.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern, actually, Travis. Thank you for alerting me to that. I will see what I can do about those Victorians. But no, they should be proud of that incredible performance. And we've got a great performance that I'm sure we're about to see, and there's just a recap of Veltman, who was just able to win it by 0.09 of a second. Wow, that is nothing. Turnbull 49.35, Ruben Fox 49.95, plus 6.9 seconds behind Veltman. So Veltman, great race for him, of course. And I'm excited about this next race, Trav. We're moving into the first of the girls under 15s and under 16s 400 metre finals. It's going to be the under 15s that we are seeing first. I'll take you through the field individually, but we've got the All Schools champion up against the national champion. Something we just saw in the race just gone, and it's always leading to some form of brilliant crescendo coming down the home straight.
Yeah, I think your excitement is well warranted, Ethan, for this next big final, because Shakira Luau from Victoria, she's been in great form as well. I love London Rakanui's season, Ethan.
Yeah.
She has just improved so much, and now she's obviously going up, but she's been undefeated here in her age group for the last 3 or 4 months in Perth, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes. I think coached by Paul Edmonston here in WA, so it'll be interesting to see how this final unfolds, Ethan.
I'll take you through the field. So it'll be Luca Templeman on the inside, Layla Beaver in lane 2, Lucy Nell in lane 3, then it is Shakira Luau who is in 4, then Alyssa Webb, who is the national champion and the all-school silver medalist from last year. Then it's London Rakanui in 6, Indy Taylor in 7, then it is Eloise Neilson in I should say, in 8, and then Wood, who is the all-schools champion, is racing in lane number 9. So Wood, one closest to us, she picked up the gold medal at the all-schools championships last year. Let's see what she can do. She'll have some pressure in the middle from Webb. And it was a good start from Webb in the middle, so too Wood on the outside of her. On the inside, Templeman and Beaver are moving really well. So the leaders, they move into the back straight. It is on the outside that we see Wood, and she's been challenged by Nealon, who's just only about a metre or so behind her. Then behind them, that is where we see Rakanui. She's been able to quickly pass Taylor. Then it is Webb, Luau, Nell, Beaver and Templeman that come behind them. So the top 4 with 160 to go. It is Rakanui who is just challenging Nealon and Wood on the outside, and catching up to them is the national champion in Webb. Webb has joined shoulders with Rakanui to the home straight. It is Webb, the national champion, leading from Rakanui, who is hanging on to her, and then Nealon has been able to break through from Taylor and Wood behind her. It is Rakanui and Webb with 40 metres to go. Rakanui's drawn level, Rakanui's drawn clear. Rakanui, the national champion, 55.26. From a fast finishing and a great starting Webb, but Rakanui is the national champion.
London Rakanui, in front of her home crowd, has delivered a gold medal for Western Australia in sensational fashion. Alicia Webb, very gallant for silver, but London Rakanui, she's been undefeated for the last couple of months in her age group here in Perth. She continues to improve with her coaching team. She's never been under 57.21. And today she has absolutely smashed her personal best and has won a gold medal for the West Australian team. Terrific running from London Rakanui. Alicia Webb, the silver, was really impressive as well. She just wasn't able to hang on in those closing stages, but just Rakanui just found that gear, didn't she, Ethan? Just was able to really lift up in that closing stages to go past Webb and secure that gold medal. Really is impressive.
And you would know better than me, Travis, because you've run a few more 400s than I have. In that final 50 metres, to find anything other than pain is quite difficult. So for her to be able to find just that strength, just to be able to edge clear of Webb, who is very well credentialed, national champion, all-school silver medalist, was just impressive. So well done to Rakanui. Well done to Webb, because making a national podium so many times is quite hard. She's continuing to be one of the benchmark athletes in this race. 0.42 of a second, and then Nealon was great for the bronze medal.
Yeah, well done to Eloise Nealon. Indy Taylor finishing in 4th, not too far away. Well, but to all those competitors who made the final, that's a terrific effort in this under 15 age group. And you know, London Rakanui, she has emerged out of from nowhere really to announce herself to the 400-metre stage here in Australia.
So there's a few athletes to look out for. We've got the under-16 women's 400 metres that is next to go. Take you from the inside in lane number 1 is Gleeson, then in 2 is Denton. Then in 3 we have got the bronze medalist from the All Schools Championships in Matilda Langley. Lane number 4 is Mia Hooton. Lane number 5, that is where we see the national silver medalist in Adelaide Pitts. In lane 6 is the national champion in Naomi Krajansky. And then in lane number 7 is Ruby Kernigan. Lane number 8 is Sienna Bielinski. And then in lane number 9 is Pike.
So Krajancic was impressive in the heats. Mia Hooton, 57.80. She arrives with her personal best. You see Adelaide Pittis just on her outside. As Ethan mentioned, the silver medalist from last year, so she knows the big stage well. Eden Pike closest to us, the Victorian. 57.36 her best. So we're all set for a big final for the under-16 women.
Krajancic, I also forgot to mention, she is the national champion. She's also the national All Schools champion. So watch from Krajancic. So he makes her way through. And it was a great start from Krajancic in the middle. On the outside, Pike is moving well, so too is Kernigan. Pike is the early leader. Making their way through is Hooton and Pittis and Krajancic on the inside as they make their way down the back straight. It is the early leader that has been able to fly right by them in Krajancic, and she is dragging Kernigan with her, and they're quickly applying the pressure onto Pike, and then Bielinski is just behind them. 160 to go. It is Krajancic who is leading. Pitts is tagging along with her. Then it is Pike and Bielinski that is behind them. So 4 have got medal contending spots as they come into the home straight. Let's see who the national champion will be. 70 to go. We've got no leader. Krajancic just edges clear of Pittis, who is closing in on her. 60 to go. Krajancic is merging away with it. She's got a lead of about 10 metres, and it is going to be Krajancic who has gone back to back in this age group. 55.09, and then Pittis is next across the line, and then Kernigan, I think, got the bronze. So it's a New South Wales 1, 2 and 3.
Well done to Naomi. She was really challenged. Adelaide had a beautiful bend in lane 5 for New South Wales and was able to put a lot of pressure on Naomi as they entered the straight, but she just kept her cool, and the defending champion is able to go back-to-back in impressive fashion. And well done to Ruby Kernigan too, to flash home for the bronze medal in a PB time of 56.83. Naomi, though, she will be pretty happy. 55.05. Gold medal. Adelaide Pittis, who put it all on the line, will take home the silver, and Ruby Kernigan will take a well-deserved bronze.
New South Wales 1, 2 and 3.
Great point, Ethan.
That will frustrate the Victorians.
But Naomi Krajancic, she just really was able to feel that pressure but didn't panic, because Adelaide Pittis, I felt she had the momentum off the bend. She really was able to accelerate and, as you would say, springboard herself off the bend to put that pressure on Naomi. But really it was a very classy display of running over the last 80 metres. So congratulations to Naomi and Adelaide, the silver, Ruby the bronze.
55.05. Adelaide Pittis 55.68 and Ruby Kernigan 56.83. So pretty close actually between first, second and third, but Krajancic was just able to storm away in the final stages. So well done to her. So next up on the track, we are still sticking with the 400 metres. It's the under-17 para final. There'll be 5 athletes that are competing. I'll take you through them all. And just a reminder, we do say it all the time with para races, and just for those who may not be aware of the situation, just because an athlete crosses first across the line doesn't mean that they will receive the gold medal or silver medal. They cross second and bronze and so on and so forth. It is all dependent on how they go against their world record. So their time will be looked at from their classification world record and then it'll be worked out on percentage via that. So that is how it works. So you might actually see an athlete, say, come fourth in this, but receive the gold medal. So just so that we don't have anybody at home that is confused with how it works, that is how the para medals are all determined. But nonetheless, it should be a fantastic watch. So it will be Eleanor Downey that is in lane 2, Laura Pearson in 3, Zoe Schultz in 4, Emma Wilmot 5, and then Quinn Aitken, who is going to be in lane 6 from Tasmania. Emma Wilmot, she's been an incredible 200-metre runner. She's got a couple of national records, I believe, in that 200 metres. She's been able to break her own numerous times. As we've just hit 32 degrees, Travis. Oh, now it's going back to 31. So we're flirting with our average today. I think it was only meant to get up to 30 degrees, but glorious conditions in the west. So it's Downey, Pearson, Schultz, Wilmot and Atkin. And just looking at their C times, looks like Downey is going to be the first, or has got the fastest C time, so watch for her to be the first across the line. And then it pretty much goes from inside to outside as the quickest. So Pearson has got a 1:07.30, Schultz 1:13.10, Wilmot 1:15.20, and Atkin a 1:33.30. So let's see how they do go. And also quick start from Pearson on the inside. On the outside, Atkin is away really well. So too Wilmot. Wilmot's been able to go past Atkin. Moving with her is Pearson on the inside. And then behind them is Schultz and Downey. So into the back straight and having a fantastic first 150 metres. It is Pearson. She's been able to fly past Wilmot on the outside of her. Wilmot is in second. Back on the inside in third is Downey. In the middle, Schultz. And then Atkin is behind those. Under 200 metres to go, and it is being led by Pearson. She's been able to create a gap of 10 metres. Coming through on the inside is Downey. Wilmot is racing really well, and they're about to unfold into the home straight with Pearson the leader. So here they come. Pearson has got the lead with 80 metres to go, but she's been challenged by Downey. Downey's been able to close the gap on her. Schultz has been able to pass Wilmot, and then Atkin behind them. So it's close with 60 metres to go. Not a lot is separating Pearson and Downey. Pearson finding some strength in the final stages, and she's been able to break clear. Pearson is going to cross the line first. Then it is Downey that crosses second, and Schultz is going to cross the line in third. And then here comes Wilmot. And then just with only about 60 metres to go, Quinn Atkin is coming down the home straight. She has got a personal best of 1:33.30. That's the time we're looking to get under the clock at 1:24. She's got some time and she's got the distance. Has she got enough left in her? 1:33.30 is what we're looking to go under. She smashes it. 1:30.41.
Great running from all of our under 17 para finalists. A great stage for the para athletes to showcase their talents, and really impressive running. PBs almost across the field here for our para competitors in the 400 metres. We'll crunch the numbers, and the Athletics Australia or Australian athletics officials will calculate the percentages to formulate the medalists. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on 7+, brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. This is day 2 of the Australian Junior Athletics Championships. We'll be back in just a moment with plenty more. Welcome back live. Pictures here from Perth at the WA Athletics Stadium. It's day 2 action of the Australian National Athletics Championships. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you may be watching. And we've just seen completed the under-17 women's para 400 metre final. And we can see the percentages have now just started to arrive on the screen.
It looked like could be Atkin, and I'm just saying looked in because just waiting confirmation. Looks like Atkin has got the high percentage, 89.53. Looks like she'll be the gold medalist, I think. Then it will be Schultz the silver, and then it will be Pearson the bronze. If my eyes doesn't deceive me, that we'll all have to just wait and check on that classifications and all the results and percentages. But to my eye, that's how it looks like it has gone.
So as Ethan mentioned, the times get crunched against world records, and there's a specific formula to calculate the percentage for the medals. There's Cowan. He is a young West Australian. Michael Cowan competes in the T38 category, which is for athletes who are classed with a diagnosis of cerebral palsy. And he's arrived on the athletic scene in fine spirit. He does the jumps, he does the throws, he does the track. He's a ball of energy and an absolute excitement machine. He trains with the Danny Kavan Kinetic Track Squad. They're very active in the social media, have a really strong philosophy of inclusion amongst their athletes. They've got para-athletes and able-bodied athletes in the training group. And Danny Kavan doing some great job with Michael Cowan. He'll run here in lane 6 for WA. Just about set. So a little bit of unsteadiness. We'll reset from the inside. It's Lucas Crowley, T35, Toby Morgan, T43, Daniel Phillips, T20, Ethan Odell, T20, Michael Cowan, T38, and Xavier Wilson in the T12. So just the green card from the starting team. So just a warning, we'll reset. And we go down again. Crowley, Morgan, Phillips, Odell, Michael Cowan, the West Australian in 6, and Wilson in 7. And we're off and racing in the 400 metres. Bursting out of the blocks is the Queenslander, Daniel Phillips. He competes in the T20 classification, and he started really well. He's down the back straight, accelerating nicely. Xavier Wilson out in lane 7, also having a good run. He competed here at the championships last year. He ran 1:08 that day in the T12 competition, and he started nicely out in lane 7. Toby Morgan from New South Wales in lane 3. He has 2 splints that he wears on his legs, and he's looking to go under at that 136 mark. But line honours looking likely for the Queenslander. Daniel Phillips has run a really strong first 300 metres, and he'll turn for home. In front, coming through, is Morgan and Crowley, and Ethan Odell of New South Wales also having a good run. But here's our line honours Queenslander in Daniel Phillips. He's going to stop the clock under 60 seconds. That's a good run from him. Pretty close to his PB. Charging home now is Xavier Wilson, who ran 1:08 at the Nationals last year. He's in and around that again this year. In lane 5, Ethan Odell crosses the line in the T20. And now we've got the Victorian, Lucas Crowley, T35. He's under 129, his PB. He's going to be well under it. He is. Good running from Lucas Crowley. And here's Michael Cowan in the Kinetic Track Squad stable. He loves to jump, throw and run, the young fella. And in lane 3, Toby Morgan. Well done to Toby Morgan, who has completed in 1:37.91. Our para under 15 400 metre final is run and done.
What a fantastic performance, Travis, and just so inspirational just seeing all these para athletes take to the track, isn't it? And what a quick time that we just saw. I mean, that shocked me, Travis. I wasn't expecting that, and I think a few other people were just a bit shocked. A sub 60-second race. All the times will be, of course, calculated and then worked out based off the percentages of the world record, but still it's going to be pretty hard to beat, and I reckon it'll be really close to his world record for the age group that he's in.
Absolutely, that was really impressive running from the Queenslander, Daniel Phillips.
Yeah. So 59.47, then Xavier Wilson, 1:10.43, Ethan Odell, 1:11.66, and they're just the times that I've got at the moment. But Daniel Phillips, wow. So he came in, pretty sure that's a second faster than what he was coming in with a personal best of 59.48 was what he has got on roster. 59.47 was what he was just able to run. So there's the confirmed result. So yep, it looks like it will be Daniel Phillips that will receive the gold medal. Then in second it will be Xavier Wilson, and then third. So third overall was Ethan Odell, but looks like Lucas Crowley will get the bronze medal because he's got a percentage of 65.50. So that, to my eyes, how it worked.
Really tight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For bronze.
Not a lot, only 0.11%.
Maths. Sensational as always, Ethan. Dan Phillips, that'll give him really a lot of confidence for his para career. So we've got the under-17 paras up next. Thomas McGuff will run in lane 2. He won this event. Well, he won the under-15 400 metres last year. He's got plenty of pace. There he is. Tom McGuff competes in the T38 category. McGoff, excuse me. He won the 100 and the 200 metres at the National Championships under 15 para in Adelaide last year, and he'll run again from lane 2. Has an impressive PB of 58.30. He ran 60.52. Archie Dixon, the Tasmanian, he has really improved this year. 56.30, wow. His best. He ran 58.81 at the National Championships last year, Archie Dixon, the Tasmanian, to win the under-15 title. So he'll step up a couple of age groups. Jaden Graham in the T20, Heath Otto, T37 from Queensland, and Cody Wrench, the New South Welshman. There he is, ready to go. Cody Wrench, 101.60, his best. So it's going to be an interesting race. We've got a couple of athletes here running in the same category. Harry White, Jaden Graham, and Cody Wrench all competing in the T20 category. Then we've got a couple of T38s in McGoff and Dixon. So interesting to see how this unfolds. Scene is set. We're array and racing in the under-17 para 400 metre final, and Thomas McGuff in lane 2, the Victorian, has started really nicely. He took out the 100 and the 200 at the National Championships last year, and he's putting that pace on display. Up against him in lane 4 is the Tasmanian, who also competes in the T38. So down the back straight, McGuff and Dixon are going stride for stride really nicely. The Queenslander, Otto and Graham, are running well out in the outside lane. Jaden Graham, the Queenslander in the T20 category, is looking for line honours here, and you'll find himself at the top of the WA Athletics Stadium straight in front. The Tasmanian Archie Dixon, who was the under-15 400 metre champ last year in Adelaide, is also putting in the paces. But it's the Queenslander, Graham, looking for line honours here. He's accelerating away nicely, and he'll hold his form to the line. That's a good run. He'll win. Cody Wrench second across the line. Then it's the Tasmanian Archie Dixon, Harry White, He's coming across the line now. Tom McGuff was fourth across the line, and then it's further followed by Heath Otto, and Thomas Carano is striding strongly. He'll be looking to go around that 1:15.16 mark, and he does. So terrific running from our under-17 para competitors. We'll crunch the numbers. Jaden Graham, he was fast from the outset and was able to get line honours.
What a run from McGuff. He had a person best coming into this of 58.30. Looks to have well and truly smashed that. We know that they still have got the percentages to crunch, but it is going to be hard to beat. Just coming down the home straight, he did look really calm and really cruisy. I think he ran a great race. He knows that the 400 metres is all about energy conservation and picking when to dispense and disperse your energy, and he was able to do that so well. And coming into the home straight, he just looked to be in complete control. And also, I was impressed by Archie Dixon. I thought he also was able to run a race similar to McGuff, where he knew what he had to do and he put himself in a good position. Third across the line, I believe. We'll wait for the official results to come out, and they have. Archie Dixon, 56.64. Cody Wrench, 56.14, and Jaden Graham, 55.16, smashed his PB of 58.30.
Results just coming through, Ethan, and the percentages are now just being assembled. Archie Dixon, 87.09, and then pretty tight, Thomas McGuff, 86.36, Jaden Graham, 84.95%. But for Archie Dixon, just looking at his time from last year at the Nationals, he ran 58.81, and today he's run 56.64. So great improvement for him in 12 months.
2 seconds
running.
Is hard to take off a 400.
Absolutely. So well done to Archie Dixon, the Tasmanian. So going well here, Ethan, on day 2, approaching 12:45. We've got plenty of action still to come on the track and also in the field. But we're going to take a short break, Ethan, because it's getting into the afternoon session of athletics. We've got plenty of big finals still to come. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Talking to myself, will I see again? Is it real now? Could you be
Well, we continue on the theme of...
Oh, perfect. 3 West Australians very happy with the national championships. Martha McClement, Shakala Naria and Aronchi on the just on the right-hand side. All those girls getting ready for their next event, which is shot put, I believe, in the under-15 girls heptathlon. Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium. Just 28 degrees we are at. Cloud just started to make itself known. Just a bit of cloud cover over the stadium at the moment. Ethan Quillivan and Travis Jenkins with you. You would have just seen in the break that we are proudly brought to you by Chemist Warehouse, and I'm delighted to say that Chemist Warehouse has signed on for 5 years, and they will be with us all the way into the end of 2029. Chemist Warehouse supporting the future development of both the sport and athletes from a grassroots level right the way through to the elite arena. You can save on your prescriptions year-round at Chemist Warehouse. Head online or look at the Chemist Warehouse prescription price list in-store to see how much you can save. Chemist Warehouse is here for all of your discounting prescriptions every day.
The West Australians watch on in the heptathlon. Great advantage hosting the national championships in your home state. You get to sleep in your own bed, you get to eat your own food. It is a big advantage for the home state. Now here's White Hill right on cue. Ethan's man, he'll be pretty happy with that, Ethan. You would think. White Hill, we're at 2 meters 80. He's gone a lot higher than that before, but he'll be pretty happy to get that pole vault. Sometimes you can take the risk of not actually passing a height in the pole vault, these young athletes. So
particularly because they are so young, they don't have a lot of experience in pole vault, so it is such a technical event. Sometimes the technicalities of it can just be a bit too overwhelming at this competition stage and scenario. So for White Hill, be a good relief to get over 280, get some points on the board, and that will be the feeling that will be going around camp. And just having a look at how that under 18 boys decathlon is going. White Hill is leading, and after their sixth event I should say, White Hill was on 5,166 points. He's got a big buffer between him and Dylan Gardiner, who was on 4,324 points. Ricky Carter is in third on 4,252 points. So that is just the standings at the moment for that under 17 boys under 18 I should say. Let's speak about the under 17 boys decathlon. Connor Brady, it's almost a 1,000 point gap between him and second. Connor Brady is from New Zealand, that should be mentioned. So leading the national championship is Zach Sanderson, but Connor Brady is on 5,044 points. Zach Sanderson is on 4,073 points, and Thomas Gardiner, he is on 4,065 points. And then in the bronze medal position at the moment, although fourth overall, is Thompson Fraser, who is on 4,046 points. That's a look at how decathlon is going.
Brady with a good clearance. Yep. Ethan just gave it a little bit of a nudge, but
that's all right.
Man from Wolfman.
Well, we've seen it a few times today where a few of them gave the bar a nudge and it just wobbled up and down. So the bar is doing well to hold up there. I think I said there'd be some super glue on there before, Trav, and at one stage that's what it did look like.
So Ong, the Victorian, will be next to attempt 3 metres. There's the view. Great shot of what lies ahead for the Victorian. And you can actually see if he got over that. I think he did. Yep. White flag goes up. It was almost a little bit casual. I was expecting a bit more of a somersault. No, he's over. Here's Hill again, 3 metres.
So they're moving through this quickly, actually.
There's obviously a few boys who are just waiting to, because I can see there's only 4 who have entered the competition here. So I think a few might just be waiting for the bar just to go up a little bit higher. It's early days. So Wyatt Hill is just looking to get a couple of confidence boosters in the bag. It's probably a good idea because you don't want to leave it too late and not get a clearance. So here he goes, 3 metres. He's in the gold medal, the defending champ. Good clearance too. He throws the pole back to where it came from. And he's all business, isn't he, Wyatt Hill? Big day of competition for our decathletes. They've just got the javelin and the 1500 metres. I say just, loosely. Heptathlon continues. We'll have a look here if we can just get you a little bit of an update overall in the standings.
So this is day 1 of their competition. They started off with the hurdles and got an update in the under 15 girls heptathlon. So after their second event, because they are up to shot put at the moment, it was Tamai, I should say, Shizrom, who was leading with a point score of 1,554. Tilly or Jacko Pettit is in second with a with a combined scores, I should say, 1,539, and Martha McClements is in third with 1,508 points. That's a look at the under 15s, and for the under 16s, it is Sienna Atkins who is leading on 1,770 points. Then Chloe Taylor is in second on 1,685, and Ilaria Cole is on third with 1,616. So that's a look at how our heptathlon athletes are going after 2 events as they're gearing up for their third event of the day.
Just seen Sanjana Aya throw the put. Scarlett Kutsugiannis will be next from Victoria. Good throw from Aya. She's moved up into second overall in this event. 9:36 her throw there for Sanjana. Terrific putting. Now the Victorian with her first throw. Kutsugiannis. Nice throw from Scarlett. That looks to be pushing that 10-metre barrier, but the red flag goes up for Scarlett. She'll reset, as we will, Ethan, because we have got some big finals not too far away, Ethan. I'm looking forward to seeing the 2 lappers join us shortly on the track here. Hope you're enjoying your coverage. We'll be back shortly. And welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium in Perth. We're watching Naria of Western Australia in the heptathlon shot put. And white flag goes up for Naria. There's been plenty of action out in the field, Ethan. Number 13, long jump final has just been completed. Congratulations to Obina Okiki from Queensland, who has won the competition. Anson Vella has taken home silver, and Arul Raj from New South Wales the bronze. So back to shot put action, under 15 and under 16 heptathlon shot put running concurrently. And to the top of the second round. We will be returning back to the track very shortly, Ethan, because we've got some 2-lap heats to work our way through. The under 13 800 metres. There will be a couple of heats here for the under 13 girls. Be to just see how some of these juniors are tracking into their very short and brief careers, their first taste of track and field national competition for many of them. And for WA, a couple of representatives, Kayla Tanati and Skylar Boshoff, they've been battling it out together for most of the year. Liana Titley of Queensland, Jemima Pun of New South Wales, Emma Shields of New South Wales, and Sarah Hickey of New South Wales.
Should be good. Top 3 will go into the final automatically, then the next 3 fastest athletes based off time. So not a whole heap of athletes in this race, so qualifying might be a bit easier. Then on the flip, it might just be a little bit harder. It'll be really tight and really competitive. We are almost just ready to go.
Yeah, looking through the field, Ethan, there isn't a lot separating personal bests, only 2 or 3 seconds. Quite often you do see big personal bests at major championships like this, and this is the biggest on the calendar. It's the National Championships. It's the main event of the track and field year, and we're underway in a couple of heats of 800 metre action. It's the under 13 women to kick us off here this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you may be watching. Liliana Titley from Queensland is in lane 2. She'll just merge in and just settle about midfield. Deciding to take up the running is Skylar Boshoff, who's wearing hip number 6. Emma Shields of New South Wales, in fact, will take up the running. She has the fastest personal best in the field at 2:19.67. There are 2 heats. The first 3 will qualify automatically, and then the next 3 fastest. So, Ethan, the qualification, it looks simple on paper, but you've still got to get the job done.
And particularly at the moment, Trav, it's a bit difficult because they've all been able to bunch up into a pack. And just coming into the home straight, Shields has just got the lead from Pun, who was behind her. And then there's a couple of West Australians that are lurking. Tenardi's one of them. Pushing through on the inside is Hickey as they make their way through for the first lap. And hearing the bell first is going to be Shields.
So Shields on the inside running has had a nice run, but Pun just decides to take the lead, and she'll set sail for home. The Queenslander, Liliana Titley, she's running there in the Queensland colours out in lane 2. She's got Skylar Boshoff just on her inside. So through the back straight we run, and Jemima Pun of New South Wales, PB coming in of around about 2 minutes 24, is striding out strongly down the back straight. Sarah Hickey of New South Wales has moved up into second, and Emma Shields is in third. So New South Wales 1, 2, 3 looking to qualify automatically. The challenge in 4th place is coming from Kayla Tanati of Western Australia, followed further back by Titley and Boshoff. So at the 150, and Jemima Pun made her move at the bell, and she's looking strong. The challenge now starting to come from Sarah Hickey, but Pun responds to that challenge nicely and is just accelerating away slightly from this field. So Jemima Pun will be first up into the final. Sarah Hickey in second, and Emma Shields has run well to finish in third, but Pun is our winner. Hickey second, followed by Shields. Good finish there from the Queenslander in Titley, followed closely by Tanati and Boshoff. So no doubt about our winner, Jemima Punt, is into the final. She'll be pretty happy to get that run out of the way. 2:22.13 her time. Sarah Hickey has finished in second, and Emma Shields will secure that third automatic qualification. All running PBs here in the heat, so fantastic running from our under 13 women. Their first taste of national competition, and for Jemima Punt, it's a good experience.
It was a great experience, Trav, and it was so tight, wasn't it? Particularly at the bell, they were just all sort of bunched together. They did begin to separate as they heard the bell and swung around where the start-finish line is, but Pun was able to make the most of it. Trav, as we're about to get ready for heat number 2 of this 800 metres, and if it's as good as heat 1, I'm excited for that.
So keep an eye on those decathletes too, who are competing just in front of the main grandstand here. So heat number 2, first 3. 6 competitors here, and if the first heat is anything to go by, it will be important to run pretty close to your best here. Ella Masiello, 2:21.40. So we're underway in the second heat, first 3, and then the next 3 fastest times will go through into the final. From the inside, Brooklyn McWilliams of New South Wales has started with plenty of confidence and dash. He'll take up the running at the merge, drifting over nicely, West Australian Amelia Barnes. Then in third, now moving through, is Ella Masiello, who's been in good form here in Western Australia, and she's just going to settle into her running just in front of the Victorian in Ava McGowan. So fast early, much quicker than the first heat, because a lot of the competitors here will want to secure that non-automatic qualification, and it's been a good start by our New South Wales visitor in Brooklyn McWilliams.
Yeah, McWilliams has taken it out really hard in the opening stages, and Barnes has just latched to her. They've just begun to mellow the pace as they come through with only 50 to go on this lap, Trav. But looks like McWilliams has decided that she doesn't want anyone near her. Barnes is looking to be in a pretty comfortable position at the moment. And then behind them it is McGowan, and then just challenging McGowan and moving past her is Marcello as they make their way through with 3:60 to go.
It's going to be tight for that third automatic qualification. There's a couple of West Australians who will be battling it out with the Victorian in Ava McGowan. So down the back straight we head. A little bit of a breeze just assisting our runners here in the west this afternoon. And it's looking really impressive running. That's the battle for third we can see on the pictures. Ella Masiello just starts to go past McGowan and just try and get into that third position at the 200. So away we go with 200 metres to run. Top 3 to go through. Ava McGowan will have a bit of work to do now. She's sitting in 4th position. Our leader though is Brooklyn McWilliams of New South Wales and Amelia Barnes of Western Australia, hot on her heels. You can see the challengers just behind in Masiello and McGowan just trying to draw in these leaders, and they are doing a good job of it too. McWilliams will have to fight down the home straight because there's a fast finishing Ella Masiello. She's timing this run to absolute perfection, the West Australian. She'll tuck in there in 2nd position. McWilliams will go through. Masiello has run nicely for 2nd. 3rd will be Amelia Barnes. McGowan will just have to wait and see on the non-automatics, along with Pitout and Farfaglia.
Well, what a great race, and well done to Amelia Barnes. She was able to hold on to that 3rd spot. She just got overtaken by Masiello in the final stages, and Barnes knew that she'd done enough to secure a spot in the final because the top 3 were able to go through into the final automatically. But McWilliams, certainly the star in that race, would have taken it out of them a little bit more than Heat 1 would have. So it'd been interesting to see how these athletes recover for the finals, because sometimes we can see these races are determined by how quick people went in the heats. But no, well done to McWilliams, Barnes, and then Masiello, all through to the final automatically. It's set to be a great final.
It sure will be, Ethan. They'll rest up. Ella Masiello, she left herself a bit of work to do on that 2nd lap, but she was able to remain composed, and she'll book her place into the final. So we'll continue through, rolling through the field. events. Tathlon shot put the under 15 and under 16s on screen now.
Perth, it's Australia's sunniest capital, consistently rated one of the world's most livable cities.
And official confirmation is coming through following those 800 metres. Martha McClements had a good opening couple of events, as Ethan touched on earlier, up in the medal possibilities.
Yeah, she was in third at last count after 2 events.
See how she goes here in the put.
Plenty of day trip options easily accessible from the city too, and swimming with the wild dolphins in Rockingham, cruising the canals of Mandurah, and admiring the limestone spires and pinnacles of Nambulla National Park. Plenty happening here. We'll talk about Lingaloo Reef as well, World Heritage, linguistic Lingaloo Reef.
It's nice for the West Australians just to have a little bit of camaraderie in the heptathlon. Shakala Naria, she goes to St Mary's Anglican Girls' School here in WA, and she was plucked out of school competition to come and join athletics because she was dominating in the school circuit, and not only is she a great heptathlete but fantastic over the 1, 2 and 400 as well.
Let's look at our pole vault. I'll be able to give you an update on how our pole vault competition is going. We have got the Decathlon pole vault. Height of the bar is at 3 metres 30, and for the under 17s, only one person, and Connor Brady, has been able to clear it so far. And that was for final A. For final B, no one's been able to clear that for the under 17s. And then having a look at the under 18s, White Hill, he has been able to clear 3 metres 20 on his first attempt, so we will be seeing him over 3:30 in just a few moments. So it looks like we could be down to the last couple in that pole vault competition. 3:30 I should say, might be the limit for some of them. But there's Hill, the competition leader for the under 18s, height of the bar 3 metres 30. He's been working on pole vault very hardly. He was able to clear his last height at 3 metres 20 on his first attempt. It's all O's at the moment. 3 metres on his first, 3 metres 10 on his first, 3:20 on his first. What does 3:30 have in store? It's clear. Whitehill goes over 3 metres 30 on his first attempt. Just continuing to add some very valuable points. He'll be locked in, as he says, as we are just almost ready to go for the next 800 metres. And just the previous 800 metres is on your screen right now. Quick summation. Brooklyn McWilliams 2:20.94. Gemma Pun 2:22.13. Amelia Barnes 2:23.25. See that top 3 fastest out of the heats all came from heat number 2. And it's going to be the same principles that are about to apply for the under 14 boys 800 metres. It will be, and when I say the same principles, I mean qualifying for the final. So it will be the top 3 fastest in each heat that go through, and then the next 3 fastest will go into the final based off time after all the heats are done. So there's a look at the under 18 men's 800 metres heat 1. Seeing there's any returning medalists that will go in this race.
Yeah, I was just watching that, Ethan. It looks like they've been stacked in the second heat, so a good opportunity here for these young men to secure their spot in the final. Isaac Zarika and Thomas Naden out in lane 9 will share the lane together. So the West Australian Rory McDermott will run in lane 6. You'll see him centre of picture. Isaac Zarika, he's been in good form this year, 2:04.50. He'll be the extreme outside. He's in lane 9. Let's see how we go here for the boys under 14 heat 1. A couple of heats to go in the under 14. Boys will have 3 through, and then the next 3 fastest. The fastest on paper, Isaac Sarika from New South Wales in the extreme outside lane 9. He's sharing that lane with Tom Naden of the ACT, so he'll just drift over now and take up his running around about 3rd or 4th spot, because the Queenslander Lockie Frolich has decided to take up the running with Fred Quilty of Victoria, and the pace just quite comfortable at the moment. Archer Spackman of Victoria also is up in contention, followed closely by Frederick Quilty, and then a little bit further back, the Queenslander in Dylan Reid. So Frolich from Queensland leads it. Quilty on his heels, just looking down, just making sure the shoes are still on, and they are. He's looking good. And Archer Spackman ready to pounce there in 3rd.
Clearly, Travis, we need to invest in orange shoes because that's what's going on at the moment. Zarika has done a great race. So too Naden. Naden has been able to move himself up from 6th spot into 3rd. He's just behind Quilty and then Frolich, who are leading with 350 metres to go. Top 3 into the final, Trav, and at the moment it's close.
So the Queenslander now just puts a little bit of space on Fred Quilty, the Victorian. Then the ACT athlete just drifting now back into 4th spot. And also Zarika now just starts to make his move and try and push up into 3rd. You can see him there with the big long locks in 3rd place. There he is. He's got the Victorian in Archer Spackman just on his outside. And then it is the second of the Queenslanders in Lockie Frolich leading the way though. Frolich has opened up a nice little lead. Challenge from Zarika, Quilty, and also Spackman, the Victoria. Top 3 to go through automatically. You can see things are just starting to heat up. There's a bit of looking left and right. The Victorian on the inside just looks to get through on Frolich, but he's going to respond nicely. The Queenslander, Quilty, will finish in 2nd, and then it'll be Zarika 3rd. So really tight on the line for spots in this final, but it looks like the favourites have gone through. Zarika was 2nd across the line nicely, and Lockie Frolich books his place into the final. 2:11.33. It's quick running to make it through to a national final, but the job done for Lockie of Queensland.
Well, it all came down to who had the better burst at the end, and Frolich and Quilty were able just to storm away. Coming into the home straight, they were the leaders, Trav, and they were just surrounded by about 4 or 5 others, and we knew it was going to be close. Were they going to take on the challengers on the outside running? Going to try to cut them off, but Frolich and Quilty said, I'm not going to give you any options, and just ripped home down the home straight. So well done to them. Both into the final alongside Zarika. 2:11.31 for Frolich, 2:11.32 for Quilty, and 2:11.65 for Zarika.
So it's good running from our under 14 men as we return back to Heptathlon shot put. Leah of New South Wales into the circle. And red flag on this occasion. So heat number 2 for the men. Will contain a few of the favourites, including the medalists from the championships last year. So we're underway in heat 2 of the under 14 800 metres, and things will start to heat up very shortly because spots are going to be a little bit hard to come by here for our men and women. So New South Wales dominating at the moment, top 5 positions, and leading it out nicely is Matthew Faulkner, who has been in good form so far. Isaac Robinson from New South Wales also right up in contention. He's sitting in 2nd spot, and Beatty, Cameron Beatty, leading out his New South Wales teammates. The West Australian starting to make a bit of a move too in Jack Can. So top 3 to go through, and it's Matthew Faulkner, Cameron Beatty, and Nathaniel Barrett all battling it out here At the bell, it's Cameron Beatty leading the way, and he'll set sail for home. He's running really nicely, Cameron Beatty. He's got his teammates all around him. They're probably just making dinner plans at the moment because it's looking pretty comfortable. Isaac Robinson moves into second. Now, Nathaniel Barrett in third place. Now the speed just starts to intensify. The West Australian Jack Cans is trying to stick with this group of New South Welshmen. It's like a training drill for them at the moment. It's going to get a little bit more serious shortly because 5 doesn't go into 3. Cameron Beatty, who's been impressive the whole way along, needs to just stay strong now. Matt Faulkner, he's currently there in about 4th position. He'll be looking to secure that spot. So it's Beatty, Robinson and Barrett doing it nicely in front. The pace now just starts to intensify. Barrett on the outside. Beatty holding strong for now. Beatty is going to come down and he's going to take line on us here in front of Robinson and Barrett. So New South Wales 1, 2, 3. Faulkner has finished in 4th place, then closely followed by Finn O'Connell. So New South Wales absolutely dominant in the second heat here, Ethan, and that will mean New South Wales will be looking pretty impressive for 800 metre finals. We're going to take a quick break from the WA Athletic Stadium. We'll be back right after this short message.
Welcome back. Perfect timing for this Heat 1 of the under-18 women's 800 metres. Top 2 to go into the final automatically. Watch for Billy Richardson. She is the All-Schools champion, and recently she was able to run a 2:07, and she's found herself with the lead as they start to make the cut in. Just behind her is Tenardi. Tenardi's coming through on the inside and just overtaking her. And then Ross has moved really well in the opening stages, and then they're being challenged on the outside. Lee has put herself into intention with 200 metres into the race. It is being led still by Tenardi and Richardson. Those two have been able to draw level with each other with 130 metres to go on this lap. They will come into the home straight with the advantage, and then the challengers from New South Wales are going to present themselves as they come into the home straight. It is being led by Tenardi, Richardson just behind her, and then just sitting behind them is Hallam, and then Hallam has Linoam on her outside, and then Lee is also right there. Then behind them, that is where we see Little, and then it is going to be Ramboya who is next through. So at the bell, it is being led by Richardson. She's been able to move past Tenardi and take the lead. They are the leaders with 3:50 remaining. And then on the inside behind them, it is Hamlin. Then Lee and Linorn are next through. Little's behind them, then Ramboa. So down the back straight, that's where Richardson decides that she's going to step away from Tenardi. Tenardi's behind her by 10 metres, and the gap continues to grow as Richardson continues to power down the back straight. Tenardi's in second. Little's been able to catch up to the rest of the field. Hamlin trying to slip through and break past Little, but Little is able to break past her. And with 150 metres to go, it is being led by Richardson. And have a look at Little. Little wants that second spot. She doesn't want to have to wait for times. She's going to challenge Tenardi into the home straight. Richardson will get the top spot. There's no doubting that. Who's going to get second? Little has drawn level with Tenardi. Tenardi's fighting back. Little fights harder. She goes into second spot. Richardson's into the final, and she's going to be joined by Little. Richardson and Little are in 2:14.06, and then next across the line, that was, in fact, Tenardi, who will wait on times. Great race. Richardson set it up right from the go. Little just so fatigued, and Richardson and Little, where was she at the bell? She was in about 6, and then she was able to storm home, and down the back straight, she was making moves, and then just around the bend, that's when she was able to challenge Tenardi. But that is heat number 1 done. There's 3 of them. Next up is going to be just as tight to get that automatic spots into the final. Only the top 2 are going into the final, of course, and then it is going to be the next 3 fastest. Doesn't look like we've got any returning medalists in heat 2, so just leaves it a bit more open. We're just having a look at our pentathlon shot put competition. Get you an updated result list on that for the under. So this is for the under 15s. It was, and they have just concluded actually. So it is Lucia Zagora who was able to win by 8 centimetres, 11.09 to Alexis Hami, 11.01, and Scarlett Kotsoganis was able to come in third, 9 metres 89, as they have finished round number 3. And then for the under 16s, it is Sienna Adkins who won that shot put competition, 12.20, Lexi Brown 10.74, and Sienna Geck 10.63. So that is a look at the heptathlon competition that is going on as we are gearing up, ready to go for heat number 2 of the women's 800 metres. Same rules as before, only the top 2 will go into the final automatically. And Salter reacted really well to the gun on the inside. Plummer is moving well in the early stages. Connolly is moving just ahead of her. It is Pickup that is the early leader, and Potter and Plummer and Connolly on the inside have run well in the opening 100 metres. They're going to set them up in a strong position. Pickup is just behind them. Connolly moving through. She's sandwiched between Potter and Pickup, and she's able to break clear in the first 200 metres. It is going to be Connolly that leads at the 200 metres from Pickup, and then it is behind her that we see Potter, and then just making her presence felt in this 200 metres. She's been able to swing wide is Plummer, and she has gone from 4th spot into 3rd as they come into the home straight for the first time. Connolly wearing the different coloured long socks. She's hard to miss. She's got the lead. Pickup behind her. She's just drawn level actually with 4:50 to go. And then it is Plummer who is just ahead of Potter. So it's a New South Wales WA affair. Only 2 will get into the final automatically. And here we go at the bell. Pickup decides she's going to increase her speed. She moves past Connolly. Then behind her is Plummer, and she's just leaving behind Potter. But Potter is just not letting her get that far out in front. She's deciding to reel her in with 320 metres to go. Pickup goes down the back straight with the lead. Then it is Connolly. It's a gap of 5 metres. Plummer is behind her. And then it is Potter. 2:50 to go. Top 2 into the final automatically. We've got an idea for who it will be, but will it plan out? And come out like that. It is Pickup that is leading, but have a look at Plummer. Plummer makes a move with 200 to go. She moves past Connolly, and then Potter is moving with her. It is Pickup that has got the advantage, but here comes Plummer, and then Potter. She was in fourth. She's been able to swing wide with 120 to go, and she'll come into the home straight with the lead. Will she hold it? She's looking powerful as they come into the home straight. Plummer's joining her. It's Plummer and Potter that are separating away from the field. Who's going to get first and second? Potter's just ahead of Plummer. Then back in third it is Connolly, and it will be Potter that gets line honours and goes into the final. Pickup will join her, and then Connolly behind her, 2:14.58.
Good running from the West Australian. It's been a West Australian dominant performance so far in the 800 metres for under 14 women. First, second and third in heat 1, and then taking out heat number 2 through Potter. 2:14.57 is her time. Ella Plummer is confirmed second, 2:15.14. Rosie Connolly third across the line. She has the little Q next to her name, Rosie Connolly, at 2:16.31. She'll have to wait and see how this next heat unfolds, but for Potter, she continues the WA run in this under 14 800 metres, and Ella Plummer joins her in the final.
The under 13 national champion from last year, so looking forward to seeing what she's able to do. Billy Richardson, I mentioned before in the first heat that she is the all schools champion. She's also the national silver medalist from last year. So we've already got a few medalists that have made their way back in, and Zara Smith, she's going to be racing from lane number 9. She is the under 13 bronze medalist from last year, so watch for her. But they've been great 800 metre heats so far. I wouldn't blame you for mistaking them for finals, because they've been run with such competitive nature.
Absolutely.
It has been great to watch.
Yeah, and Billy Richardson, I mean, on paper, she's come in with a 2:07 that she dropped a couple of weeks ago here in Perth domestically. Zara Smith, the Victorian here in lane 9, bronze medalist from the championships last year, will be one to watch. Good to see there she is closest to us in lane 9. She'll have to merge over at the 100 metres, so she'll be hoping to set it up early with a good start. Let's see how we go.
And they get away cleanly, and it was on the outside that you see Yadva from Queensland reacting to the gun well. Doyle has been able to fly past her. Smith on the outside is running well. It is Doyle that leads them into the back straight, and then Hamilton is attaching on to them. At the cut-in, it is going to be Doyle that has got the lead, but look at Yadav. She's just pie-passing Doyle, and she's gone into the lead 200 metres into the race. Hamilton is back in fourth spot. Just ahead of her in third, it is Smith, and Smith is approaching Doyle. It is Yadav who is still leading with 150 metres to go, and then Doyle's just on the inside of her. Smith behind them, then it is Hamilton behind those, and Ward is just fitting into fifth spot at the moment, but she's been challenged by Hyde, so it's close as they come into the home straight.
I've just been watching Zara Smith, the Victorian. You can see her there just settling nicely into third. She's on a really controlled first lap, and I've been really impressed by her. Also, Sophie Doyle, the Queenslander, she looks ready to make a move as we approach the bell.
Hamilton has got the lead from Yadav. Yadav is fighting strong, so too is Smith behind her, and then making herself into a contender is McHenry. She's just back in fifth. Doyle is ahead of her in fourth. Down the back straight, it is Hamilton that has got the lead. Smith is sitting in second, but Yadav is challenging her. She's on the shoulder. Smith just clearing away. Hamilton is being pressured by them. It is Smith and Yadav that is challenging Hamilton. Hamilton's looking strong. 200 metres to go. Hamilton's put herself in a fantastic position, and Smith is moving away with her. It's Hamilton and Smith that have broken clear with 150 to race. Then it is Yadav behind her in third, and catching up to her from WA is McHenry, and Doyle's still racing well. And into the home straight, it is going to be Hamilton with Smith just behind her, only 5 metres or so. Yadav's going to try to catch up to him. So too is going to be the challenger, Hyde, on the inside, but it is going to be Hamilton who wins and goes into the final, and Smith is going to accompany her.
Well done from the nation's capital, the ACT. Elsie Hamilton into the final. She had to work pretty hard in that last lap because the Victorian Zara Smith was pushing for a good finish and very tight for thirds. Results just starting to come through now. Hamilton confirmed the winner. Smith, the big Q next to her name. Lucia Yadav from Queensland with a 2:16.07. Looks to have just snuck into the final. It's starting to heat up here in the West. Hope you're enjoying the action. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back after this short message. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, because it is now time for the under-17 800-metre final, one of the big events on the program for these 5 days of junior championships. Alexander Brain is in lane 1 from Victoria, Luke Unwin, Queensland in 2, Lockie Fain, New South Wales in 3, Caleb Benson, the West Australian, who was 4th last year, will be in 4, Oscar Wright, the Victorian, fastest qualifier, fastest PB. He won the 1500 metres at the National Championships. Oscar Wright, he'll be in the Victorian colours. Tom Nealon, the first of the big Queenslanders. Alex Butler on his outside. And then it's Lachlan Thomas from Victoria. And the New Zealander, Max McGregor, out wide.
So we don't have any returning gold medalist from the National Championships, Trav, but we do have Luke Unwin, who's wearing hip 2. He got the silver medal last year, and Wright got the silver medal at the National All Schools Championships.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be an absolute ripper. It's the 800-metre championship of Australia. Gold, silver and bronze up for grabs. And it's Luke Unwin of Queensland who has decided to take up the running. The silver medalist from the National Championships looking to upgrade to the gold this year. He'll settle in front. Oscar Wright has had a good first 150. He'll settle into second. Lockie Fain from New South Wales was impressive in the heat. He's just drifting back a little bit now. He's just been checked and has rocked back into about 6th place. Thomas Nealon, the Queenslander, the big, tall, striding Queenslander, is looking comfortable. He's got Wright, the Victorian, and Thomas, the second of the Victorians, also right there on their hammer. Ethan, an exciting start to this final.
It is, and it's the two that we expected to be up the front, Unwin and Wright, the two silver medalists, one from the National Championships, one from the All Schools, and it's Wright who just edges clear at the bell.
Thomas Doust looks to set himself. He's just been pushed wide now. The Queenslanders are just trying to bury their way through. It's Nealon who's just using a bit of muscle and a bit of elbow strength. He's just weaved a way through nicely. Oscar Wright matching the challenge will just now start to wind up through the gears. And the New Zealander, Maxi McGregor, with the headband on. He's got the locks in the breeze. He's in third place. Down the back straight we go. Oscar Wright, he looks impressive, doesn't he? He's got 200 metres to run. McGregor, the New Zealander, slotted in nicely. Into second, Neelan, the Queenslander, is in third. And in fourth, it's the second of the Victorians. Down the 150 to go. It's starting to heat up. Wright and McGregor. It's Australia versus New Zealand at the top of the straight. It's Wright just in front. He's running beautifully. He's accelerating away nicely, Oscar Wright. And the Victorian is charging towards a gold medal here in Perth. Oscar Wright, hats off. You're the champion 2025. McGregor, the New Zealander, is second. Across the line, Lachlan Thomas has flashed home beautifully for the second of the Australians. But ladies and gentlemen, Oscar Wright is our national champion for 2025.
He knew what he needed to do at the bell first lap. He just knew what position to get himself into, and he was just able to edge clear at the bell, and then he was able to storm home in the final stages, and a 1:53.74 unofficially. That is an incredibly impressive time, and he was just able in the final stages to move away from McGregor, who was able to run 1:55.18. The confirmed time for Wright, 1:53.71 personal best. Lachlan Thomas, third, 1:55.62.
You look at the replay here, Ethan, and you can see Wright, McGregor really challenged him down the back straight, but he was able just to compose himself. Thomas flashed home nicely for the Australian silver medal, and he looks pretty happy with his time too, 1:53.71 officially. Max McGregor, 1:55.18, 1:55.62 PB for Lockie Thomas, and Thomas Neelan, he'll be the bronze medalist, 1:56.45. It's exciting action here in Perth, and it is about to heat up even more because the under 18 800 metre final, it will be the next on the track. We can see the athletes just moving back to their start position.
Lucas Quiche is running, Trav, and I know you were singing his praises yesterday, and deservingly so. He's going to be racing out of lane at number 7. 1:50.70 is the time to look out for him. He's the fastest athlete on paper, but who knows what could happen. There he is, third from the right.
Yeah, Lucas Quiche, he is just going through his final preparations. He loves Hisham El Garouge. He's been going back over the old tapes and watching some of his racing. His style very similar, just really efficient with his foot contact and beautiful knee drive, Lucas Chiz. So we'll watch out for him. Plenty of other competitors though to enjoy here. Dakota Stewart of Queensland in 1, Samuel Links in 2, and Avery McDermott, the bronze medalist from the championships last year, 1:52.55 he's run. He's in lane 3. Luca Sidorides, the Victorian. Oscar McKeon, also been in good form. He won the 1500 metres at the national championships. He didn't compete in the 800. Brady Ryan in 6, Lucas Quiche 7, Hugh Nucky in 8. And closest to us, Nathaniel Clark, who was just outside the medals last year. He finished 4th. What can he do here? Away we go. We're set, a big one. And we're underway in the under 18 800 metre final. It should be an absolute cracker, ladies and gentlemen, and it is anybody's race. From the inside, Stewart, Links, McDermott, Sidorides, McKeon, Ryan, Quiche, Nucky and Clark. So through the merge, and it will be the Queenslanders heading it out. Stewart and Links. Quiche now just starts to get into his running. He's going to settle in about midfield, and now he just moves to the front now nicely. Lucas Chiz, 1:50.70, his lifetime best. Can he do better here today? Now just seeing the New South Welshman in Clark make a little bit of a move. Samuel Links, the Queenslander, in 3rd, but early on, the champ is looking good, Ethan.
He is. He picked up the gold at the national championships in all schools, so he knows how to win these tough races. Just has a look over his shoulder, sees that he's in a good position, and he's the first to hear the bell. It's quick 55, and Clark is just on his tail, and he's intensifying his pursuit of him.
1:48.97 is the championship record. We'll keep a close eye on the clock, and these 3 young men, gold, silver and bronze, is going to be hard to battle it out. It's Quiche just in front. Clark in second, and moving up nicely now, Oscar McKean, the Queenslander. He's not out of it. He's got his eyes on that silver medal at the moment. Quiche striding beautifully at the 200. The Victorian will have his team behind him with a 180 to go. And Quiche steps away now. He's starting to really accelerate away nicely. Clark and McKean are battling it out for the silver medal, and behind that there is the pack of Queenslanders and Victorians. But ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy this last 50 metres from Lucas Quiche. He's accelerating away. We're looking for that championship record. 148, it's going to be just outside, but he's our champion. He is the national champion, personal best time for our champ. And Lucas Quiche, we applaud you.
We definitely do, Trav. He made a move with 200 metres into, only 100 metres into the race, I should say, and he just found himself in about 5th spot as they made the cut in. Then at the 200 metres, that's when he was able to hook into the lead. And then ever since he got in front, 200 metres in, he didn't look back. And just down that back straight, just that glorious technique, was able to see him break clear and break 150. 149 time. It's not easy to do, and it's been confirmed to a 149.53. Nathaniel Clark 151.26 and Oscar McKean 151.48.
Yeah, well done to Nathaniel Clark. He had a fast finishing Oscar McKean right on his hammer the whole way down the home straight. They were chasing that man though, Lucas Quiche. He came into these championships very highly rated, but he had to get the job done, and he has done beautifully. He's gone back and he's watched the tapes of Hisham El Garouche during the week for a little bit of inspiration, and it's paid off beautifully. He's a real student of the sport, and we look forward to watching his development over the next few years. He's our Australian champ. Nathaniel Clark will be the silver medalist. Oscar McKean will take home bronze.
Fantastic performance. Well done, Lucas. Nathaniel Clark also 151.26. Those are some really quick times.
And Nathaniel Clark, well, Ethan, 4th last year. So
okay,
to come
great
in,
redemption.
Absolutely, to come in and get a medal for him is a really improved. And for everyone watching at home, we've seen it so many times at these championships where athletes haven't made the final, they haven't made the top 3, they've been able to come back the year after, or even 2 or 3 years after, and secure a medal. That's what I love about track and field. You don't give up, you'll get the results.
Spot on, Trav. Couldn't have said it better myself. So next up on the track, it is time for the under-17 women's 800 metre final. The athletes to look out for: Emma Freiger, who's wearing hip number 7, and Violet Owen, who wears hip number 8. So there's the start list. It's Boyd, Campbell, Goodall, Tickle, Schwarz, Knight, Freiger, Owen, and Van der Breggen.
From the heats, Ethan, Emma Freiger was just so impressive. She ran at the Melbourne Invitational, the Maury Plant meet. She was the youngest by 5 years in the field. That experience, I think, just has really helped her along.
Yep.
And seen is set here.
We'll just be called back for the moment.
You can see her there, hip number 7. Freiger, she has a PB of 2:03.37 and really has been the class athlete. She won the 4 and the 8 last year at the national championships. So that endurance might come in handy here in the final straight.
So can she go back to back, or will Violet Owen, one of the challengers, be able to upgrade to a gold medal? And it's a clean start this time, and on the outside it was Freiger, who is the national champion from last year and the all-schools champion, has gone out the hardest. On the inside, Goodall is having a great early stage, and then Owen on the outside is sticking with Freiger. Owen, the silver medalist from the all-schools championships, and the top 3 will look like Freiger, who leads, from Owen in second, and then it is Goodall that is just sitting behind them. Then Van der Breggen is sitting in 4th at the 200 metres, and then behind them is Tickle, who has found herself in 4th spot, but she's just been overtaken by Knight. So Knight goes into that 5th spot, and she's challenging. She's gone past Van Breggen, and she's going to challenge Goodall and to find herself in 3rd spot, but with 500 to go, Freiger is leading.
I really like this start from Freiger. She has been impressive through the heats yesterday, and she has it all before her. She started really nicely. We saw that beautiful acceleration yesterday, Ethan, and I'm looking forward to seeing it again here in the final.
Here we go. The race is on. It's Freyger that is leading from Owen. Then it is Goodall behind them. But the two leaders are Freyger and Owen. The silver medalist from the All Schools Championships is up against the national champion and the All Schools champion. Are they able to replicate the podium like they did at the All Schools Championships? We've got 300 to find out. Freyger has been able to pull away from Owen. Owen's moving with her stride for stride. It's then back in third that we see Knight, and then Van der Breggen is in fourth, and they're being closed in by Schwartz. So 200 metres to go. Freyger has gone into another gear. Owen's moving with her, but Freyger's looking too good with 160 metres to go. Freyger's opened up a gap of 10 metres. Then it is Owen behind her, and then the battle for third. It's close. It's Knight that is just leading it, but into the home straight. It is going to be Freyger who's got a gap of 15 metres. Owen has had a great race. Freyger is looking superb. She's only got 20 metres to race, and she's going to go back to back. Freyger wins gold yet again. Freyger, the national champion, 2:04.59. Wow, Owen second, and who gets third? It's close, but it is going to go to Knight.
Well done, Ethan. Our champ from 2024 becomes in the 2025 record books. Emma Freyger, she competed at the Melbourne Invitational over 800 metres. She was the youngest in the field by 5 years on that night, and it provided plenty of experience for her. She's lowered her PB this season down to a 2:03, and she'll be our national champion for 2025. She didn't have it all her own way though, because Violet Owen mounted a good charge. She'll take home the silver medal, the Tasmanian 2:07.46, a personal best for her. Neela Knight from New South Wales secures bronze. Pippa Schwartz, she battled on down that straight, 2:11.44. She'll be rewarded with a big personal best. Well done to Pippa from New South Wales. A great final, the under 17 800 metres. There's Freyger, Ethan, just...
Yeah. Hard to do going back to back, but she was able to do it. All Schools gold and national champion yet again. She was able to do it in Adelaide. Well done to her. She's been able to go again. There's a look at the time, 2:04.56. Jeez, that was quick. Violet Owen, 2:07.46. And Knight, 2:10.91.
We'll set things up nicely for her over the one lap a little bit later in these championships as well.
Also acknowledging Max McGregor from New Zealand
So,
in second place.
the big finals just
Congratulations to
keep
our medalists.
popping up for us, Ethan. The 800 metre final is the next event on the track for women. We saw the heats yesterday. There is
Thank you so much for that.
nice little flavour of
Here is our women's
all of
under
the
800 metre champion
states of Australia. And
number 1.
really impressive field too, Ethan, as we run through the lineup.
We do, Trav. So on the inside, it will be Amelia Sherrard, who is the national silver medalist from the All Schools Championships. And Anna Colgan will be in 2. 3 is Duke. She ran really well in the qualifying rounds. Then number 4 is Schwalst. Then 5 is Jones. Emmanuel is in 6. Cleveland is in 7, who is the national silver medalist. And then we got Hare in 8, and then Fellberg is racing from lane number 9.
Great opportunity for these ladies, Ethan, with really not a big contingency of previous medal winners here. So I think there is a terrific opportunity for new athletes to get into the record.
Travers, they've just been asked to stand up. A little bit twitchy from Jones in the middle. They get away cleanly, and it's Hare on the outside that started off well. So too Fellberg. Moving really well in the middle is Jones and Schwaltz. And it is Schwaltz that has got the early lead, and just coming after her is Emmanuel on the outside. And Emmanuel has taken up the lead from Schultz. On the inside, Jukes has placed herself in a good spot, and then Colgan is trying to make her way through the pack, and then Fellberg is just fitting in behind them, and then it is Hare that is the next through. So it's pretty close, 200 metres into the race. It is being led by Emmanuel, who is just ahead of Schwulst, and then about 5 metres behind her is Fellberg, and then Colgan is just latching on to Fellberg, and then Hare's just on to the shoulder of Colgan as they make their way with 500 to go.
It's been a nice start from Emmanuel. And Schwilst, who's done a lot of her running over in South Africa, she's joined the New South Wales team here, has set herself up nicely. She's in second. But look for Macy Hare, the West Australian. She was really impressive in her final 400. And she's got it all in front of her now to get up into the medals.
She's in a good position. She's just behind Felberg. Felberg in third. It is Schwartz that is in second. And leading with 3:50 to go is Emmanuel. Can Emmanuel hold on? Will Schultz be able to hunt her down? Hare's making a move past Felberg. Felberg is responding to the challenge. Hare has drawn level with her, and she's just moved past her with 2:80 to go for them. Leading the race down the back straight, it is Emmanuel. Schwartz is looking really strong. She's just got herself into a position where she could strike at any moment. And then it is Hare, then Felberg, and then Jones that come behind them. They are the top five. Jones is moving past Felberg, and she's got Hare in her sights. 160 metres to race. It is Emmanuel that is leading from Schultz, and Hare is back in third, and Jones is just challenging her into the home straight. It will be Emmanuel that will hit the straight first ahead of Schwartz. Schwartz, is she going to run wide and present a challenge? Let's find out. 70 to go. Emmanuel, can she hold on? She's got a buffer of 5 metres from Schwartz, and then Felberg has found herself in third, but it is going to be won by Emmanuel. Emmanuel breaks clear and breaks to the line first and is the national champion. And then it is going to be Schwartz, and then it was, in fact, Felberg that gets the bronze medal.
A great front-running effort from Matilda Emmanuel. She is our Australian champion for the under-18 women. A really testing run for her because Rachel Schwulst of New South Wales was right on her hammer the whole way. And well done to Ashley Felberg. She dropped back at the bell. She refound her composure and was able to emerge from the pack to steal that bronze medal. Well done to Ashley, the Tasmanian. A really impressive run. But that does mean the champion will be Emmanuel. Wearing hip number 6, she'll be pretty happy with a 2:08.78, a personal best time. Rachel Schwulst will take home silver. Ashley Felberg, the bronze. As we take a quick commercial break, Ethan, things are really heading up. I'm going to vacate the chair for this afternoon session. Mitch Dyer will be the next voice you'll hear. He'll come and join the coverage. Enjoy your afternoon of athletics on 7+.
need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
And welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. And make sure that if you do want to have all the start list, all the entries and all the results live from the palm of your hand, you download the Roster Athletics app for the 2025 Athletics Championships. As I said, view entries, start list and live results all from the palm of your hand. What is not to love about it? You can download it on the App Store or on Google Play. There is absolutely no excuse why you shouldn't have it, because it truly is a wonderful app. We are getting into the afternoon session at the WA Athletic Stadium. It is just about 27 degrees in Perth as we've just gone past 2 o'clock local time. Mitch Dyer is just about to come in. You'll hear him in a moment. And we are just about to get ready for our 2,000 metre steeplechase. It will be the under-16 girls that we do here first, and it is my pleasure to welcome to the commentary box for the first time. It's something I've been waiting to do. The voice of Grand Slam track in Australia, Mitch Dyer. G'day.
G'day, Ethan. How are you, mate?
I'm fantastic.
Love that.
Couldn't believe it waking up this morning. I wanted to watch Grand Slam. I had all these VPNs and all these different routes and combinations sorted. Next thing I see your face telling me, go on to Straight Out at YouTube, and it's there.
Oh, yes. It was a frantic morning getting it sorted, but a big shout out to the Grand Slam crew. Anybody who jumped in probably saw the manic nature of getting that organised. But yeah, great to see Kingston obviously on full display Friday afternoon in Jamaica. Not a bad place to be, although it was, you know, for me, called from the hotel room in Perth. But great to see Jess Hull get out there, and fifth fastest ever now over the 800 for Jess Hull, 1:58.58 for her. So she'll come back and race a 1500. Shot at $100,000 US. Can you believe that? For 4 races, one each time, you get a crack at $100,000 US, 160,000 Aussie. Not bad.
And Michael Johnson announced, it was either early today or yesterday, that they're going to announce a men's and women's racer of the season, and they will get $100,000. So in theory, there could be somebody walking away with $200,000 US,
which is just crazy. Well, and if you keep winning, you could walk away with $500,000 US. So just remarkable, but good fun this morning in the early hours here in WA. But the attention now draws back here to the Junior Championships. It's our women's under-16 2,000 metre steeplechase. Always a fascinating event for mine, the steeple. I don't think it gets the recognition sometimes it deserves. It's incredibly difficult. You've got to imagine running 3,000 metres, and then in and amongst all of that, let's just throw a couple of hurdles in the way just to make things interesting.
Yep.
So these women will have their work cut out for them, but a good quality field here, Ethan.
Indeed, Mitch. They are the 76 centimetre steeple. So if you are new to the sport of athletics, it is the same height that the women's Olympic 400 metre hurdlers go over, and we are just about ready to go. Under 16 women's 2,000 metre steeplechase is underway and getting off to a great start. John, and then just behind her is Tracy from New South Wales, and then it is right on the inside that has put herself in a good position, but she's just been challenged by Musgrave, who is just moving through. And then on the extreme outside, moving really well, is Josipovic, who has just taken 3rd spot, and she's just ahead of Vella from New South Wales.
Yeah, so it looks pretty comfortable to get out there and do her thing, the Queenslander. Now, a lot of the time in this steeplechase, it can get a little bit choppy. Obviously, you're trying to keep your technique over those steeples. So if you can clear out from the crew around you, obviously it's quite beneficial. But it looks like John's more than happy to run out in lane number 2. A little unorthodox when it comes to steeplechasing, but I like it. So she's got a good, healthy margin back to the rest of this group. And it'll be interesting to see just how quickly she can go. She's only going through this opening part of the race, and she's already cleared out by about 10-15 metres. So it's an imposing start, and it's a big group of New South Wales women that just follow on behind her there. So St John doing a good job to set this tempo, and the rest just striding out nicely here to try and find a spot.
St John make her way through the opening stage of the race. She is the silver medalist from last year's Nationals, and look at the gap that is between her and then 2nd spot, who is held by Tracy. It's 20 metres or so. So St John, she knows how to get onto the podium. Then it is Tracy, but just coming through with a great burst of speed is Vella. She's just gone up onto the shoulder of Tracy and just moved past her. As we're still in the inaugural stages of this race, the clock hasn't even hit 2 minutes yet, but St. John is going to be very hard to beat if she continues on this great fashion of speed.
Yeah, and the interesting thing to watch in this steeplechase is this water jump. You look at the technique. The 1 foot land is obviously ideal. You see a lot here doing the 2 feet. Now, obviously, the steeplechase will be relatively fresh for these women. You'd imagine that they'll race across a few different events as well, whether that be the 3K, the 1500, some of them even step down into the 800 metres. So technique can be crucial in terms of, one, preserving energy and also being able to get away from the rest of this field. But this is interesting from St. John. She's really lived out on that outside of lane number 1. Now, she's obviously not adding all that much meterage to her event, but at the same time, hug the rail is certainly what a lot of these juniors get taught, but just very technically sound over the top of these steeplechases early is the Queenslander. And at this stage, it's going to take a pretty mighty effort to try and get up on her shoulder. This 1, 2, 3, gold, silver and bronze at the moment is in a very, very comfortable position. And even if you are to look at the, I suppose, overall speed of the race, these three out in front are doing a great job. But it's a demolition at the moment from St. John, and she'll be very proud of the way that she's begun this 2,000 metre steeple.
The national silver medalist is ahead of the national all-schools champion in Tracy. And we can't forget about Vella. Vella has... She might have even just reeled in St. John ever so slightly as they make their way 200 to go just over in this lap. There's St. John, so she has got a seed time down of about 7:13:31. So that's time to look out for her. Vella still doing really strongly just behind her, and then just making her way over the steeple just gone is Cole. So Cole's found herself into a great spot, and look out for Tracy. She picked up a gold medal at the All Schools Championships back in Brisbane, but at the moment it's hard not to look at St. John, who with just over 800 metres to go and the clock at 3:50, she's got a gap of 20 metres and it will be very hard to close, but Vella is doing everything she possibly can to close it.
Well, this is a big watch for me, I think, between first and second, because you made a really good point there. Vella actually looks quite strong between the steeples. So St. John's obviously got out there and set the tempo. It's impressive, but the young New South Wales women are doing a really good job. Tracy as well in that third position. I would hardly say these medals have been decided with under 800 metres to go. Obviously, it'll take a little bit to find that extra pep and get your way up the track, but as it stands at the moment, I wouldn't say any are quite solidified. So St. John still leads out there, doing a really good job. Vella in second, and as we said, Tracy will have some company from the young Victorian. I think that's Bremner, who sits in fourth. She might even just get up on that outside shoulder maybe of our New South Wales women, but that gap out in front is closing, and it really comes down to that speed between the steeples, and this water barrier is always so crucial.
We spoke about St. John's leadership and her demolition, but with only about bit under 600 metres to go, that gap has quickly narrowed. It is Vella who has been pursuing her. You mentioned Bremer before, Mitch, the national champion. She'll be hunting to get a medal. And just over the steeple, which is closest to the far bend, that was Tracy, the national all-schools champion, that was just able to go over it. But we haven't got a lot of racing left. We've only got a bit over a lap. It is St. John that is going to be hunted down by Vella. You think Vella is still fighting on. St. John, she looks pretty comfortable. She looks pretty cruisy, maybe tiring a bit at the bell. St. John leads from Vella.
So St. John's done a really good job to lead this race out in its entirety, and she's going to feel the challenge for the first time in this 2,000 metre steeplechase. Making some good room here is Taylor Tracy of New South Wales. Bremner in fourth. We'll have to find a little bit of something. So St. John moves a little wide here. So now we see our New South Wales women get out there for the first time in front. It's Annabelle Vella. So Vella over the steeples. I don't think it's quite done with yet. These two have been working off one another for a long time now. 250 metres remains here in this women's under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase. The New South Wales woman in Vella has been so strong between the steeples. It could be a game of technique now. Both over. Going to get to this water jump. The third place looks all but sewn up there for Taylor Tracy from New South Wales. She's managed to get away from Molly Bremner, but 150 metres to go here in the under 16 event, and it's very important here at this water jump. Both hitting the fatigue. Vella over now, so too St. John, so only one barrier separates the pair from this finish line. New South Wales Vella has bided her time to perfection. She was in second place here a lap ago. She made the move with about 300 metres to go. Just needs to get over one more and is. So over the last barrier now. Here comes St John in second, but New South Wales is going to take it. Annabelle Vella will be the national champion, and she'll do it under 7 minutes. 6:56.56. Deserved gold medal. St John was so strong through all stages of this 2,000 metre steeplechase. Comes through for second, and Taylor Tracy will come home with the bronze medal. Another who was so admirable in the early stages of this 2,000 metre steeplechase. And the lactic out of this event is unlike many others. 2,000 metres plus a steeple is very difficult. Evie Wright now comes through as well from Queensland.
Vella, she did not leave anything on the track. She was able to cross the finish line, just fell to the ground with, she would have been just so happy and relieved the race was over, and she can proudly go back to her coach, her family, New South Wales, and say that there was absolutely nothing that was left on the track. Well done to St John. St John set the race up really well to start off. She walks away with a silver medal, and then it was just a fantastic race. Just what Vella was able to do just to hunt her down was remarkable, and what a quick time, under 7 minutes. That's really moving for a steeplechase event.
There's a lot to be proud of there, and obviously these junior coaches will get a lot out of the tenacity towards the back end of these events. Not being able to drop your head, obviously it can be a little bit ebb and flow when it gets to this age group. You know, somebody that might start so far out in front then has to hold on with it. So Vella to be able to come over the top there, bide her time, really, as I said, made her way around to make that move with 300 to go. There's a lot to be impressed about there. Hey, up next, we've still got more steeplechasing action. Do not go anywhere. It's our men's turn in a moment's time. We will be right back here in the beautiful Sunshine State of WA. We'll see you shortly.
Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium. A sunny Perth is on display for us right now as we are making our way through the steeplechase events. We've just seen the under-16 girls, and next up is the under-16 boys. Ethan Quillivan and Mitch Dyer with you for day number 2 of the 2025 National Track and Field Championships. Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far as we start to make our way through the afternoon of Perth, and the sun is well and truly out. A lot of these athletes, Mitch, walking on a dream in WA.
Absolutely. It's never a bad time in WA. I mean that wholeheartedly. It's beautiful to be back out here in Perth. I'm sure it's been mentioned multiple times, but Ethan, first time since 2016 we've been out here for these championships, which is fantastic. If you actually go through the record books of these championships, you'll notice a lot of them are actually set out here in 2016. Yep. So clearly this track is quick. It's conducive to fast times and big throws, long jumps, and the blue track was one of the first of its kind. It might have followed Lakeside, I reckon, but one of the first that we had here in this country. And now our men's under 16 2,000 metre steeplechasers will get a crack at it. A few of them have already raced here. Could you believe it? On day number 2 of the championships, they've already been out there and spun the wheels over. Eddie Fransky, a name that always stands out to me. That Fransky family in Victoria, very famous for being hard racers, but there's some good talent in here as well, Ethan, and obviously the Queenslander, Sammy Newsham, is certainly one to watch on times.
He definitely is, Mitch. This should be a real exciting race. Also look for Cedar Johnson. He is the All-Schools champion from back in December in Brisbane, and he'll be wearing hip number 1 from Queensland. And was a quick start on the outside. Davey got away well, but bursting through the middle is Nesham. Nesham has got the lead and he's already opened up a 10-metre gap between him and the rest of the field. Johnson, the All-Schools champion, is sitting in second. He's just bypassing Dura, who's just sitting behind him, and then behind them is Bottleby from Western Australia. So they are the top four to make the way into the water for the very first time. And as they come into the home straight for their first time, it is going to be led by two Queenslanders. Queensland 1 and 2, then there's New South Wales behind them. But Queensland are the early leaders, and it is who we did speak about just before off the top in Newsham, Mitch.
Yeah, so Sammy Newsham, he gets a fair bit of height over these steeples as well, Newsham, so plenty of spring in the legs. It's Johnson then who sits there in second and looking very comfortable at that. Patrick McMahon, he's a 6'25" man at his best, but he's got company behind him, so he'll love to attach himself onto the back of these two Queenslanders, but Newsham isn't going to waste any energy, or he's not going to waste any time, I should say. He's really testing this field out early. That was about 71 seconds through that opening 400 metres, which would indicate under a 6-minute pace. Now, none of these gentlemen have been under 6 minutes before, so they're going to be stepping into some areas that maybe they've never seen, or maybe their bodies have never felt. But out in front, you have to be very impressed with the work rate of Sammy Newsham. 6:02 is best, but he just steps over these steeples. He's obviously got the long levers. Watch him here over this water barrier. He gets a serious amount of height. Here we go, up and over. So hardly even gets the heels of his feet into the back end of that water pit. That means he can really push himself out there, Ethan. And to me, I think that's where he's getting the advantage of these two behind him, who are putting up a reasonable clip. They're just losing a bit of ground over the barriers itself.
It's almost as if he levitates over them. So Newsham, the defending age group champion, who was able to pick up gold last year as an under 15. He's got a 5-metre gap. Then behind him, that is Johnson, who is the All-Schools champion. So the two recent national gold medalists from the All-Schools and national championships are leading. And then from New South Wales, it is McCannon that is back in third spot. And then it is just starting to get away from him, though, as they make their way into the back straight. It is Newsham, and then behind him, that is where we see Johnson. And then he's still sticking onto them, McCoy. Been really impressed with him. And then behind them, that is where we see Dura. And then from Western Australia, back in fifth, that is Hill, who is just only about a metre or so away from Dura. But with 200 metres to go in this lap, the leaders are Newsham and Johnson, and the gap has been closed in by Johnson from Newsham.
Yeah, you'd think these two would have raced together a lot, so they would understand, I think, when he starts to get out. Oh, we've got a big hit. So there we go. Unfortunately, we've seen a clip there from Johnson, Cedar Johnson, the Queenslander, and thankfully just landing in water. Nothing too serious outside of that, but now he just has to compose himself. It's the deep breaths. It's not allowing that to derail your entire race. He'll be a strong young competitor, because he really does want to make sure he doesn't lose any of Sam Newsham. So he's done well. In fact, he's picked this up rather quickly. That's a lot to be proud of from Cedar Johnson. So, you know, obviously unideal to fall down, but sometimes that extra adrenaline rush, that hit, that oh my God moment can hit you, and you can really pick up a little bit. So well done there to Cedar Johnson. He just gets right back on the shoulder there of Sam Newsham. So these two doing a good amount of work, and Newsham still just gliding over the top of these barriers. And this group of three is working really, really well together. And I dare say they're going to be hard to chase down. McMahon doing a good job. But now we see Newsham maybe just sense a little bit of a moment here. They always pick one somewhere on the track. They've all decided that's where they want to make their move. And maybe we're seeing Sammy Newsham make his, although Cedar Johnson doing a good job to be able to respond.
Correct. So Johnson, he did have that fall, and he would have wanted to put that out of his mind as he goes back up to the scene of where it was. He gets over it well. No dramas this time. He's able to build that confidence back up again. Newsham, the national champion from last year, comes into the home straight for the second last time, and then it is Johnson that is behind him. And then we do see McCannon, who is back in third, and then in fourth. It has been taken by Franksy. Franksy has just been able to move past Dura, and there's a gap of 2 or 3 metres that separate them. But at the bell, it is going to be Newsham that leads them through, and he's opened up a gap of 10 metres between him and Johnson.
Yeah, so here we go, Sammy Newsham. It's his time. He clearly wants to run under that 6 minutes, and to be honest with you, a lot of these gentlemen are right on that for the gold, silver and bronze. But here goes Sammy Newsham. He's just going to glide over the top of this barrier here. He looks oh so in control, nearly loses himself just from building too much momentum over the back end of that steeple. And look at this kick. So here we go now down this back straight. This race is certainly not over. We've woken a sleeping giant. Here he comes now with 200 metres to go. Newsham, we thought was strong. The New South Welshman has put in a mighty burst to try and get on his shoulder. So there's 2 barriers remaining. McMahon doing a good job to put pressure on Newsham. Cedar Johnson, I think, in that 3rd spot looks settled. But here we go now. These 2 are going to round into the turn just about together. But our man from New South Wales, McMahon, he just came from nowhere up the back straight, and he might put himself to be the national champion. One more barrier and he's clear. Now comes over the top is Newsham, but have a look at this. This is a fantastic effort from Patrick McMahon, sub-6, national champ. Yes, please. How good was that? Sammy Newsham, he'll just go under 6, 5:58, 6 on the nose there as well from Cedar Johnson, who did a remarkable job just to pick himself up, compose himself from that major fall in the water barrier. I have not seen a kick like that up a back straight in a long time.
No, I was not expecting that at all. McMahon, for mine, I didn't think he was going to be able to work up into silver, let alone gold. And then just down the back straight, he just decided that he was going to leave nothing on the track. He hit his jets and he was just able to fly down the back straight, quickly picking off Johnson. And then just into the home straight. We didn't know if he was going to be able to, but he moved past Newsham. Newsham still finished off strongly, but a performance that is going to be one to remember for McMahon. And what a brilliant time it was. Under 6 minutes, that's incredible. Just looking at the replay, with about 250 metres to go, that's when he made his move. He was able to move past Johnson, and then with 200 to go, he was eyeing off Newsham. And Newsham, he would have been able to hear him and feel him, and I reckon he would have just been a little bit sort of confused as to what was happening, because nobody was expecting the blue from New South Wales to be coming up so fast. And at the water jump, that's where McMahon decided he was going to go. Unravels into the home straight with the lead, and he never looked stronger than he did coming into the home straight.
Yeah, just a really impressive performance. I mean, geez, back your race plan. I'll tell you what, it looked like he was gone for all money, really, up the back straight. And to be quite frank with you, I wasn't even considering that as a potential winner. I thought maybe Johnson, get the adrenaline off falling over in the water pit. Maybe that would be how he got his way back into the race. But tell you what, Patrick McMahon, him and his coach must have, I don't know whether they have a special whistle, a clap, a sound, whatever it might be up the back straight. He heard something and he said, all right, it's my time. I got to go now. There's no other time to go than right now. That's a great win from Patrick McMahon. Hey, we're going to jump to a break, and then when we come back, we have plenty more steeplechasing action for you. We can see our women out on the back straight now. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back here on 7 Plus in the beautiful WA. I made you a promise we'd be right back with steeplechase action, and we've brought them to you right on the start line. Can you believe that? I mean, that is just superb work here. It's our women's steeplechase final here, and this is going to be an absolute cracker. I can guarantee you that. It's our women's under 15 steeplechase. There's 16 women in this field. So just keep your eyes peeled. For those watching on at home, mum, dad, grandma, granddad, auntie, uncle, brother, sister, cousins, family, neighbours, whoever it may be, hello to you. Sure, you've got somebody you've got an eyeball on here on a Saturday afternoon.
You've
Where
gone
else
through the whole
would you rather
family
be?
tree.
I have. I only missed a few. I missed nieces, nephews, grandkids. That was
there
it.
we go.
So
now
now
the
we've got them
whole
all.
kit and caboodle's done.
Have a go at this. Here we go. We are underway here in our women's under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase. Copeland, Van Diemner, Nietzsche, Wade, Copeland, Gilchrist, Bellot, Dixon, Wetzels, Clark, Gasper, Charles, Pape, Gilbert, Dogan, Everson. Every family name was hit there, Ethan, I can tell you that, and they're strung out quite early. So we're seeing a consistent theme across the board in these 2,000 metre steeplechases. We want to clear out and get some good pace. It is going to be from New South Wales, Gemma Dixon, who takes up the early running, and just that double foot landing can hurt. She's right back on the tempo though. But as I've said, it's interesting, fascinating watching these steeplechases. I'm telling you, go out and run a fast 2K and see whether you can jump 12 things in between it all, because it is very difficult. These women make it look very easy. She's had a good recovery, Gemma Dixon from New South Wales. She's going to be the first one to come across your screen here with the blonde hair. She's right there on the rail. It's going to be Sienna Wade up next from WA. Moving along strongly is going to be Madison Gilbert, and Queenslander on her inside shoulder. I think it's niched, so they're moving along well. Another hit there, though, unfortunately, and that, again, is Gemma Dixon. So, you know, it is something as well where you just want to maintain yourself a little bit, keep those emotions intact, keep yourself composed, and unfortunately, she's hit that one hard, so that's a real shame for Gemma Dixon. She will no longer take part in this 2,000 metre steeplechase. Really hope she's okay. That's the struggles of it all, isn't it, Ethan? They're very hard barriers.
It is, and hopefully she does recover well for Gemma Dixon, because just the little glimpse that we saw, we've just been able to see the talent that is on display. So Wade has got the lead, and then behind her it is Dogan, who is in second spot. She's just been able to move past Gilbert from WA, and as they approach the water jump, it is Wade who has got a lead of 10 metres, and then Dogan is behind her, then it is Gilbert, and just starting to make her presence felt. She's just hanging on behind them. That is where we do see Nitschke. So Nitschke is only about 10 metres behind Gilbert, and coming into the home straight, it is going to be Wade. Now look at the gap. It's about 20 metres. We've seen gaps longer than that being able to be hunted down, but she's been really strong, Wade, in the opening stages. Then just getting over the barrier, that is Dogan, and then Gilbert. Gilbert, she's still looking strong, maybe fatigued, just setting in a tiny bit, but she's placed herself in a good position, and if she can hold on, then it's going to be a great outcome for her. But Wade leads with 3 laps to go.
Certainly does. Sienna Wade, she's been very strong. You've mentioned it beautifully though, Ethan. We've seen leads like this be chewed away before, but Wade is in a really strong spot. You can tell from the rhythm in which she's running. Obviously, she's clearing these steeples quite well, and I'll bang on about it numerous times. Technique over these steeples makes such a huge difference. You see it at the elite level. Technique plays a massive difference, unless you are one of the Kenyans who just opt to jump over the water barrier in and of entirety. But we're probably not going to see that here in this women's under 15 steeplechase final. So doing a really good job is Sienna Wade. That gap has stayed relatively the same, I would say. The gold, silver and bronze are quite comfortable at the moment, although I think this group that's moving nicely behind, headed by the Queenslander, is doing a good job to just keep themselves within touching point maybe of a major medal. Wade now still doing a really good job, a strong job in this 2,000 metre steeplechase, just to hold off a fellow stateswoman behind her there as they make their way on through. Again, unfortunately, we lost Gemma Dixon not so long ago in this event, but Wade doing a great job to be able to maintain. And as the rest make their way around here, she will lead into this home straight once again.
She does. So the gap, you think, has just been chewed up a little bit by Dogan. Dogan is pursuing Wade. Wade, she's going to cross the start-finish line with 800 metres to go, and she'll have the lead. How's the fight for third? Gilbert is still holding on to that position, but she's been pursued by Nitschke, and Nitschke has closed the gap to within 15 metres. 800 metres remain, and it is Wade who has got the lead. Then 15 metres behind her, it is Duggan, and then it is still, that is in third, where we find our West Australian in Gilbert. Fatigue just hitting her, but she's still fighting on, and she's going to give this race everything she's got. And then behind her is Nitschke, and then in fifth, for those who are just tracking along, it is Everson. Everson is in fifth spot. Can she close the gap on Nitschke, who is closing the gap on Gilbert? Let's find out. We got 650 metres just over to race, and it is Wade who has got the lead, but pursuing her down the back straight, that is where we see Duggan. She's not going down quietly.
No, so Duggan doing a really good job just to keep herself within that touching point of a gold medal, although Wade is strong. She's shown that over these stages of the 2,000 metre steeple. They'll round their way in, get around one more water jump. You've mentioned it, the Western Australian doing a good job in Gilbert, although right behind her, Queensland's Nitschke, again, has just been really strong. It is going to come down to this pace between the jumps. The rest of this field, I think, will have to do a big body of work to get over. A lot of touching of the barriers now. It just starts to get harder and harder. These moves become more difficult to cover. These moves become more difficult to make the more this lactic sets in. But Wade now might have company for the first time in quite a few laps. Right on her shoulder will be Alexandra Dogan, so the two stateswomen will know each other very well. Dogan actually makes her way on the inside of Wade, so now Wade slips back into second behind Dogan, and back there in third as well, Gilbert and Nitschke battling it out for a bronze medal. So you can see the hands on the bell, they're about to ring it. Out in front though is Dogan to Wade, and then it goes back to Gilbert. Nitschke right on her shoulder, in fact, makes that move, puts herself in a bronze medal position. And with 400 metres to go, these medals are looking like they're not completely solidified, but they're moving along nicely, Ethan.
They are. So Dogan has got the lead. She's been able to take it from Wade. Gilbert has been able to find some speed with 400 metres to go. She moves past the challenger that has been hunting her down this whole race in Nitschke, and she's just moving past her. So it is Gilbert that has been able to move past Nitschke and go back into that third spot. 250 metres remain. It is Dogan that has got the lead. Look at the gap. It'd be a race high lead of about 30 metres. Then it's Wade that is behind her, and then it is Gilbert who's just finding some strength late. She's made a burst with 250 metres to go. She's been able to move past Nitschke. 200 to go, and it is where we see our leader in Dogan. She's been able to open that gap up from Wade, and she's been able to put 30 metres on her. Gilbert is hunting down Wade. I wouldn't rule her out of getting that silver medal just yet as we approach the final water jump. It is Dogan that gets into the water first. Here comes Wade, and Gilbert is pursuing into the home straight. They're about to unravel. It is going to be Dogan that leads, and then behind her that is Wade, and then Gilbert, she's hunting her down. They've got 120 metres to race. There's no medal that's just safe yet, although you think Dogan is the safest. 60 metres to go. One final barrier. Here comes Wade. Wade is hunting her down. Has she got the distance left? 40 metres to go. Dogan has a look over the shoulder, sees Wade's coming late, but it's going to be too late. Dogan is the national champion. Then it's Wade, and then it will be Gilbert that finishes off strongly for third. She was challenged, but she gets that bronze medal.
Oh, brilliant call there, Ethan. You're right. It just felt like every one of those medals could have been chased down. All those women were so strong over the closing stages of their national final. You see the rest of this field come down now. The young Victorian Wetzels finishes off her race. So there'll be a lot of lifetime bests here as well, which is a lot to be proud of. Our athlete from the NT, Bronte Bellett, she was in the 400 yesterday, so now steps up into that 2,000 metre steeplechase. And I'll tell you what, that's nearly over a minute and a half personal best for her. So fantastic to see more Victorians round out their championships here in WA, but really impressive racing there. I thought Wade was so strong, obviously, but our national champion in Dogan, she was just so cruisy through those initial stages. She just really clearly backed in her race plan and was able to execute to crown herself the national champion. So across the board, some very impressive steeplechasing. Obviously, steeplechasing history in this country, it's got some real upside to it. Obviously, I think it was in 2021 we had multiple women in that Olympic final. In fact, it might have even been Rio. Obviously, Jen Gregson, one of the most storied steeplechasers of Australian history, and maybe, just maybe, we've seen some future ones on display out here in WA. Up next, we go back to some more sprinting, some 800s not far away either. We continue with the decathlon, heptathlon, And a little later on this evening, we roll into relay territory. Don't go anywhere here on 7 Plus. We'll be right back.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in-store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium. Ethan Quillivan and Mitch Dyer alongside you. It's just about to hit 20 minutes to 3 in the west, and we've still got one more steeplechase to go before we do move into some of our sprints that are going to dominate this afternoon's proceedings. Let's have a look at how the results fell for the under-15 women's 2,000 metre steeplechase. There you can see Dogan was the gold medalist, 7:33.78. Great time, and Sienna Wade, 7:34.79, and Madison Gilbert, 7:38.64 for the bronze medal position. There's a look down to how it went all the way down to 15th place. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, live and free on 7 Plus. Been a great first day and a half so far. We still are underway for day number 2. And we're about to get ready for the under-15 men's 2,000 metre steeplechase.
Now to introduce the competitors.
It's a field of 16.
The under-15 boys 2,000 metre steeplechase final. We are
hearing word that we don't have a lane 13, so there'll be a field of 15 that we will be having. And let's hope it's as exciting and dominant as the races that we have just seen. Get away cleanly, and it was in the middle that we see Poskett getting off to a really good start, and then Victorian on the outside in Deans. He's gone out hard, but leading it through the first 100 metres is going to be Martin to make their way over the first barrier. Martin is leading, and then just behind him is Deans. Deans has been quickly caught up by Lovell Ward. Lovell Ward just moves past Deans as they approach the water jump, but we've got an early leader, and he's from New South Wales, and his name is Martin.
So he's got over cleanly there, Callum Martin. He's a 6:48 man at his best. So it looks like he's going to slow the tempo maybe just fractionally, because all of these guys now just pile up on his outside shoulder. So typically when we are running at a fast clip, you can see the grimaces. You can see that it's difficult to get on an early race leader. But as this stands, they've all just queued up. They've said, all right, I'll have a crack here. The young Victorian now moves on past him. That's Ryder Deans, doing a really good job just to keep himself out of trouble. A little bit further back, Ben Hooper from Queensland. He's got all these Maroonian brothers around him there. Look at that, it's just a sea of maroon. So a lot of Queenslanders back at home would be loving that. The lone Victorian now just puts himself out the front of this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase, and you'll see now they'll all try and chop and change, find themselves a position. The hardest part of steeplechasing is being able to cover moves, because you've only got so much distance between the actual steeples themselves. So these guys doing a good job to keep themselves in pack formation, but it's the young Victorian, Ryder Deans. He's out in front here, and the earliest race leader is doing a good job to sit right on his shoulder.
He is. So Martin is just right level with Jones, and then on the inside is where we see Gab from Queensland, and he's just been pursued by Lovell Ward, who's gone into third spot. So Martin goes over, then it is Deans, and then it is Lovell Ward, and then just behind them is sitting in third spot. That is where we do see the Queenslanders. Moore's also having a great run, so too is Bartlett, and down the home straight they come, and it is going to be Martin that has got the lead as they go over this barrier. Just been pursued and just been challenging Martin is Gab. So Gab has gone into second, but have a look at the Victorian in Deans. Deans has been able to draw level with Martin, but Martin has been able to slip back into the lead. 3 laps to go. Martin leads from Deans.
Yeah, so this is interesting here. It's not quite the same as what we've seen across these other 2,000 metre steeplechase finals. It's actually just stayed in this pack formation, which is really hard to tell who's going to get out here and take the lead. So somebody's going to be squeezed out like a sauce bottle at some point. They'll really make a move up. This back straight tends to be where it is, and as I say that now, we see that injection of pace. So Callum Martin doing a good job. He's keeping 4 at bay behind him there. Our young Tasmanian's doing well in Posket, although now he's got to make a real decision, and that decision's been made. He says, I want to be a piece of the front end of this race. So now that group stretches out to 6. They didn't want to let Martin get too far away, so they've managed to bridge that back in here. Technique over this water jump, this will be fascinating. All of them have a different one, but now they're bunched up. They've all got to try and find a clean bit to hit. They all do, which is fantastic. We don't want to see any falls. So Callum Martin it is, who continues to lead it out. Clearly very comfortable leading out these races. Hooper doing a good job from Queensland. Hasn't had to do too much of the thinking, the youngster. In fact, he's just been able to pick a spot on the back of Martin's back and just follow along with that. They'll move out to lane number 2, lane number 3, wherever they need to be in order to get around some bodies here. It's going to be a New South Wales 1-2. Martin will have his fellow statesman in Owen Lovell Ward just following along suit. Also there from Elliot Gabb from Queensland, and it is going to be Hooper who maintains that rail position. So fascinating. It's a little bit of ebb and flow. They're all trying to make a move, but it just feels like every time they get to that barrier, it stays where it is. So it is going to be made between the barriers itself, but doing a good job still out there is Callum Martin in front.
He's got a lead of about 5 metres, and then behind him, it's Gab. He's been pursuing this lead group, and he's just been injecting himself into strong positions. He finds himself in the strongest position he's been in all race. He's in second. And just sitting behind him, it is where we see Hooper, and he's just leading from the New South Welshman in Lovell Ward, but Martin is leading. 150 remain in this lap. Martin has got a lead of 5 metres. Gap behind him, Hopper, then there's Lovell Ward, and then Deans is trying to join back up with the top 3. He was leading this race for so long. Can he work his way back up into the lead? They are about to unravel into the home straight for their penultimate time, and it is going to be Martin that has got the lead. It's a 10-metre gap. Then it is still Gab that is behind him. Hooper is just pursuing him. Hooper's just trying to draw level with him, and have a look at our early leader that we were able to see from the Victorian. That is, of course, I'm speaking about Deans. Deans has gone back into 4th, and he's not out of a medal contending spot just yet. But at the bell, it was heard first by Martin.
Yeah, so he's done a really good job here, Martin. He's been able to clear out from the rest of this field. You mentioned Deans. He's really seizing his opportunity to get on top of those Queenslanders out in front of him as well. That's Hooper just in front. So they make their way up this back straight now, and it is still going to be Martin who leads it. He's heard the sound of the bell. He's got 300 metres to go. The Victorian doing a good job to split up the party of Queenslanders, but it's going to be a kick down, you would think here. They've got 3 barriers remaining, 2 of them clean, 1 of them with water, and they make their way up to this 200-metre to go mark. Martin's over the top, so too are those behind him. Here comes Deans, the young Victorian, just applying that pressure ever so slightly on the outside shoulder. They're all going to look for a clean bit of steeple to get their foot on. doing a really good job now to move up right behind him. These three might even hit it closely. It's Gab and Deans, but they're out there after Martin. So Martin now hits the Jets. He's just going to see what they've got behind him. He's been out and home and hose for a while, but Martin now's got one left. He's got Gab behind him. Dean's the Victorian too. Stutter step in and over. This will be a big kick down. Martin doesn't want to get the lactic, and he won't. He'll salute. He's deserved it. National champ. Big booming finish from Hooper. Gets up there for second. Did you see that coming? That was incredible. Just 100 metres to go. He said, I'm not flying back over west without a medal in my hand. The man from the East Coast snatches silver right at the death.
That was remarkable. With 40 metres to go, he was nowhere. He had no right to be in the medals, but Hooper was just ripping through the final stages. He was closing. He looked like he was in a shot with 30 to go. With 20, we thought it couldn't be possible. With 10, we thought, what is going on? And then at the finish line, we go, how did he find himself in a silver medal position? That was incredible by Hooper. A blithering run to end his 2,000 metre steeple campaign. There will have nothing left in the tank. Let's have a look at the replay, Mitch. Look, he was 15 metres behind. When he got over the final barrier, it was 10. And then he just started to close with 40 metres to go. Here's 30. We thought he might be with a chance. He draws level at 10, and then he just gets silver. And he was able to overrun him with only 2 metres left in the race. What a finish by Hooper. That has to be one of the performances of the day. But let's not forget, of course, our champion. What an incredible result from Martin. A 6:27.29 result and gold medal victory for Callum Martin.
Yeah, a lot to be proud of there. I think our young Victorian, he might be kicking himself just a little bit right at Deans. He put in so much effort. I don't think, much like us here in the booth, thought that Hooper was much of a chance to go and get that medal. But, you know, to his credit, he just didn't give up. The tenacity was enormous. We can see here Martin is in some kind of way. He's given himself just about every inch that he had left. A big hug down here from Mum to Hooper. I love seeing that. So some very, very proud parents watching on their kids. And just awesome. This is the beauty of these juniors. Obviously, the magic is still there for our senior athletes, but it just seems to hit that little bit more when you're a junior medalist. So a massive congratulations to him. And he'll be celebrating this one for a while. Will Martin, once he's out of the hands of the medics, I would say. Look, we'll come right back. It looks like they're taking the steeples off the track, which can only mean one thing. Slingshot time. 200 metres will be right here after the break. Don't go anywhere on 7+. Ethan and I will be right back in a moment.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you become walking on a dream?
Welcome back to the W Athletics Stadium. We are certainly walking on the dream, and there's just breaking news here, Mitch, because Gout is into the building, and what perfect time. We've got the 200-metre finals about to go. The national record holder is here, and he's going to be front and centre watching what is going to be the future of Australian athletics. The future is watching the future, if that makes any sense to you, but Gout's here, and we're almost ready to go in our 200 metres.
Yes, he is here. He's already, I think half the stadium's cleared out to try and get a selfie with Gout. He's here to sign some autographs, take some photos. He's also here to watch Jonathan Kasiano, his training partner, who will roll around in this 200-metre final in under an hour's time, in about half an hour's time at that. So fantastic for him to give up his time and see the kids here. We're about to see him on screen, and there he is. So Gout doing a great job just mixing with the youth. He's a youth himself, which is hard to believe, isn't it? At 17, there's just so many parents, kids, everybody in between just lining up to see this young man. And geez, he is a lovely young man at that. It is just phenomenal to see the popularity and the way that he is assisting in the growth of Australian athletics. And obviously, I'm a big believer in, we got to keep in mind he's just 17 years of age. He's a kid himself. He'll roll back to school next week. But I'll tell you what, he takes it all in his stride. If you ever get the pleasure to meet him, he is just wise beyond his years, that young man. So great to see him down there signing autographs.
Just seeing his coach, Di Shepherd, just walk directly in front of us. Speaking of wise, she would have to be one of the wisest coaches in the nation. I'm just trying to get a head count as to how many people are there for Gout. And it's gone so far, Mitch, that we actually can't see the end of the line. Now, what we can see isn't actually that big, but I can just imagine that it will stretch all the way out. It's probably going towards McGilvray, the line.
Yeah, it is long, isn't it?
Yeah, he's only here for, I think he said about half an hour.
Yeah, half an hour.
He might, I mean, he's so polite and kind, he might actually extend it just to get everybody's welcome, just so everybody can welcome him to WA. But yeah, that line just looks huge, and very popular man, Gout. 1.2 million people watched Channel 7 the other week to watch him race in the Murray plant meet, and wasn't that a spectacle to behold? Broadcast perspective was fantastic, and great to see that people like Gout are making the sport well known again. He's certainly become a household name, and he's only such a young star, and as you said, we have to remember that, but he's just a phenomenal talent, and every time you think about the possibilities of what he's able to do, it's just unfathomable. And look at the crowds. I don't think people actually know where the end of the line is. There's just
everyone's trying to figure it out, aren't they? I mean, it is great, and I think it's awesome. I think the race last week was just also a really good statement that Australian sprinting is in really good hands. Lockie Kennedy, this is a guy that, for whatever reason, caught a lot of people by surprise. He's a world indoor silver medalist. He's a 10:03 runner. He's a 20-point runner now that he achieved last week. So, you know, going alongside Gout, Lockie Kennedy, he's under 25 years of age. In fact, I think he's 21, 22. Lockie Kennedy. So you talk about youth, you talk about the depth. These guys are going to square off again next week at these senior national championships. It's just amazing. The respect, you know, I heard that it was nothing but fiery competition. You know, I loved before the race last week, Lockie came out and said, mate, I'm winning both. Watch me go. And sure enough, he did. The expectations on Gout are obviously immense, but I get the sense that the talent, you know, rises to that occasion. So fantastic to see. He's down here for half an hour. He wants to watch Jonathan Kasiano. I think he's going to be hard-pressed to find the time to turn his neck and watch his training partner. But as you said, he's going to miss some of this youth that is out here at the moment, because our men's under 13 200 metres are stepping out onto the track. Now, this is the first time these men can compete in the national championships. And they will be out here now, ready to set up their blocks. So, look, there is one obvious name to watch out for here in this race. He was remarkable in that 100 metres to take home the national title. And I dare say he's going to go and do the double. It's Lachlan Chappell out there from New South Wales. He will run out of lane number 8, Ethan. But there is some really good talent behind him as well there. It's not just going to be a one-horse race.
Correct. Watch out for Kashant Singh, who is going to be racing in lane number 6. So only, trying to work out how far away he is. I think he's that far away from all. No, he's just 2 on the inside of him. Watch out for Gashant Singh. He'll start off really strong and he'll finish hard. Hunter Kwetniewski-Lees is another one I'm expecting to start off strong, but just trying to get a read on the wind conditions. It looks pretty still. We did have some headwinds at the start of the day, and I think it has just sort of flipped for the time being, but we'll wait and see what does happen with that. But yes, as you said, Mitch, really looking forward to seeing Campbell. 24:23 is what we've got listed on our sheet. That is a incredibly quick time for such a young man, and he won't have a lot of, and he's certainly taller than a lot of his competitors, so being on the outside is going to be a bit more of an advantage for him in that he won't have as much of a bend to run. So look for him. He is second from the left. Hunter Kwetniewski-Lees is just next to him, and Gashant Singh, who is just walking back to his blocks. Mitch, I've got a question for you. You seem to be, I mean, your fashion is years beyond mine.
Fantastic. I'll take that.
The orange socks and spikes.
All for it.
Where's it come from?
Look, I actually couldn't give you a quantifiable answer on that one. I get the sense that the Botswanians actually rolled with it last week as well at Maury Plant. I think when you get given fluorescent shoes, there's no other option than to match it with fluorescent socks. I mean, honestly, you're not going to roll out there with black socks, are you? It's just going to look silly. So these kids have learned, they've looked up to their idols. It is really Noah Lyles coded what they're up to, but I quite like it. I actually really like these Nike colours that they're rolling with this year. Don't know if you saw Grand Slam this morning, all on debut, the new colours of Nike, the white singlet with the beautiful Polytechnic colours. Obviously, Jess Hull was rocking that here early hours of this morning, but I quite like it. I'm about it for these young men, and you'll see a few of them rolling with it, Ethan. So, look, I'm flattered you think I've got great fashion.
Well, just the pink shoes. When you walked into the box of them, I just thought, this is outstanding.
I'm a big lover of anything colourful. I really do like to challenge what is good fashion. Now, listen, I might be biased. I think I've got good fashion. I don't know if everybody agrees with that. But as long as I've got you in the box with me, that's the most important thing.
Incredibly fashionable lady.
She's matching the headwear to the kit, which I love. So, out of lane 1, it's Harvey Zegers. Lachlan Bell is in 2. Parker Lee from Queensland in 3. Liam Palmer, the Western Australians, in 4. Abina Okeke from Queensland is in 5. Gurshant Singh, who was impressive in the heats, is in 6. Hunter Kwetniewski-Lees is in 7. Lachlan Chappell, who we've mentioned numerous times, is the 100-metre champion, goes out of lane number 8. And Gerald Bonaminta from WA, he's on his outside shoulder in lane number 9. So, as we said, second to the left of your screen is the one to watch, the New South Welshman. But I think inside of him, Kwetniewski-Lees and Gurshant Singh will be pressing. Men's under 13 200-metre final in the hands of the starters now. Really good start there from Chappell. He's second widest on the track. He's out there and moving already. The one in pursuit is going to be Gurshant Singh from Western Australia. Can't miss them in these orange colours. Make their way into this home stretch now. But out in front here, moving along nicely is Lachlan Chappell. Gurshant Singh in that silver medal position. But they won't get up for gold. That's going to belong to Lachlan Chappell. He took the 1. He takes the 2. 24.53, if you don't mind. Impressive. Gurshant Singh back to Kwetniewski-Lees in 3rd. But Lachlan Chappell, he does the double. He's the 1-2 champion here in Perth.
Into a minus 0.5 headwind, and he just set that race up from the beginning. He attacked the first 50 metres. He was quickly able to move past Minter on the outside of him, and then when he came into the home straight, he had the victory in his sights, and he was just focusing on his technique, just focusing on getting down to the track without losing his form, and that's what he was able to do. Finished off strongly. Well done to Gashant Singh. Hunter Kwetniewski-Lees in the middle. He ran a great race. He was attacking the bend as he came into the home straight. He was able to hold on to get the bronze medal. But well done to Campbell. Gold medal, got it in the 1 and gets it again in the 2.
Yeah, well done to all these fellas here. Obviously their first national championships under 13 age group. Got reintroduced only a few years ago, and been good to see these youngsters get out here, spin the wheels over a 200 metres. So congratulations, the 1-2 double. That doesn't happen every day, so a lot to be proud of there for our young man from New South Wales. You can see this line continues to grow to see Gout. Next up on the track will be our men's under 14 200. Again, another one with some very quality races. In fact, 2 lads from WA are the ones to watch here. So I'm unsure whether it's just being able to stay at home, sleep in your own bed, be in your own state, whatever it is. But WA seems to really be capitalising on these sprints here. They did it yesterday across the 100, 400. Now they're doing it again here in the 200. So this is a quality field. From lane number 1 in New South Wales, it's Akara Koga. You can see the results here of our men's under 13 event on screen. Minter wasn't too far away actually from getting up for that medal either. That's Gerald Bonner Minter from WA. So second, third and fourth. It's pretty impressive. Speaks to what I'm talking about here in this WA talent. There it is. Have a look at the gaps. Always cool to see. I love seeing the photo finish shot. It's awesome. Anyway, Akara Koga from New South Wales is in 1. Jack Spencer from New South Wales in 2. The young Victorian Caleb de Young, he was jumping not long ago either, is in 3. Zachary Lung from New South Wales in 4. Derek Okolo is in 5. He was a medalist yesterday in the 100. Tyson Kin from WA is in 6. Luke Webber from WA is in 7. Edward Wallace from WA is in 8. And Albert Job from New South Wales, he is in lane number 9. Where do you see it coming from here, Ethan?
The outside lanes, Mitch. Watch for Edward Wallace. He won the bronze medal last year at the National Championships when they were under 13s. And Tyson Kin, he was able to pick up a gold medal last year, so he's the defending age group champion. He did have a great race in his heat, but the one that I want you to look out for, I haven't mentioned him, lane number 7, Luke Webber. He's a brilliant 400 runner. He's a quick 100 runner, and what's the event in the middle?
200.
Watch for him. He's got the endurance of a 400 runner. He's got great speed over the 100 metres. Put that together, you'll get a great 200 metres as well. He's been able to run a 23 second. I think it's 23.8, around that 23.8, 23.7 is what he's seen him be able to run in the West. So watch for him. So the action will come from the outside lane, 6, 7, 8.
There you go. So for you all playing at home, that's Luke Webber was 3rd from the left of screen. Then Tyson Kin, Edward Wallace. I think Derek Okolo, another to watch. He snuck up for a bronze medal yesterday, the young Victorian. Here we go, men's under 14, 200 metres. Sure to be fireworks early, some good starters. War of attrition, staying power off the bend. Hands of the starters. Good start in those wide lanes. That's Tyson Kin, although Luke Webber's giving him everything to chase as they round around the bend. So the 3 Western Australians with Wallace as well, doing a good job to set up this men's under 14 200. They move their way in here. Luke Webber, the one-lap specialist, is going to test the strength of the rest of this field. Outside of him is Wallace, but they won't get there. He's going to crown himself the 200 champion in great style. 23.75, if you don't mind. WA. They might have taken the sweep here in the men's under 14 200. Impressive, the sprinting stocks. They're only getting better out here in the West.
Into a minus 2.6 as well for Webber. We spoke about the speed that he's got in the 100 metres and the endurance from the 400 metres, and he demonstrated all of that on the track. He got away well, he worked the bend really well, and into the home straight he had one mission in sight, and he was able to hold his technique down the home straight and secure victory at 23.7 into a minus 2. That is incredible. Take out the wind, and we're looking at around mid-23s. Well done to Luke Webber, well done to Wallace, and well done to Kin. Back on the podium again for the 2nd year in a row for them.
Lot to be proud of. It is the WA sweep. Wallace 24.24, Kin 24.59 gets it over Zachary Leung, 24.65 for the New South Welshman. So WA 1, 2, 3. You don't see a state take over the podium like that all too often. Usually it's one of the big 3 states. But WA proving to be one of those here at these national championships. So well done to Luke Webber.
WA in Victoria out in the big 3. Don't mind that at all.
There we go. Wow. Okay.
Did that come out? Sorry, I thought that was an inner thought.
The shots have been fired. Victorians, we won't stand for that. So there you go. You can see the results here. Luke Webber, 23.73. Edward Wallace, 24.24. And Tyson Kin, 24.59. As I said, Leon was close, 24.65. Then Derek Okolo, 25.35. So good racing. 25.85 was Caleb de Young. So not a lot in it from 4th till 9th, but well done, the WA boys. They get the sweep. 1, 2, 3 for them.
There's a look at the photo finish and into a minus 2.6. Even more incredible, even more impressive. Well done to those boys. And on the track next up, they're just getting ready. They're just assembling their blocks. It is the under 13 girls 200 metre final. This could be good. Spoke about the AO guys yesterday. And Okay.
Well, they're everywhere.
Yeah, they are everywhere. We saw Paul a bit before. This is Emanuela. Charlotte's also another one to watch, but at the moment we've got Emanuela, and she's going to be racing out of lane number 7. She's going to have some competition in Brayunga, who is on the outside of her. You can just see Brayunga second from the left, Ahoge third from the left, and also in the middle from Queensland, Anna Hasu. She has run a 26.7. So those outside 3 lanes in 6, 7 and 8, they're all pretty close on paper together, but let's see what the pressure and the heat of a national final can do them. Can it strengthen them? Can it make them be further apart from each other than we think on paper? Will it draw them closer together?
Yeah, well, it's a cool opportunity, isn't it? I feel like anytime it's your first nationals, obviously it's a new feeling. It's something that you have to be adaptable to. You know, doesn't matter what your lifetime best is. That's what I was always taught as a kid. It's all about racing. And you step on that line, doesn't matter how fast you run, it matters how fast you will run. So it'll be great to see what these young women can do. Darmadon goes out of 1. That's the Victorian Ivy Warburton from WA in 2. Ava Jupp, the Queenslander, in 3. Alexa Gillen, you're seeing her here on your screen, is in 4. Ebony Rossman is in 5 from WA. Anna Hugh from Queensland is in 6. Emanuela Ahoge is in 7. Liana Barriuga is in 8. And Evie Moore-Mulkey from New South Wales is in lane number 9. Look at the split of times here. You can see that it's very marginal. 26.43 and 26.33 are our fastest. That's Ahoge and Barriuga. But even in lane number 2, Warburton is also quick. So let's just see what they have here. I'll be fascinated to watch. And let's see what Hugh can do as well, because she's anything to go by off the Queensland sprinting stocks at the moment. She'll be a good starter. Darmanin, Warburton, Jupp, Gillen, Rossman, Hugh, Ahoge, Barriuga, Moore-Mulkey. Moore-Mulkey left of screen for you at home in the hands of the starters under 13 200-metre final. Good start here for the under-13s. Hugh, the Queenslander, up on the shoulder of Ahoge briefly, but now the Western Australian starts to move away. In pursuit there of Barriuga, the 2 fastest here on paper. They round into the final 100 metres. This is going to be a good battle. Barriuga out there in front of Ahoge. These two are going to do battle. Ahoge now, though, over the closing 50 metres, finds some form, finds some strength, and finds a national gold. 26.98 for her. Hugh goes through for 3rd. Barriuga in 2nd, 25.98 minus 2.5. That headwind, if you don't mind. But the Western Australian crowns herself the national champion, strong over those closing stages.
Incredibly strong. I thought Barriuga was going to overrun Ahoge, and she was just able to prevail. With 50 metres to go, she found another gear. She moved herself into the lead and just extended the gap that she had on the field to take out the gold medal. A sub 26 second race into that terrible headwind of a minus 2.5. 25.98 confirmed time for Emanuela Ahoge. 26.56 for Barriuga, and then Hasu was able to run 27.06 for the bronze medal.
So a lot to be proud of there. It was good racing. You called it perfectly, Ethan, in terms of where you thought the medals were going to come from. And it was a good battle down the straight. Hugh, though, started really well. She did take after those Queenslanders before her in being a fantastic starter, and she rolled around the bend nicely. But once Ahoge got into her running with 80 metres to go, there was nobody that could get near her. Barriuga was strong. She still comes home with, you know, a national silver medal, but the Western Australian just proved she's got strength. Here we go. Emanuela Ahoge, 25.98. Leanne Barriuga, 26.56. And then Anna Hugh, 27.06. Gillen was good with 27.42. Moore-Mulkey as well, 27.53. Warburton, 27.8. Rossman, Jupp, and Darmanin in that order. We've still got 200-metre racing here. It's our women's under-14s turn now. And after this, we've got some heptathlon 200s before we roll into the older age groups, the 17s and 18s across the 200. But a good field here for our women's too. And hard to miss young Harper Harding, the Victorian. Part of a very strong athletic family, that Harding family. I'm sure they'll either be here or you'll be watching on from home, so hello to you. But a good field of 9. And they've really stacked it again towards these outside lanes. The Queenslander Capri Vincent was very impressive. Marnie Lawrence as well from New South Wales. She'll be second from the outside.
Yep.
Although closest to you on your screens here, Ethan. So it's Hyde, Wright, Portia Miller. There's Chelsea Wright and Frankie Hyde. Again, Portia Miller, Rose May, Myra Ahoy, Capri Vincent, Harper Harding, Marnie Lawrence, Sophie Whitfield. So 3 fastest in 6, 7 and 8. Vincent, Harding and Lawrence. I think that's going to be a good battle.
It will be. Lawrence is the returning national champion from when they were under 13s, and she picked up the bronze medal at last year's national. She'll find herself right in the middle in lane number 5. So towards the outside, right from lanes 5 all the way to lanes 8, that's where I expect it. But just based off the heats, it's going to be hard for Harding to be caught because she was just incredible in that heat. And she's got a good lane as well.
So I dare say, just watch for 6, 7 and 8, although great point with Myra Ahoy. Could really come out of the ground here and find something special. So these women here, a lot of them were in that final last year. You'll be familiar with this type of feeling. And particularly at these younger age groups, you find them in a lot more events, whether that's the 100, the 400. Some of them are hurdlers, some of them are jumpers. They really do like to be in as many things as possible. But let's see which of them is the best over the half-lap journey. It's becoming a bit of a golden distance here in Australia. Obviously, we had 2 World Junior medalists at the last World Junior Championships. We had another at the one before that. So we got a strong pedigree. Jess Malat was 4th in that World Junior final as well just last year. So Frankie Hyde, Chelsea Wright, Portia Miller, Rose May, Mayra Ahoy, Capri Vincent, Harper Harding, Marnie Lawrence, Sophie Whitfield in that order in the hands of the starter. Good start there from Harding. She's able to pick up that stagger on her outside with Marnie Lawrence quickly. So she's going to try and separate away from this field. It's Myra Ahoy from Queensland, though, doing a good job to peg back that distance. So Harding gets in there in front of Lawrence. These two are out there. Ahoy putting up a good battle in third. She'll have company, but here's Harding. Lawrence now just comes over the top from New South Wales to WA. That's a win. 24.68 minus 1.5 the headwind. Marnie Lawrence just over the top of Harper Harding. A really good battle. They will be your gold and silver medalists here in the women's under 14 200.
And they are able to get back on the podium for Lawrence. Incredible result from her. Minus 1.5, 24.68. Great time. Just set the race up early. And we didn't really know where that race was going to go as they came into the home straight. Not a lot was separating Lawrence and Harding, but Lawrence, she's able to find herself back onto the podium again. 24.66. She showed her strength in the final stages, just moving clear of Harding. Harding silver, 24.86, and Capri Vincent in third, 25.30 the time for her.
Yeah, so it really did eventuate the way we thought it would, didn't it? In that top 1, 2, 3. Maybe not quite the order I had in mind, but impressive from Lawrence. She just, you know, there's a moment in sprinting, I think, when you do start to feel somebody come up there right on your shoulder. You'll see it here. Harper Harding just looked like maybe she'd move away, but Marnie Lawrence, that is just strong racing over that closing stages of the 200 and just pulled away from the rest of this field, left nothing to chance. As you said, Ethan, a minus 1.5 headwind, so they've all been running into some hard conditions, but 24.66 for Marnie Lawrence, Harper Harding's 24.86, and Capri Vincent 25.30 for her. Maria Ahoy wasn't far away, 25.37, so again, a really good start and managed to hold on well for a 4th place. So over the flat 2s, that'll hold us at bay for a little bit. We've got some heptathlon 200s to come. And as I've said, we then roll back into our men's under 17, women's under 18, or men's and women's under 17 and 18, 200-metre finals shortly. So plenty of action remaining here, as well as the conclusion of some of our men's and women's events, because the heptathlon 800 comes up, the decathlon 1500s come up. We've got another of our race walks here, our women's under 17 and 18 race walk, our 4x1s for those junior ages, and then our under 17 and 18 men's decathlon will see out day number 2 of these Australian Athletics Championships. Women's under 15 heptathlon 200 though will be first, and as we take a look at the combined results, it is the Victorian who I believe is out in front.
Yep. She's got 2,048 points.
Brilliant.
In Tenamaya Sizurom, and then in second is Martha McClements, who's got 2,029 points to Sizerom's 2,048 points, and then Alexis Palmy is in third with 1,992 points. So McClements, who is in second, she's going to be racing from lane number 4. And then I don't think Harmony and Shizram, no, they're not there. They'll be in the next race. So McClements is going to have to wait to see how her fellow competitors are going to do. She's got a pretty healthy gap between her and Harmony, and she's also just behind Shizram by a similar amount. So there is the start lists that we're going to be seeing in the first race of the under-15 girls heptathlon. Shizram is on the inside, and then it is going to be Clements, sorry, Schnarry is on the inside, then Fraser, then McClements, Ojako, Petit, Zaragoza, Aya, and Gotsatsanis, that is from the inside to the outside.
So here we go. Heat 1, or final one, of our women's under-15 heptathlon 200. Naria, Fraser, McClements, Ojiako Petit, Zagora, Aya, and Kotsaganis inside to out. Good start there, Jacquio Petit there. The Queenslander has really just picked them up early. In fact, she's a bullet out of the gun. She's gone. So good luck trying to chase that down. The Queenslander's going to really give them something to work towards. She's out there by already 5 metres as they make their way around the stagger. Naria from Western Australia moves up into second. Fraser not far away either. But have a look at this run. Jaco Petit is absolutely gone. Home and hose with 25.54. Oh, that is quick. The Western Australians, Naria and McClements, come through for second and third. Now, obviously, in this heptathlon, it all comes down to points. Fast times means more points. And Tilly Ojiako Petit did herself no harm in that women's 200.
Absolutely not. And it was a great start from her. She was quickly able to pick off the stagger of Zagora and Aya on the outside of her, and then she came into the home straight, and there was nothing but a look of determination on her. The wind has died down for those wondering. It was about a minus 0.8 headwind, but what a fantastic run from Ajako Petit. Great run and a huge amount of points that she's going to be added to. Naria on the inside of her ran really well, so too did McClements. McClements, we know, coming into this event, she was sitting in second spot, so we'll see how her two competitors go, that they're either side or in first and third, and then we'll have a look at the standings before they, as they go into day number 2.
And in first place from New South Wales and sneaking in a little PB.
So we'll be right back from the WA Athletic Stadium in just a moment. It's 28 degrees. Mitch Dyer, Ethan Quillivan along with you, back with more from day 2 of the Junior National Track and Field Championships in a moment. Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium. 29 degrees in Perth, just about 3:30 over in the west. It is beautiful, isn't it, Mitch? We really are walking on a dream in Western Australia, and I'm just looking over to that section. Absolutely no clouds in the sky. Looks like there could be a little cloud, but nothing that is going to hurt us. So next up is final number 2 for the under-15 girls women's heptathlon 200 metres. We Cizram on the inside from Hummy. Watch for those two. They are in first and third. Cizram just leading from Hummy. And then Croft, Horsey, Williams and Duronchi from the inside to the outside. So the action will be from Cizram and Hummy on the inside. All about points. Let's see what they can get. The wind just picking up a bit. Harmy got off to a great start. She's quickly up to Croft on the outside. Williams is moving well. She's moved past Duronchi, and she's the early leader. Harmy's moving well, so too is Cizram on the inside of her. To the straight, it's Williams that hits it first. Then Cizram has moved into second spot. She's moved past Harmy. Harmy's moving with her. It's Williams that is in the lead. Cizram's coming after her. 40 metres to go. Cizram has got the lead. Williams holding on. Williams fighting back. On the line, it's Williams just ahead of Cizram. 26.76 to round out day number 1, I should say. And they'll be going into day number 2 so close to each other. Minus 2.9. Williams was just able to hold on in the final stages.
Yeah, impressive racing there. Obviously had the challenge, but did well to maintain. That's fast. Obviously, thankfully, this headwind is starting to drop down. It's still going to be pretty tough to run into, but they're doing a good job to make light work of it. So well done there to our heptathletes. We'll see you again shortly. You know, it's one of those sort of events where don't give yourself too much time to rest. You'll be back out here in no time. So well done to our under 15 heptathletes on day 1 of their competition. Impressive racing, 26.76 for Williams, Cizram 26.78 a PB, and 27.28 for Harmy, so a PB as well. 732 points, that's a good accumulation there. So that'll be healthy for competition standings.
Oh, magnificent.
In third place from WA with a throw of 37.26, Jessica Avens. In second place from New
We are
South
just
Wales
getting ready
with a
for
throw of
the next
41.51, Ocean
couple of events.
And in first place from Queensland with a
Mitch
massive
said it
throw
was
of
Williams that won 26.76, and then it was Zazormi 26.78, so 0.02 just separating those two. And there's a look at the official results after day number 1. So Shizmi is leading, 2,048 points, with McClement's 2,029 points, and then Humney 1992. So we are getting ready for the next event on the track. It is the under 16 girls heptathlon, final number A. It'll be Natter on the inside from Taylor. Then it is Geck, Brown, Adkins, Fort and Burkhart. They'll race from inside to the outside. We'll get you some standings as well for these girls. So we're just about to conclude their day number 1. We've just got the standings right now. So Adkins is the leader on 2,444 points, and Taylor 2,253, and then Brown 2,071. So they are the standings at the moment.
Not far behind is the Victorian
No.
Sienna Geck. So she'll be looking to make an imprint, you would think, on this race. She rolls out of lane number 4. So Chelsea Natter, Chloe Taylor, Sienna Geck, Lexi Brown, Sienna Adkins, who's the leader, Chelsea Fort, and Layla Burkhart. Burkhart closest to you. And whenever I say that, just think the left of screen.
Yep.
So Burkhart, the left of screen, Natter, the Western Australian, furthest to the right, but nearest on the track. And this will be interesting to see how they pan out here, because the fastest is actually the Tasmanian, Sienna Adkins, who is the leader. So she'll be fancying her chances here on day number 1 of competition. She's just about as close to the middle of the track as you can get. She's just to the left-hand side of it in the grey. So Natta, Taylor, Geck, Brown, Atkins, Fort, Burkhart. Here in the first of 2 women's under 16 heptathlon 200s. Here we go, hand to the starter. Atkins got a really good start there. She's the overall leader for this under 16 heptathlon, fastest on the paper, and she'll be the fastest into the home straight. So the Tasmanian looks really strong, runs an impressive bend. Inside of her from WA though, moving along nicely. In fact, it's the Victorians in Brown and Geck, but out in front now, it is still going to be the Tasmanian. Sienna Geck giving her everything to work for, but moves away Atkins. She's strong. 25.85 for her. Well done there to Sienna Geck. Chloe Taylor from Queensland as well was quick. They're all chasing points in this heptathlon. The 200 metres done. They'll roll back again. But well done to the Tasmanian, Sienna Adkins. She was very impressive in the closing stages.
An incredible bend is what she was able to run into a minus 0.9 and then just so strong down this home straight. Well done to Sienna Adkins. Coming in with great amount of confidence from the previous 3 events. She'll go home, rest up, because she's still got 3 more tomorrow, long jump, javelin, and then 800 metres to round it all off. And we are going to be seeing the conclusion of the under 18s and the under 17s girls heptathlon in a few moments time, but we've still got a few more 200 metres that we are going to rip through. Good to see the wind just sort of starting to die down. It got up to a minus 2.5 not too long ago. And just then it was a minus 0.9, so hopefully we can have a few headwinds flipped and we can get them into some tailwinds.
Well, that would be nice. I don't love our chances, but it would be nice.
I'm not promising miracles.
No, 810 points accumulated there for Sienna Atkins, so that's big. It's a good little buffer on the rest of the competition. As I said, the second now of our under 16 heptathlon 200s behind the blocks. Well, setting up their blocks, I should say. What a glorious afternoon it is here in Perth.
It's what we do.
It is what you do. Walking on a dream here in WA land. Should be... Oh, no, I was going to make a really bad joke. I won't.
Go on.
No, I forgot that we're on 7+. You know, they've got standards. This isn't your standard Mitchie stream. I've got to keep this one.
We're just between us. No one's listening.
Keep the A material. I'll tell you off air.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see if I can slide it in somewhere here. It is heat number 2 for our women's under 16 200, part of the heptathlon. Shiloh O'Reilly from WA in lane 2. Evie Hill from New South Wales in 3. Ruth Howlett, the Queenslanders, in 4. Kiana Jenkins of Victoria in 5. Asha Meek, the Victorian, in 6. Hannah Geck, sister, I imagine, of Sienna, in 7. And Alara Cole from Victoria in 8. So heavily dominated by the big V here in heat number 2. Dispersed some Queenslanders, New South Wales and WA in there as well. And this should be a quality race.
It looks like, Mitch, we were worried to see if Gout was going to be able to watch his training partner, but they brought it to a wonderful crescendo.
They have.
They've just been able to wrap it up nicely. There's a few more, and he should be done within the next 5 or so minutes, you'd think. He's been giving everybody a lot of time, so there's no doubt about that. No one's been rushed in and rushed out. They've done a really good job, and so has Gout, so appreciate him coming down to be with the young superstars of tomorrow, and he, of course, is a young superstar himself, so great to see, great scenes, and cannot wait to see what he's able to do. But let's focus about the now, because we've got the under 16 B final of the women's 200 metres heptathlon.
Yeah, so O'Reilly, Hill, Howlett, Jenkins, Meek, Geck and Cole. For you to watch here. Number 2, women's under 16 heptathlon 200. We'll come back. You know, you don't ever want to commentate as Moz someone, but it looked like a very good start there from Kiana Jenkins. Hopefully they get a yellow card. That would be the Victorian in the middle of the track. let's just see what our officials will dish out. You'll see them there. So Jenkins literally in the middle of the track. She's got the Queenslander inside her from Howlett, Aisha Meek, fellow Victorian. And we've got green cards. Good news. So just a little unsteady. Great to see the officials handing out greens and yellows. Haven't actually seen many reds, if any reds, thus far in these junior championships. Does take a bit more in the junior ranks to get the red. O'Reilly, Hill, Howlett, Jenkins, Meek, Geck, and Cole. Cole, the last one into the blocks. Steady, prepared, ready to take on a half lap. Women's under 16 heptathlon 200, heat 2 of 2. Good start there again from Jenkins, although a little bit wider than that was Meek, the Victorian. New South Wales, Evie Hill as well, just picking up that Queenslander on her outside shoulder. So she wants to try and join the Victorian party out here. Alara Cole from Victoria, the first one to get into the home stretch. Now from New South Wales, Evie Hill starts to present, but Cole it is out in front. Hill in second. Blanket of Victorians up next, but it's going to be on one and only 26.24 for Alara Cole. Really impressive there. Evie Hill from New South Wales followed up in second. It was Jenkins, Meek, or Geck who followed through for third. So great racing in heat number 2. We're going to throw to a break here in the commentary booth. Ethan and I will be back in a moment's time. Under 17, 18, 200-metre finals to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on 7+. So we are back. And I told you we'd be back with some more 200-metre action. And it's our men's under 17 200-metre final. This is sure to be some fireworks. There is some very, very deep junior talent here in this field. And Ethan, I'm curious, who's caught your eye? Who in this final do you think we're looking for to be a gold medalist? I got mine, but I'm interested to hear yours.
Well, Folker, he had a great race in his heats, and it's hard to move past the defending age group champion. He won gold last year in Adelaide. He'll be starting in lane number 8. Also watch for Lachlan Burns. In lane number 5, he picked up the silver medal last year at the National Championships, and recently, this season, at the All-Schools National Championships, he was able to pick up a gold medal. So lanes 5 and 8, that's where I'm expecting some of the action to come from. Also look for John Jimmy. He was pretty impressive in the heats. But there's some of the names, Mitch, that have just been thrown around in my mind.
Yeah, I like that. We're not too far off. I think Vincent Faulkner is certainly the one to watch in lane number 8, the Queenslander. He's a very smooth mover. Evan John Jimmy, though, he does have some good staying power when he's feeling confident. And Lachlan Burns from New South Wales, another. Don't mind the looks of Glashtus Magalas as well. He'll go out of the inside. So Zane Edwards, Glashtus Magalas, Nwobi, Proudfoot, Burns, Lubenda, John Jimmy, Faulkner, and Ugbome. Inside to outside of the track. This is your men's under 17 200 metre championship of Australia. Locked and loaded. Starters' hands. Here we go. Well, really good start there for Evan John Jimmy. He's got some company inside of him now from Lubenda. So Lubenda moves up to John Jimmy. Widest on the track there is Ugbome from New South Wales. Vincent Faulkner now just really starts to get into his stride. So now we start to see Faulkner of Queensland. Lubenda as well right up alongside of him. Faulkner from Lubenda. He's going to salute Faulkner. 21.99 unofficially. Minus 0.6. He had to work for it. Uwezo Lubenda made him work. The two from the same state get it as gold and silver.
Incredible. Faulkner, he was trailing as he came into the home straight. Lubenda just had the lead. Lubenda had an incredible bend. He led off it by about 2 or 3 metres. Faulkner, he didn't overreact. He didn't stress out. He was just able to calmly work his way up onto Lubenda and then was able to move past him and was able to win by about 3 or 4 metres. And then John Jimmy finished off really strongly. 0.6 and a sub-22 second race. That is incredible. Well done to the defending age group champion. Goes back-to-back in that age group. What an impressive run.
Yeah, well, like I said, he really did have his work cut out for him there, Vincent Faulkner. I really did think that Lubenda was going to run away with it Uwezo. He was so strong. Also, Posi Bome gave them plenty to chase outside of the track. It is sort of that classic case, and for lack of a better term, you run scared when you're widest on the track. You can't see anybody. You're running your own race. So I thought he did a really good job to set it up, but Uwezo Lubenda nearly stole it at the death there from Vincent Faulkner. Too strong, though. You go back-to-back national titles at age groups 16 and 17. That stands for a lot. So well done to our men's under 17 event. Just awesome to watch. And up next, this is going to be an absolute doozy in my opinion. This men's under 18 event has sort of been really interesting. I mean, it obviously, the name for me, or there's probably 2 names that caught my eye immediately in terms of 200 metre talent. That's Kasiano and Seth Kennedy. But Kelakai Ekwamadu has stamped himself here over the last 2 days as probably the man to watch from South Australia. He's obviously had some really storied history over these national championships, but the South Australian looks to have just hit his stride so well across the heats and the semi-finals. Now, obviously, Mason Magroda, he was our World Junior medalist at only the age of 16 over in those World Junior Championships in the long jump. He'll try his hand over the half-lap distance, but Ethan, again, it's another one where the wider lanes have a lot to watch. Tobias Drummond Templeton in lane 4 probably is the kickstart of that sort of pedigree. We can see the photo finish from our under-17s, but this is sure to be exciting.
It is, Mitch, and you mentioned Okamandu. He is going to be running in lane number 8. He picked up the bronze medal last year at the national championships. Seth Kennedy also one I'm intrigued to see how he will go. He'll just run on the inside of Ekwamandu in lane number 7, the national champion from last year, and Tobias Drummond Templeton, who'll be running in lane 4. He is the all-schools champion. You mentioned Lachlan Kennedy. He's a Mason Magroda, I should say. He is just incredible over long jump, as we know, but in 200 metres he has gone sub-22 before. 21.7 I believe is what is, 21.71 is his personal best, so it shows that he is able to run quick, and he might cause a few people some headaches, but I think towards the outside is where we are going to be seeing some of the action.
Yeah, so you can see the names on screen. They've just flashed up. So Wal Albino, Liam Hayes, Nail Cole, King, Tobias Drummond Templeton, Mason Magroda, Jonathan Kasiano, who is the training partner, the travelling partner of Gout as well. Seth Kennedy in 7. Kalakai Kwamaru is in 8. And Joshua Smith from New South Wales is out there in lane number 9. So if you're a fan of 200-metre racing, or if you're just new to it after watching the pedigree that we've had over the last few years, I can guarantee you this, you're going to love what you're about to see here, because realistically, you could throw 4 names in a hat, juggle it around, and you'd probably get a different national final every single time. So it's incredibly exciting. But if I had to pinpoint a few for you, lane 4 from the ACT, Tobias Drummond Templeton. Lane 6 from Queensland, Jonathan Kasiano. 7 from Queensland, Seth Kennedy. And in lane number 8, the South Australian, he's got the red singlet, second from the left for you at home. Kalakai Kwamaru, to me, has looked the best through the rounds. But you find yourself in a final now. Only one can be crowned the champion of Australia. Only one can be the fastest 200-metre runner in this country for the under-18 age group. The work has been done. The moment has arrived, and these young men will be ready to assert themselves as ones to watch in years gone by. We talk a lot about Gout. We talk a lot about the junior talent we have in this country. This is that age group as well that would be in that demographic by the time we host the Home Olympics in Brisbane. These will be a lot of kids that are looking towards that, see what they can do here.
And putting something into perspective for you, Mitch, next up we have got the under-18s, of course, the next age group above. Gout won that race last year.
It's incredible.
So we talk about how incredible he is, and he has done a lot of good, but it just shows how young he is, that these guys here are only 1 year older than Gout. Gout won this race last year.
Here we go. Men's under-18 200-metre final. What do we have? Oh, that's a blistering start there. Kasiano got a really good jump. He's out there after Kwamaru. They're going to give Seth Kennedy plenty to chase. Mason McGroder as well from New South Wales. But they round their way in here. Kwamaru, the South Australian. He's just got it from Kasiano. Now the Queenslander finds some strength. Kasiano from Kwamaru lifts one more time. Kasiano, 21.27 for the Queenslander. He was challenged on the outside. Kennedy comes through for third, I think. And Kalakai Kwamaru was strong, but Jonathan Kasiano takes it. Minus 1.6, 21.27 unofficially.
Wasn't that a race of just so many different tales and different stories? Kwamaru did so well. Kasiano coming into the home straight, he was putting himself in a great position, and then just on the outside of him, Kwamaru, we knew he was going to close late. 60 to go, he was able to draw level, and then he just relaxed past him and was able to get the gold medal. Well done to Kwamaru. Great time as well. 21.2 into a headwind of minus 1.6. 21.26, it's been confirmed. Kalichi Kwamaru was able to get the silver medal. 21.30, and Seth Kennedy makes his way back onto the podium with a time of 21.44.
So just so impressive. Jonathan Kasiano, we talked about it. It's one thing to be fast. It's another thing to be fast when under pressure. And he just responded to it perfectly. Over the final 50 metres, you take a lot from that. It's a quick time too, 21.2. Be very happy with that. On paper, he's a 21.4 man, not anymore. So great news for him. Great racing across the board. And we continue with some world-class racing, because our women's under 17 200 metres is not far away. And they're just going through their paces behind the blocks here now. And we can see the medalists continue to collect. Always a special moment getting your national medal, no matter the age. It's always exciting. But our women's under 17 200, this is a really good field here, Ethan. You can see those results just panned up on your screen. There's the split result you can see from our photo finish. Always puts things into perspective, just how close these races truly are. And next up, women's under 17. A little different here. They're sort of in the middle of the track, the quick ones. Hayley Fuss from South Australia is in lane number 1. Monique Walker from WA in 2. Aluka Rose Taylor, the South Australian, is in 3. Maddie Gifford from New South Wales in 4. Maya Tabor is in 5 from New South Wales. And then goes Matilda Harrison in 6. Aisha Shave from ACT. This looks like a ready-made 400-metre runner. There's Aisha Shave. Kate Philpott in lane number 8 from WA, and Hannah Shortland from New South Wales in lane number 9. Now, this is also another close one here, Ethan. Those heats were really interesting and fascinating to watch. I'm curious to see what you think.
All the returning medalists from last year's Nationals are here, Mitch. We've got Maya Tabor, she's going to be in lane number 5. She's the defending national champion for this age group. Kate Philpott, she'll be on the outside in lane 8. She picked up the silver medal last year. And Matilda Harrison in lane 6, she won the bronze medal. And to throw all of that in with Aisha Shave, who is the national all-schools bronze medalist, she'll be in lane number 7. So 5, 6, 7, 8 all have returning national medalists from last year. And the 3 that got onto the podium last year, it's not something that we've seen a lot of in these championships, if I'm being honest, Mitch, but the returning medalists are back. And let's see what happens when we throw their names in the air, who gets first, second, third.
Oh, absolutely. That's a really good point, Ethan. It's sort of similar to what I just said about the men's under 18. You could run this final 10 times and get 9 different results. So I think this is going to be a really, really strong race. And again, it could really come from anywhere. Maya Tabor to me from New South Wales in the middle of the track, lane number 5. Just a really strong competitor over this 200-metre distance. She's proven that for a period of time now as well. Wild card for me, Aisha Shave in lane number 7. So let's see. Fuss, Walker, Rose Taylor, Gifford, Tabor, Harrison, Shave, Philpott, Shortland. Women's under 17. Good start there from Matilda Harrison. She gets right up to Aisha Shave. Kate Philpott as well, the Western Australian, moving along really strongly here as they round around into the home straight. Oh, it's going to be a line of 4. So here we go now. This will be a race. Aisha Shave, Matilda Harrison. Harrison gets the better of them. Maya Tabor now from New South Wales goes strength to strength. She picks them all up and she will salute. Just from a fast finishing Kate Philpott on the outside. Oh, that was really impressive. And Maya Tabor of New South Wales, 24.14 unofficially. That was a strong race.
It was. I was watching Kate. I knew she'd close like a steam train. It was with a tailwind, plus 0.4. But Tabor, great bend, came into the home straight. The pressure was all on from the outside of her. And Harrison was also just leading with only about 60 metres to go, and then that's when Tabor was able to come through, and Philpott was just moving with her. Harrison leading in. She does get the bronze medal. Tabor, she saw Harrison just in front of her. She knew what she had to do. She slowly worked her way up to her and then was able to take the lead. And Philpott, great race from her. She was in about 4th when she came into the home straight, and she's going to be walking away with the silver medal and a time of 24.12 for Philpott. Maya Tabor, 24.10 for the gold, and Matilda Harrison, the bronze, with a time of 24.18.
So just so impressive. I'm really, really impressed by Monique Walker there. I mean, just 0.02 off the win in the end. Look at that, 24.10, 24.12, 24.18. So just so close. I mean, I called it with a lot of confidence, but I'll tell you what, when it's that close, maybe I shouldn't be. It's hard to see past this finish line. I've backed myself in, but really impressive for this women's under 17 200. The 200-metre stocks that we have in this country at the moment are through the roof, and let me tell you, there are no deeper 200-metre races in this country than this women's under 18 200. 2 familiar foes, 2 national medalists. Gold last year in the 100, it was for Tubel Philp. Gold last year in the 200, it was for Amaya Mearns. They swapped the silvers. They're going to go out of lane 7 and 8. This, to me, is one of the most fun battles in sprinting in this country.
It is, and it's an interesting storyline because we often, when we talk about age groups, we say that the defending age group champions in this race, but the defending under 18 national champion is in this race, Amaya Mearns. She ran up last year, and now she will be defending her title. It's not often we see that in the junior age groups, but Amaya Mearns, so she does know how to win the under 18 women's 200 metres, but she's got some company. Tubel Philp will be there. She'll be on the outside in lane number 7. She is the under 17 national champion, and she picked up the all schools silver medal. You mentioned Amaya Mearns, under 18 gold. She won gold at the national all schools championships. Watch for Jessica Hannay as well. She'll be racing in lane number 4. And Leah O'Brien, she didn't contest the 200 metres at the national all schools championships and or the national championships last year, but she's been running 23 5s, 23 6s in Perth over the past couple of weeks, and that is a time which I reckon that will be good enough to get a medal. What's the time for gold? Not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's low 23. We've just seen the wind switch around.
Yeah.
Last one was a tailwind. Let's hope it continues to be a tailwind.
So this is one to watch for me. Maya Mearns, she's the second fastest ever Australian in the under 18 age group with that 23.15. Phil is the fourth fastest with her 23.21. If she can eclipse 23.18, she moves past none other than Tori Lewis on the all-time rankings list. If they can get under 22.74, can you believe how quick that is? They'll take it off Raylene Boyle.
Okay.
So I can't see that happening here today.
Yeah.
You never, ever know. Given this wind is swirling, you just have to be able to be predictable. But it is Adad to Huehue Takino, Ross, Hanny, Eslick, O'Brien, Philp, Mearns, and Bury. Bury closest to you at home. But the ones to watch is Amaya Mearns, second from the left, and Chubel Philp, lane number 7. She's third from the left, just on the inside shoulder of her. And I don't think I'm outrageous to say that this is one of the most fun rivalries in sprinting in this country for these women. They've been featuring across the summer in track classics, racing against the Opens, getting nothing but experience. Chubel Philp, third from the left. Treat yourself. Watch this start.
Geelong have the Geelong Football Factory. I think it's fair to say Queensland have the Sprint Factory, because the sprinters coming out of Queensland at the moment are incredible.
Oh, it's the sprinting capital of the world. Watch the start of Chubel Philp. She's going to get out there quickly, and Maya Mearns track her down. Under 18, 200. Sure to be a cracker. Oh, she never disappoints, does she, Chubel Philp? She got out there blistering, so she already picks up Amaya Mearns, and these two will clear out into the home straight. So Chubel Philp looks strong. Here comes Mearns now on her outside shoulder. O'Brien doing a good job from WA as well. Here comes the local. So O'Brien, this will be a boil over. She's going to take them both, and it'll be quick. 23.37. She's taken it over Philp. She's taken it over Mearns. She can't believe it. National champion. Unbelievable. What a run.
Into a headwind. I knew she was a chance, Leah O'Brien. She's been running incredibly well over the past couple of weeks in Western Australia. 23.37 into a headwind. It's an event she doesn't often do, but she is phenomenal at it. It's a 23.37 unofficially, minus 1.1. She stuck to Philp early in the early stages. She knew that Philp was going to go out hard. She stuck with her around that bend. She came into the home straight and she pulled the trigger and she went flying down the home straight and she took the lead with about 60 metres to go, and she was just incredible. She came into the home straight just in second spot, just behind Philp, and here we go. She just draws level with her at 60 and then's able to put some separation between her. Philp and Mearns were trying to go after her, but O'Brien, the national champion.
So that is just incredible racing from O'Brien. She now moves to the 6th fastest under 18 we've ever seen in this country. Steps on past Amelia Reid, and only just behind Riley Day in the number 5 spot. So that is blistering. It was a name I didn't mention in terms of battling it out for a gold medal. And that's the faux pas on my behalf. I should have been more familiar with your game, because that is a great race. And that, I mean, to take down the likes of Amaya Mearns and Chubel Philp over here in your home state, that is just simply incredible. Well done.
Can I say it?
Yes.
She's walking on a dream.
She is walking on a dream. Nobody pinch her. She doesn't want to wake up. Leah O'Brien, phenomenal. As I said, 6th fastest now. And I'll tell you what, she is only the 3rd member of our top 10 to do that into a headwind. You know who she joins? Tori Lewis and Kathy Freeman.
Wow. And flip that 1.1 headwind to a tailwind. Maybe even push it up to 2.
Well,
could be approaching 23.0 there.
Her last, well, I was going to say 50, but really it was her last 80 metres for Leah O'Brien, who just went strength to strength, didn't care about the opposition at hand, just said, yep, I want to run quick. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
23.37, just waiting on the official time, see if it has been confirmed. Just waiting on it, but there is no doubt in my mind that Leah O'Brien, incredible race. Can't wait to see what she's going to be able to do in the 100 metres as well. She has, and she ran at the Perth Track Classic in the 100 metres. In the 100 metre B race, she was able to run a windy 11.3. and I wouldn't put it past her running it legally as well. And then throwing the likes of Philp, who gets off to an incredible start, package that in with Mearns' incredible finish. Leah O'Brien, her starts aren't the world's best. She is working on it. I have seen her work on it at training. But if they can put it all together, we could see 3 girls in that race go under 23.5.
Well,
Sorry, 11.5.
Absolutely we could. We'll summarise there, Ethan. That's sure to be an absolute cracker as we make our way through. So up next, our men's heptathlon 200s. This is the under 15 heptathlon. You can see them on the start line here. It's Dakin Armstrong in lane number 2, Harrow Tanabe Armstrong in 3, Zach Nunn is in 4, and Oliver Shooten-Durham runs out of lane number 5. So a smaller field here.
I just want to go back, Mitch, sorry, to the under-18 final. It was separated. Second and third was separated by 1,000th of a second. Chubel Philp got it. 23.675 to Maya Mearns, 23.676. So that is why there was a bit of a delay, but that is how close it was as we get ready for the boys. Under 15 200-metre heptathlon.
Yeah, so field of 4, Dakin Armstrong, Harrow Tanabe Armstrong, Zach Nunn, and Oliver Shooten-Durham. Here we go. It's a good clean start across the board. It might have been the Victorian Shooten-Durham who got a good start, but now Tanabe Armstrong, the Western Australian, comes up inside of him now. So he should round into the bend first. The Victorian, though, was actually strong to hold him out. So Shooten-Durham it is. Now goes back to WA's Tanabe Armstrong. These two are going to battle it out towards the line. The Western Australian might have the strength. The Victorian finds a little bit of something. The Western Australian gets it. 25.20 quick. So that would have been mighty, mighty close there. Harrow Tanabe Armstrong and Oliver Shooten-Durham. A lot to be happy with, though, for these two. Armstrong and Nunn as well were close behind. But I'm calling it that the Western Australian crossed it first.
25.20 into a minus 0.8, so the wind has switched again. It's not too heavy, but close race. And well done to those boys for being able to have that strength at the end of day 1 for them. They've just done 3 events. They'll go home. They've got 3 more tomorrow, and we will be right back in just a moment. It's 29 degrees in Perth. We've got plenty more 200 metres on the other side. We've got a few more 800s as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
To raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
We are back here in WA. We continue with some heptathlon 200s, but just, would you take a look at that sunshine? It is good. I haven't felt it myself. I've been inside for the past, well, probably about 6 hours. So it'd be nice to get out there. We can see our men's under 15 heptathlon results. This is after day number 1. 2216 points for Haro Tanabe Armstrong, the Western Australian. Oliver Shooten Durham gets up to 1984 and 2,051 points for Dakin Armstrong. Zach Nunn, the Victorian as well, doing a good job across the board here for the 7 events. Up next, though, we go up an age group. Our men's under 16 now heptathlon in the 200 metres. And this is a bit more of a full field here.
We'll get you a list as to how we're going, but yeah, go from the 4 in the under 15s to full field of 9 in the under 16 boys. So they started their day. They started off pretty early. I think they weren't the first event. They might have been the second event that went underway today. So just looking at how we are going, it is Harry Osborne who is leading on 2,339 points. Then it is Ezekiel Ham who's on second on 2,099 points. And then Cooper Nunn is on third on 1,905 points.
Okay. So nice and competitive across the board. Not too much between them either. That should be said.
Not at all. So we could go into day, particularly, so you think Harry Osborne will go into day number 2 with the lead, but between Ezekiel Ham and Cooper Nunn, we could see either of them flip spots around. And then it is Franklin Gaetandis who is in 4th spot with 1,672 points. So it's pretty close between 2nd and 3rd, and you'd think that they'd be able to hold on to a strong enough lead to get the medals. But Harry Osborne, great start to his heptathlon. Great start to day number 1. Ezekiel Ham and Cooper Nunn. Watch for them, because it'll be interesting to see how they go.
And these guys go out of lane 1 and 2 as well, so they're actually right next to each other on the track. So Ezekiel Ham, Cooper Nunn, Alexander Carroll, Hamish McDonald. Then it goes Paxton Ong, Harry Osborne, Raphael Dogue, Brody Harkness, and Franklin Giatanidis from New South Wales in the hands of the starters now. The Victorians jumped very well. That was Alexander Carroll. He's in lane number 3. Now we start to see Ezekiel Ham pick them up as well. Widest on the track there, the Queenslander Osborne is up to Gaetanitis, but the Queenslander will get in there first. So it's Osborne who leads out from Ham. He's got some company now, some work to do. Ham continues to push on Osborne, but Osborne's strong enough. He'll take it. Osborne then back to Ham, and I think that might be Harkness, who might have got up there for 3rd, if not Giatanidis from New South Wales. So impressive, 23.85 minus 0.3. So the headwind is back again ever so slightly. But Harry Osborne, the Queenslander, he'll pick up some good, valuable points towards the end of day 1.
Yeah, he's just been so strong throughout day 1, hasn't he? And that 200 metres just shows his strength that he has got in that 200 metres. He was just able to have a great start and then just able to hold on in the end. And I can't wait to see the calculations that go on between 2nd and 3rd, because we know that there was not a lot separating those two boys for the under 16 heptathlon, and Ezekiel Ham and Cooper Nunn. It's only about maybe 104 points that are separating them, and that can easily be changed. So watch out for those two going into day number 2 and in day number 2, because the podium might fluctuate the whole way through. So they will go home, they'll rest up. And what would you do, Mitch, as your sort of recovery? Well, the food part is always the one that excites me the most. Would you have a sort of, have you got a dream feast in mind that you would use to recover?
Ooh. Well, are you carb loading, or how are you sort of preparing for day 2 of a heptathlon, I wonder? I feel like you're probably getting in a lot of fats. Try and burn those off early. I mean, obviously, I wasn't necessarily the greatest in terms of dietetics, I was very simple. I was just a big pasta man, get some bread into me, get some things that I could digest and fill up early. But I reckon these guys will be a little bit more scientific in their approach. But I would be going for as much pasta as I possibly could, and then just getting in some easy fats as well. What about you, Ethan? You have a smorgasbord of food ahead of you between day 1 and day 2 of a heptathlon decathlon. What are you going for?
Would it be rude if I crushed a pizza?
No, I don't think that's rude at all.
You've done all the work, and I wouldn't mind crushing pizza, but if I was if I had to take it serious, which I would take it serious, probably you'd have to go to pastas, wouldn't you? But
of course
at the end, you'd like to crush a pizza. Roster Athletics, Mitch, how fascinating has it been? How outstanding has it been? Oh,
it's just so simple to use, Roster Athletics. It's obviously our first choice up here in the commentary booth, but if you are sitting there at home and you want to keep up to date with everything that's happening and you don't want it to be through us, you can just download that Roster Athletics app. You can have all the live results, the start list, the entries, everything you could possibly need right there in the palm of your hand. Phenomenal system is Roster Athletics. Certainly the easiest interface to use I've ever come across with in terms of live results. So make sure you are downloading the Roster Athletics app. That's exactly where you get all of your results up to date quickly and right there in the palm of your hand.
And that's where we get them from. We are given the same information that you are. So we're not getting fed these secret sheets that have all the start lists and all the entries. We get exactly the same that you get. So you can be as educated as Mitch and I when it comes to these national championships.
Oh no, you are the most educated man in the booth, Ethan. I have no doubt about that at all. And I'm not even going to pretend like I am the most educated. Here we go. We can see the results here. The men's under 16 heptathlon. So Harry Osborne, he's done well there. Ezekiel Ham, 27.88 for him. 2.348 for Cooper Nunn. And it's Giordanitis, who just drops down there. 2.299 for him. So the Victorians are in pursuit of Harry Osborne. But the Queenslander, look, if he continues to race and compete like that, he's going to be a hard man to chase down, I think, after day number 1.
It will be. So they'll go home. They'll have some sort of...
They'll have their big pizza.
Yeah, they'll have their big pizza if they're following the Quinlivan diet. Wouldn't be one I recommend, but hey.
Nah, well, look, the big pizza sounds nice. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a big pizza guy. I think a lot of people will tell you that.
There's a great place around here as well, Mitch.
I don't need to hear it.
Okay. I'll tell you.
No, you can tell me.
Just in Swanbourne, called the Pizza Lounge.
Oh.
Walk on a dream every time you go in there.
Now, the Pizza Lounge sounds like a type of place I want to relax. That sounds good. Okay, well, I might find myself in the Pizza Lounge. I might.
It's just opposite Swanbourne train station. So you can catch the train there.
Catch the train, yeah. Why not? Why not? Well, our women's heptathlon here, the under-17s, they're up next. This is the next track event we're going to get as we pan over the beautiful blue track out here in WA. Now, javelin throwers are out there too. In fact, they're the only ones out there at the moment. There are javelin throwers in the infield and a couple of our long jumpers along the back straight. Good to see a posse of people out supporting them. But it's our women's heptathlon final event for our under-17s. They are at event number 7. Be relieved with that as well, I imagine. 4 events on day 1, 3 events on day 2. A good split. I think they'll be ready to finish off their day. It looks like these medals have somewhat been decided. It will take a mighty effort to come over the top, I think, of Western Australia's Sophie Williams. Maddie Tarabay, the Victorian, has put together a very nice competition.
So I've got some information on the Tarabay and Williams situation. So let me just get it up. It's under 10 seconds.
Yep.
If Williams can finish, there's a 9.8 second buffer between them. So if Tarabay can get Williams by 10 seconds, gold medal. If it's anything shorter than that, Williams gets the gold. So that is how the situation is unfolding.
Okay, so we're looking at 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 10 seconds if Maddie Tarabay can beat Sophie Williams by.
Yeah, in the 800.
She'll go ahead.
Yep.
And anything under that, she doesn't.
Correct.
Okay, so that's a watch.
And from memories, PBs are about 220 to Tarabay, 235 to Williams. So there's 15 seconds on paper.
So Maddie Tarabay is a good performer over the 800. I do know that. I can actually tell you, here we go, they might even have them here. Sophie Williams, you've spot on, 234. Maddie Tarabay, 220. So Sophie Williams will be in the race of her life here to get over the top. And granted, it would require Maddie Tarabay to probably run equal to a lifetime best, if not slightly faster. Teresi Hess, the German's been impressive. She's sitting in third overall, but third for our Australians is Ella Leith.
This moment here for our competitors to decide the medals.
There's a look at Ross in a long jump competition. I'll just bring up some results for you, which you can get at on Roster Athletics if you are following along at home. Great pleasure to have your company, Ethan Quinlivan, alongside Mitch Dyer.
Hit here at the board. Good jump from Ross. So where does she sit in the rankings at the moment, Ethan?
Work that out for you. I'm just trying to work out which event we're up to.
No, I've put you under the pump there. Look.
No, that's okay, Mitch. What we'll do is we'll take a break.
Yes.
I'll come back with some more results. It's a glorious afternoon in Perth, and we'll be back with more from the WA Athletic Stadium in a moment.
need to raise the bar,
then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
we need to carry the weight of expectation,
then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
So we are back here in WA, and as we've said, we're going to turn our attention to the 800s. We're at the completing point now of the women's under-17 heptathlon, and we're on a bit of a time watch here. Ethan, the stats man, the numbers man, Mr. Digits they call him, is informed me. So Sophie Williams, Western Australia's Sophie Williams, she hasn't placed out of third in any of these events. She won the 100 hurdle, she won the high jump, she won the 2, she won the long jump, she was third in shot put and javelin. Behind her is Maddie Tarabay, who was fifth in the 100 hurdles, fourth in the high jump, won the shot put, second 200, third in long jump, won the javelin, and picked up a big body of points. So what we're looking for here is time. A lot of the points are judged by time. So Sophie Williams has a personal best of 14 seconds slower than Maddie Tarabay. Now, if that time number continues to exist in this 800 metres, Maddie Tarabay is likely to eclipse Sophie Williams and become the national champion. If she can keep it under 10 seconds, Sophie Williams theoretically should hold on to the lead. So it's a race within a race here at the moment. We got a replay here of Batagoda.
And I've got some
long jump as well on your screen.
Got some updates for you in this long jump competition, Mitch. It's the under 13 girls. This is Batagoda. She has jumped a 5-metre jump to place her in second spot. Leading is Evie Moore Malakai, who has been able to jump 5 metres 06, and Sienna Haynes, I should say, is in third with a jump of 4 metres 93. So close. 13 centimetres separates first and third, and they are just in round 4, so they're concluding right now.
So not a lot in that. Every woman in this race as well, I should say, for the under-17. So they've got them out in lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 4, 2, 5, 1, 5, 2, 6, 1, 6, 2, 7, 1, 7, 2, 8, 1, 8, 2, 9, 1, 9,
Your circuits
2.
are malfunctioning, Mitch.
So you can see that. I've just about exploded. So this is what we're talking about. Sophie Williams, 4,598 points. She's 130 points ahead of Maddie Tarabay, who's in front of Teresi Hess. But technically the bronze medalist at the moment for the Australian Championships is Ella Leith, the Victorian. I don't think Maria Huhu can make up that difference. It is quite sizable when you're stacking up against 421 points, but...
So it looks like we've got our podium.
It's a battle.
But we don't know what the
gold
order.
And silver. Exactly right, Ethan. So 10 seconds is what we're looking for between our first place getter at the moment and our second place getter. First place getter Sophie Williams from WA. Second place Maddie Tarabay. And this is the fascinating part of these heptathlon and decathlon events. You know, it doesn't matter what your lead is when you come into the final event. You still have to put it all on the line out here. Remember, so many famous victories that have come from the final event, and maybe we might just see one here.
You know more about multi-events than me. I think it's fair to say you can't necessarily win a multi-event in the 800 or 1500, but you can lose it.
Absolutely, that's a perfect description of it. I think the overall fitness of all these athletes that partake in the multi-event is incredible, but you certainly can't be caught sleeping in terms of having an aerobic ability, because we might just see it here. It can really just make or break your entire event. So, as I've said, they've got everybody on the line. Let's give every single woman here the credit that they deserve. Ella Leith, Teresi Hess, Annabelle Cook, Riley Frank, Sophie Williams, who we're talking about, is the current leader. Macy Petterwood, Brooke Whiteside, Armani Maria Huhu, Sienna Hobbs, Elia Hionis, Bray Brancassione, Juliette Hearn, Eve Ireland, Maddie Tarabay, who's in second, and then Sienna Latanis.
And they're doing not the traditional 800-metre start line.
I love the bend start.
So it means that they won't stay in their lanes for the first 100 metres. They'll cut in pretty much immediately, won't they?
I like that.
When they can,
This is real little ass sort of style start line. I like it. It's a little bit more carnage, because, look, you rarely ever, in fact, you probably never ever see this many people on an 800-metre start line again.
And normally they do split the 800 metres sometimes, so they'll run one group at one time and another group at this time, but I think they've just decided that these girls just want to get it done. They want to be with everybody. They know how close it is, so let's jam them all together.
So, very strong field here. We're on gold medal watch, and look, up here in the booth, we've crunched the numbers. So we're bearing in mind 10 seconds of separation between the current gold and silver medalist will be the making or breaking of who takes home the national crown. So Maddie Tarabay in second, the Victorian, is after Sophie Williams, who's got hip 4-2 for Sophie Williams, and I believe it's hip 9-1 for Maddie Tarabay. If you are watching on at home, we're panning across the women's field here. Under 17 heptathlon. This is sure to be a fascinating affair of 800-metre racing. Who would have thunk it? It would come down to this. Women's under 17 heptathlon. The medals, well, they seem to be in the hands. Which hands they go into, yet to be decided. So a good start here. Unsurprising to see it is going to be Maddie Tarabay who gets right to the front. So currently holding on to that silver medal is the Victorian. Now she'll be looking for a fast time. We've sort of crunched the numbers up here. We're expecting it to be about a 10-second buffer. So if Maddie Tarabay can get out to that 10-second gap back to the current leader in Sophie Williams, that could be a gold medal. They make their way down this home straight. It is Maddie Tarabay. Got company behind her there from Leith, the Victorian. More so there, the Western Australian. That isn't Sophie Williams. It is going to be possibly Hobbs. But they make their way through this opening 300 metres now, and it's very strung out here, Ethan.
It is Tarabay, who we expected to be the leader. She'll just come into the home straight. Williams, who is leading at the moment. She's probably about 30 or so metres just behind her. She's sitting in that 7th spot, you think. So it is Tarabay, and we know she is a quality 800-metre runner. She'll hear the bell first, and it'll be around about 106, 105. It is going to be a 107 for Tarabay.
So Maddie Tarabay out there on her own. She's got Leith now barreling down in second. It's Hess, the German, who moves up into third. So we are mindful of that gap. It goes back to Sophie Williams there of Western Australia. So she is the current competition leader. Maddie Tarabay is in second. They're queuing up there to put themselves in the second spot. Hess, the German, just gets overpassed there by one of our Queenslanders. But Maddie Tarabay will leave not a singular stone unturned on her quest for a national title. So the Victorian only has 200 metres remaining. She's at 142, 143, so she's out here quickly as well. She'll be looking for a lifetime best potentially for the Victorian. She's out there though, all on her lonesome. She's got a good, healthy margin back to the rest of this field. Currently holding the silver medal is the Victorian, so she'll need every ounce of support we can give her here into the home stretch. This is the end of 7 long events, and she's going to come down now and chase a fast time. The Victorian is out there in front. 209, 210. They're queuing up, though, to try and run quickly behind her. Maddie Tarabay, though, the Victorian, will give them everything to chase. She'll go around 220. That is quick. Wow. 220.50 for her. Moving down here is Hess, the German. A really good performance from her. Annabelle Cook from Tasmania crosses the line. Now it's Frank. Leith was strong there too. Next one through is going to be Latanis. And the next one here is Sophie Williams of Western Australia. So she was holding the gold medal. She is sprawled out on the track. A phenomenal performance from every single woman in this heptathlon. This event is not for the faint-hearted. It is tough. Maddie Tarabay, though, she'll be very happy with that performance. She's up and about. She's going to wait for those points to officially roll through. So just bear with me. I'm not game enough to call it. I'm very confident that she might have done enough here to get up for the national title.
I did hand time it, Mitch. It was, to my calculations, about a 16-second gap. So we will wait on that to be confirmed. But it looks like it is Tarabay who has got the gold medal, but we'll just wait for that to all be confirmed. We know it was just under 10 seconds that was the difference between her and Williams as they came into this final event, but great to see them all get around each other. It is just such a tough couple of days that these girls undergo in this heptathlon, and then to conclude it with an 800 metres, it is just so grueling.
Oh, it's a real true war of attrition, the heptathlon. You can see Maddie Tarabay, she's just stumbling her way off the track. So too, just what a performance there from Sophie Williams. Gave it absolutely everything to try and hold on to that gold medal. And you can see them sprawled out here. That's Maddie Tarabay on your screen watching on at home. So she's okay. She's just, look at this embrace. That's beautiful. Sophie Williams, Maddie Tarabay come together and say, geez, you're a warrior, because these women are simply remarkable. And to compete in a heptathlon, it is not for the faint-hearted. Nothing but respect and admiration amongst this group. And it is one of the closest cohorts in athletics, without a doubt. These heptathletes, they all get around one another. Usually, you know, on a global scale, we might even see it here. There's a lap that they all share together. They'll all be down there at the podium. They all get around one another. You see Sophie Williams just limping off here. And I can tell you now that Maddie Tarabay has done enough. She will be your national champion. 816 points catapults her to the top of the leaderboard. So the Victorian is crowned the champion. 5,284 points for her. Phenomenal effort. Sophie Williams was so strong in that 800, 5,201 points. You can see the updated leaderboard. Leith will hold on for the bronze medal for Australian standings. And Therese Hess, well, gee, she really made a good marker over it there as well in the 800. 4,959 for her, so nearly gets over that magical 5,000 point barrier. But just what a performance there from Maddie Tarabay. We were expecting her to get out there and push the tempo, and she did just that. She now crowns herself the national champion.
Well done, both of those girls. Just such a long 2 days when you've got to understand the nuances and the performances that is needed for a whole range of different events. I mean, you've got to be able to sprint the 200 metres very well, and then you've got to be able to spin in the circle or glide in the shot put circle. So well done to those girls. Only 83 points is what separated Tarabay and Williams in the end in this under-17 women's 800 metres for the heptathlon. And we've got the under-18s that is next up. But the heptathlon was one of the very first events to start yesterday. 10:30 is when it started yesterday. It is now done.
Well, we've got a similar sort of situation here, because Bailey Vandenbroek, the Tasmanian, is leading. Her lifetime best for the 800 is 2:45. Now, second place, you're about to see it here, is Ashley James. She's only 102 points behind, but her best is 2:31. So she's also got 14-second buffer. Now, if there's anything to work off, 16 seconds put up about 200 odd points from first to second that we just saw from Tarabay to Williams. So again, we are going to see possibly a pretty strong battle to get there. I'll be interested to see what Reiki Salisha Roberts can run as well, because she's a little bit further back in third, but she's 2:34. So currently the silver and bronze medalists have times monumentally faster than our leader in Bailey Vandenbroek. So she's going to have to leave everything on this track to hold on to this gold medal. This will be another very fascinating one here, Ethan. She's widest on the track, closest to you at home on the start line. Kawar Badwell, Barton, Blaine, Condon, Hadley, Ashley James, who's in second, Joe Camp, Class, Marchek, Mitchell, Nicholas, Platten, Salisha Roberts, who's in third, Taylor, Jajeska, and Vanderbroek. The grand crescendo of the symphony of heptathlon is right here in the 800, and it's just one of the more grueling events on the athletics track. And once again, we could be seeing a changing of the guard of the leader to the silver medal, maybe even to the bronze. I don't see anybody jumping up to get a medal.
No.
But I can see one of these ladies possibly winning a new colour.
And we have the South Australian Ashley James, Talia Joe Camp from Victoria, Imogen Class from Queensland, Gabrielle Marchik from Queensland, Scarlett Mitchell, New South Wales, Zara Nicholas, New South Wales, Indiana,
So here we go.
Queensland, Ricky Salida Roberts, who's having a great competition, currently sits in the bronze medal position. She'll be representing New South Wales. Cassia Taylor of Tasmania.
Fascinated to see how this goes out. I'm expecting Ashley James of South Australia. She's got 4-2 on her hip to give it every opportunity to get out past Bailey Vandenbroek, who's 9-2, closest to you on screen, the Tasmanian. As I've said, 2:45 her best. Ashley James has run 2:31, so keep an eye on that. This is it. It all comes down to this. All guts for all glory. So we're away here. We find ourselves in quite a familiar position, similar to what we saw in the under-17s. This will come down to time. So Bailey Vandenbroek, the Tasmanian, she's a 2:45 athlete at her best. Ashley James, currently the silver medalist, 2:31 runner at her best. So if they can get out there and make a healthy margin, we could see a changing of the guard, but this will be tough. They're tough competitors out here in this women's heptathlon. So they make their way out. It might be Celicia Roberts, in fact, who gets up there. She's in the 3rd spot. So again, she would love to change over the colour of the medals if she can, and she'll lead out a strong trio behind her in pursuit of a fast time.
Only 500 metres to go. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider all these girls have done over the past couple of days, it's barely anything as they come into the home straight. Leading it in is going to be Nicholas from New South Wales, and then just sitting behind her, that is where we do see Barton. And Barton has just been challenged by James on her inside, but Barton has responded well. She goes into outright second with James just behind her. And at the bell, only 360 metres left for these girls after 2 days of competing.
Yeah, we can see Bailey Vandenbroek now come through as well. So Ashley James from South Australia doing a good job just to apply that pressure, maybe to crown herself the national champion. So she sits there in 3rd. Nicholas leads it out though from Barton. So the two South Australians working really well together. They're going to drag through a couple behind them there as well. We see the Western Australia find some really strong form up this back straight. But as it stands at the moment, it is going to be all eyes on Ashley James. She's in that 3rd spot there for South Australia, and she's currently got the silver medal. Vandenbroek up there as well. These two are going to be jostling it to see what they've got. So the Tasmanian will find something over this final 200 metres, maybe to see what she can do. But now Ashley James goes from strength to strength. She gets right up there behind the New South Wales woman in Nichols, and they'll round into this home straight. So 2:07, 2:08 it is on the clock. How quick can they go? They make their way down this home straight. They'll leave nothing to chance. Ava Barton it is that moves on in front. The Western Australian has come absolutely flying, and that's Chijeska. So she might take out the overall crown here in the 800. Just gets it there behind Barton, who was brave. Now our silver medalist currently has finished, and then goes back there to Reiki Celicia Roberts, who was the bronze medalist before this event started. They're going to come down flying here, and Bailey Vandenbroek as well, who was holding that gold, might even get a lifetime best. She'll be very close to her 2:45. I even think she might be under. You can just see the fatigue set in. It's a long 2 days. It's a grueling 7 events. We're going to wait on time. So much to be proud of. These are warriors out on the track right now. They deserve every bit of admiration.
James did not leave anything to chance. She was in a good position when she heard the bell, and she took off. She wanted that medal more than anything. She was 102 points behind going into this race. We'll wait for the calculations to be done. Bailey Vandenbroek, she was able to have 4,284 points to her name, so we'll see what the calculations are after this. Enrique Salata Roberts, she was next up, so it is confirmed. 2:27.50 for Ashley James to give her 725 points. Just waiting on some of the other results to come through.
So that's a PB as well there, Ethan. So you're right, she's left nothing unturned.
After 2 days. Wow, 2:27.
695 points as well for Reiki Celicia Roberts, who was in 3rd. Now she would have had to made up 230 points on Vandenbroek, who was the leader.
So she got 229.82, so that's 695 points. So I reckon she's safe. I'm just waiting to see what Bailey Vandenbroek is able to get.
So if Ashley James is at 725, if Hayley Vandenbroek is 623 or lower, that gold medal will change hands.
Just trying to do some calculations.
So let's just wait and see.
4,907 is what James has finished on.
So it looks like we'll have to wait. Here we go. Here's the times now. Vandenbroek 5:37. So
that combines.
Ashley James.
So 4,821 is what she finished on. So Ashley James is the national champion. 4,907 points. She was able to get it, defeating Bailey Vanderbroek, 4,821. And Riki Silatita Roberts is able to get the bronze, 4,751 points.
Oh, that's incredible. Ashley James is your national champion, 4,907. Just stormed home in that 800. Bailey Vandenbroek has had just such an incredible competition. Comes home with a silver medal. And Riki Silatita Roberts from New South Wales, 4,751 points for her. She is your bronze medalist here for the women's under-18 heptathlon. Deserves every bit of it. Some good, happy dancers down there for our medalists. We'll be right back here. We've got plenty of athletics action still to come. Don't go anywhere. Ethan and I won't be. We'll be enjoying the sun here in WA. See you shortly.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you become walking on a dream?
We are back here. We just saw some incredible action in the women's heptathlon. And we can see the changing of the guard of medals from gold to silver happened twice for the under-17s and under-18s. We can see in front of us here Sanderson out here throwing the javelin on the infield. And the next event up on the track is our combined age group race walk of under-17 and under-18 women. And the 5,000-metre walk. So that's up here in a moment's time. He's been treated to some great racing, though, all afternoon long. You know, Walker's about to get out on the track here, but young Sanderson of Victoria, he does have the javelin in hand. And this is our decathlon javelin at that, under 17 and 18 boys. They're going to finish up here shortly because they've got a big old 1,500 metres to run at the end of this evening.
They do. So, you said that javelin just drawing to an end. We'll get you some results on how that javelin is going. Let's be interested to see what the standings are. So, make my way through the roster athletics app where you're able to have all the start lists, all the entries, all the results as they are confirmed. They're able to just be sent straight to the palm of your hand. So what is not to love about it? So we are, for the under 17 boys, we are in round number 1. And Tristan Wilson has been able to throw 51 metres 96. He's actually the national champion for the under 16 javelin. He's trying his hand at the decathlon this year. Connor Brady is sitting in second, 46 metres 18. And Zach Sanderson is in third, who's thrown 42 metres 70. For the under 18s, it is led by Whitehill, 56 metres 06. He's got a personal best of 62.63, so plenty of wiggle room for him. Tyson Neal is sitting in second with a throw of 44 metres 37, and Oliver Conrad is in third with a throw of 41 metres 24. So that's an update in the men's javelin. Still in round 1. There's still early stages, still plenty to go, and we'll be able to keep you updated when we do get started with our walks. It's going to be combined with the under 17s and the under 18s as well.
It is. It's a 21-woman field here, but they're separated, to your point. So everybody from hip 1 to 10 is under 17, and everybody from hip 11 to 21 is under 18s. I'll read out their names here for you because we'll have the time during the race, but probably not the most practical way to go about it. Caitlin Ashby, Katja Borsich, Olivia Bolton, Emma Herdman, Chelsea Ireland, Maisie Mitchell, Lucy Johns, Jessica Loring, Maddie Maxwell, and Matilda Webb. They are your under 17 women competing here. Our under 18 start with Grace Beck, then Katie Bogers, Katie Bray, Lauren Corralovan Stomea. Then it goes Trinity Julis, Eliza Kelly, Matilda Olsen, Stella Pinches, Daniela Samuel, Millie Sharp, and Hannah Matthews. So a lot of women have walked around this 25-minute marker as well. There's a few in the 26, but I anticipate spread across under 17s and under 18s. We'll actually have a pretty close contest. So for us, it'll be important to get those hip numbers and remember that hip number 1 through to 10 is under 17s, and 11 and beyond are under 18s.
So to look out for through hips number 1 to 10 for the under 17s, look out for Matilda Webb, who will be wearing hip number 10 actually. She picked up gold at the National Championships and at the All Schools Championships. Hip number 6 is going to be worn by Maisie Mitchell. She is the silver medalist from both the All Schools and the National Championships last year. So look for Matilda Webb and Maisie Mitchell to go 1 and 2. And Jessica Loring. This is interesting, Mitch. She is going to be competing as an under 17. She competed as an under 17 at the All Schools Championships where she won bronze. And she has also got a bronze medal from the under 16s championships last year. So she has got an under 17 medal to her name. She'll be looking to collect one again. Millie Sharp, she'll be wearing hip number 20. And they are underway in our 5,000 metre race walk. It is the under 17s and the under 18s that we are seeing making their way around the track, just taking you through some of the athletes to look out for. Millie Sharp, as I said, she is the silver medalist from the All Schools Championships and the National Championships. And Katie Borges, she is wearing hip number 12 and the silver medalist from the bronze medalist actually from the National Championships last year. So there's a plethora of medals, and Jessica Loring, the one that interests me. She competes as an under 17 today, and she's the bronze medalist from the under 17 All Schools Championships, walking up an age group. So as they spread out early on in this race, they've got 12 laps that are just upon them. And leading the race, it is Loring, who did highlight before what she's been able to do across a few age groups. And then it is Beck, and then just behind Beck in third from Queensland, it is Bolton. And they've got a gap of 20 or so metres back from Mitchell. So at the moment, it is the under 17s that have already got quite the advantage. They make up 3 of the top 4.
Yeah, so it's a strong age group, isn't it? I mean, obviously, even 2 of the top 3 are under 17, so this is what we're saying. You just got to keep mindful that Some of these women are 17, some of them are 18s. Hip 11 and above are under 18s, but
So
the only one to roll in there is Beck at the moment.
Theory, sorry, Mitch, not to get confused with what people might be seeing at home, is there could be an athlete that comes fourth, but they actually win the gold medal.
Exactly right. So depending on the age group is depending on the medal colour. So I'm not going to call it a mixed race. I said that yesterday and it confused a few people, I think. So this is just a combination of the two age groups, just to be able to get them out here in time and be able to watch them compete against one another. So a warning issued there. If you're tuning in on 7 Plus, you are joined here with Mitch Dyer, Ethan, how do you say your last name? Quinn Livin. Yes, thank you. I want to make sure I get that correct.
Like we're living on the dream in WA.
I'll tell you what, he is the master over here in WA. But if this is the first time that you are tuning into the race walking, what you need to know is obviously you need to have one straight leg underneath you and one foot on the ground at all times. For all those playing along at home, I know you in the grandstands have watched here numerous times, but it is a very technically proficient race, and obviously technique is the most important thing to be walking quickly. Now you can see they're setting up cones here on their left-hand shoulder as well. This is a new rule that was brought into race walking only about 3-4 years ago, and what it is meant to replace is that automatic disqualification. So what tended to happen in the past was you got your warnings, you got your cautions, you got too many of them, you were disqualified. But the most famous of that was Jane Saville walking into the Olympic Games stadium in 2000. It was devastating. And what they've done now is they've implemented some form of a sin bin. So now you sit in there for a good minute, 2 minutes. You can get welcomed back into the race, but if you do it again, you're disqualified. So you get a chance. They're setting that up over there, but we can see now as we turn our attention back to the race, Ethan, that gap has slowly been chipped away at by our competitors.
And I love the tactic of the penalty box, or the sin bin as you've alluded it to for those of the rugby league persuasion.
Yes.
What some of them do is they'll just frantically walk around in that box trying to maintain their momentum and trying to keep up their rhythm, and some of them they'll just see it as an opportunity to chill, to relax. So it is quite interesting how the tactics do go. So 250 to go on this lap, and it is being led still by Loring, who is the bronze medalist from the under-16s at the National Championships, and then she competed up an age group in the under-17s at the All Schools Championships, and she was able to pick up a bronze medal there. And leading for the under-18s, but second overall, is Grace Beck from New South Wales, and then just back behind them, ever so slightly in third, it is Bolton from Queensland. So that is first, second and third. They just start to make their way around the bend. They are being joined by, I think that could be Ashby from New South Wales. We'll get that confirmed for you in just a moment. So the clock strikes 4 minutes 20 as they enter in.
I think at the back there as well, it's Stella Pinches from New South Wales with the white cap. So she's the last one attached to this leading group.
So
Millie
it's Mitchell that's in third for the under-17s, fourth overall, and she's just been hunted down by Sharp on the outside of her. And Sharp, experienced Mitch, she picked up a silver medal at the National Championships and at the All Schools Championships, and there's only 10 laps to go, and Sharp is the leader through that 10-lap mark, and just dragging with her, that is Webb. Webb, of course, is the All Schools champion and the national champion from last year. So two well-experienced athletes are taking first and second, and then behind them is Beck. So it's flipped a bit, Mitch. The early parts of the race, it was the under-17s that had the dominance, but now the under-18s have swept into power.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You don't see, I suppose, you see it on the roads a lot, obviously, because you've got a lot of room, but in track racing, you don't tend to see too much chopping and changing in terms of packs. So it's fascinating to watch the Queenslander, the lone Queenslander at the moment in that leading group, although actually I say that now, and I've just noticed Olivia Bolton just sitting back a little bit further. She makes her way up on a couple of shoulders, but Millie Sharp looking really composed out in front. I feel like that's the word that comes to mind first. Matilda Webb, who you've mentioned a few times, has taken home some national medals. Grace Beck in that under-18 age group doing a good job, but out in front at the moment, leading it out entirely, but leading the under-18s is Millie Sharp. And our lead up for the under-17s is Matilda Webb, just closely followed by Olivia Bolton. I get the sense that her race tactic will be to follow Matilda Webb. Just stay on her, make sure that she knows that you're there. You want to be breathing down their neck in some ways. You want to apply that pressure without really having to put your foot on the gas. And what I mean by that is without having to exert the physical energy, take a mental toll on those athletes around you. Make them start to question a few things. Make them realize that you're there. Slow your breathing down. Do whatever you need to start to play those psychological games, because in an event like race walking, obviously the most important thing is technique, but sometimes you can sort of ebb and flow in terms of how you approach your competitors around you. But leading it out here, it is fascinating. It is Millie Sharp who's doing a good job. Matilda Webb, they're the two leaders of their age groups respectively. Olivia Bolton in second for the under-17s, closely followed by Loring in third. Second place for the under-18s is Grace Beck, and fourth at the moment for the under-17s is Macy Mitchell. So our bronze medalist here is actually going to be Stella Pinches, who's off this pack, but she's a bronze medalist in the under-18 event. So you're getting confused by all these numbers, so am I, but what I'm trying to decipher here is the difference between our under-18 medalists and our under-17 medalists, but just walking so comfortable. If you're a fan of race walking, you'll enjoy the technique here of Millie Sharp. She really does keep her feet low. She's not a flighty walker. She's not airborne all that much, when what I mean by that is not illegally bringing her feet off the ground, but if you were to look at her at the naked eye, you don't even have to question where her feet are. That's exactly where you want to be. You want to make sure these judges aren't looking at you too intensely. You want to make sure that you're off their radar, because once they get a glimpse at you, once they put that first warning out there or they issue their first caution, you sort of do hover around in their minds for a little while after. They do a phenomenal job here, our race walking judges, some of them the best in the world that we have in world athletics, and we've got them right here in our backyard in Perth. But this group now, Ethan, has gapped out, and these two are just walking in tandem out in front.
So it's close in this race that we are seeing between Webb and Sharp, but there is Mitch in the field. We've got an event that there's only, how's my maths, 17 points separating first and fourth. So it is the under-14 girls long jump. It is Piscini Gummage that is leading with a jump of 4 metres 99. Zara Smith second, 4 metres 88. Portea Miller in third, 4 metres 78. And Imogen Brown-John is in fourth with 4 metres 72. So they are in round one of competition. And I'll give you an update as well in how decathlon javelin is going. So for the under-18s, Whitehill was able to throw a great throw. It did go to 58 metres 78 to extend his lead. That gives him 720 additional points. Tyson Neal is in second in that competition, 44.37, and Oliver Conrad, 42.71 in third spot. And for the under-17 men's decathlon, Tristan Wilson has been able to throw 53 metres 03 to extend on his round one throw. Connor Brady, who's been ultra impressive throughout this championships, has been able to throw 49 metres 72. And Zach Sanderson is in third, and he is throwing 42 metres 70. So that's a quick whip around in the field.
So you still throw. Geez, that's a big throw out in the middle in the men's decathlon. Although pushed it a little bit left, so it won't count. So it's heating up out here in the race walk. These two, though, continue to be inseparable. It's Millie Sharp, who leads the under-18s. Matilda Webb leads the under-17. So your two gold medalists at the moment here are walking within stride of one another. It's just beautiful race walking to watch. They're on a reasonable clip as well. They're both 25-minute walkers at their best. I dare say at the moment, the way that they're walking, they will certainly be putting that under pressure. So you think about that in the context of things, that's 5-minute K pace, race walking. So I always feel like a good comparison or example of that is, imagine going out to your local park run for those hobby joggers out there and being able to maintain that for 5K. It's not easy, and these girls are doing it by race walking. So incredible. The lead hasn't changed at all. These two have not actually changed position. It just appears to me that Matilda Webb is more than happy to just sit behind the likes of our early race leader in Millie Sharp, who also seems quite comfortable just to lead. So it does help. You have somebody behind you. They continue to push the tempo. When the going gets tough, you can't necessarily slow down because you've got somebody right behind you, but doing a good job. Our two women out in front. Now moving to the front of the chasing pack is Jessica Loring. Is she warned out there by one of our judges? Loring just getting the better of Maisie Mitchell. So there's silver and bronze. in our women's under-17 event, and then it's Olivia Bolton as well. So a fair bit of change in the under-17 event. Our silver medalist Grace Beck for the under-18s rolls on through, and you can see here the difference in the under-18s and under-17s. Our under-17s are showing them how it's done at the moment, but the leader is Millie Sharp overall, and she leads the under-18s as well.
Yeah, they're just walking stride for stride at the moment. They've got about 6.5 laps to go, and we could just be about to see the lead change. Webb looks like she wants to make a challenge onto Sharp, and 200 to go in this lap, and the lead has narrowed even more. Although Sharp, she did feel the pressure, and she has been able to go back and just assert that 1 to 2 metre gap that is separating her and Webb. Webb, the national champion from last year, Sharp, the silver medalist, both in different age groups. Sharp's under 18, Webb is under 16. And then you did speak about Lowring, who is just behind those girls. And in the lead group of athletes, she is the bronze medalist from the All Schools Championships for the under 17s. And she's racing as an under 17s, by the way. So she walked up, and then she's the bronze medalist from her national championship campaign last year. So only a tick over six laps to go. And Webb and Sharp putting on a phenomenal performance, phenomenal demonstration of race walking. And just in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, which you can see the under 14 girls long jump that is going on. And we've got a new leader.
Oh boy,
in
it's
Marin
changing
Lawrence.
a lot. You're right, Ethan.
And it's an almighty jump, 5 metres 45.
Oof.
In her second attempt. She has got I think that's a PB. No, just outside of it, sorry. 5 metres 56 is her personal best. Then Thucini Gamage is sitting in second. She's yet to have her second round jump. 4 metres 99. And then Zara Smith is in third. She was in third. She's just been overtaken. So Zara Smith is now in fourth on 4 metres 88. And the new third place holder is Portia Miller, who has been able to jump 4 metres 92. So it's close. Between second and fourth, there is only 11 centimetres separating them. It's about 46 separating first and second, but we'll keep you updated with that under 14 girls long jump.
So thank you, Ethan. That is a close competition. It seems to be changing every jump that goes out there. You might be seeing a new medalist up on the dais, but out in front here still for this women's 5,000 metre race walk, it's Millie Sharp. So I mentioned 25.13 her best, 24.58, sorry, her lifetime best, 25.13 she's walked this year, and she's got some really strong company with Matilda Webb behind her. She's a 25.30 walker at her best. And at the moment, they're well and truly on pace to be around that, because when they get down here at the start-finish line, they'll have 2 kilometres remaining. And a good way to see how quickly they're walking is if they're at 15 minutes. They are smack bang on 25-minute pace. So let's see how they continue on here. 14.10. It'll take them a little bit to get down the home straight, but not that long, so they're certainly ahead of it, these two out here in front. It was Loring the last time we checked in that was leading that chasing group, but it looks like at the moment that's pretty well bunched up. It might even be maybe Olivia Bolton who's managed to hang on around that pack, but let's just see. So they're going to go through in about 14.40 here, maybe just under. In fact, it is just under. So 14.39, so these two are on for a very quick pace, certainly under sub 25 at the rate they're walking right now. Bolton has reattached to this next group. So on your screens here, in the major picture, you're seeing our 2 race leaders, but obviously leading separate age groups respectively. It is Loring, who is now sitting in second for the under 17s. This is actually a battle right here for the minor medals in the under 17s, because Olivia Bolton has managed to reattach to Maisie Mitchell and Jessica Loring as well. And now Bolton moves around into that 3rd spot overall for the under 17s. So the leader of the under 18s is Millie Sharp, the Queenslander, who is the overall leader of the race. The leader of the under 17s is Matilda Webb. And currently it is a very strong battle for that silver and bronze amongst the under 17s. Our silver medalist in the under 18s hits the start finish line now, and that is Grace Beck. And then it looks like in 3rd at the moment from WA is Katie Bogus. So she's put herself in a bronze medal position, which is encouraging. But as they make their way around that 200 metre marker, they've got under 2 kilometres remaining here, our race leaders. And like I've said the whole way along, Ethan, I sound like a broken record, but you cannot separate Millie Sharp and Matilda Webb at the moment in that order, it hasn't changed.
No, it hasn't at all. And Sharp, she's leading the race and also leading her age group category. That is the under 18s. But as you alluded to, Mitch, it is the under 17s that has got a great battle going on for their minor medals. But overall, in terms of finishing order, if the race was to stop right now, it's the under 17s who are in second, third, fourth and fifth. So a really close group of girls that is just so competitive at the moment. I'm just loving to see it. So 4 laps to go, 1,600 metres to go in this 5,000 metre race walk, and the pace looks like it is just starting to rise ever so slightly. So that is Sharp wearing the maroon of Queensland just ahead of Webb, and the gap between them has just stayed pretty much identical for the past couple of laps. Not a lot has separated them. It looked like there was going to be a bit of a move that Webb was going to make, but Sharp quickly just said, "Nope, I'm going to be taking it out," and quickly back into line. So I'm interested to see what is going to happen in the final stages between Webb and between Sharp, and how's that duel that is going on that we saw for the minor places. Well, I can tell you that it is being led by Loring. Loring is just ahead of Bolton, who is in third spot for the under 18s, and then just behind them, just starting to slip away though, it is Mitchell. So that is how the shapings look like for the under 17s. It is pretty competitive in that under 17s category, as we just start to see Bolton and Loring just start to move away from Mitchell, who was challenging them, and could be 2 groups of 2 that are the leaders. And it looks like we have got a vague idea of how under 17s medals will look out, but the colours, not too sure. And Mitchell, still just over 3 laps to go. Don't ride her out. Plenty of walking to happen.
Yeah, there certainly is, Ethan. Well said, as they round their way back into this home straight. So it only feels like the distance has grown closer between these 2 out in front, which is hard to believe given they haven't been separated once. Millie Sharp still leads it out here for the women's under 18. That gold medal, providing anything going wrong, is all sewn up. But really impressive race walking now. Out on that outside shoulder is Matilda Webb, the under 17 athlete, who really now for the first time starts to breathe down the neck of Millie Sharp in front of her. They make their way around some of our other competitors, but it is just safe walking here at the moment. It's quick walking. They're under 25-minute pace, which is impressive, and they've cleared out over 100 metres away from the rest of this field. So you mentioned it, our under 17 athletes seem to be the ones performing well here. Loring now gets a slight separation back on Queensland's Olivia Bolton for the silver and bronze, but Mitchell, as you said, is not all that far away. So it is strong walking, hot conditions out here, it must be said. It'd have to be around 27 degrees, I think, out on the track at the moment. There's nowhere for this sun to hide. All these clouds are gone away, and it's opening up to a beautiful afternoon and evening here in Perth. It's conducive to fast times. It's conducive to strong performances, and we see that up the back straight. These 2 now battling it out for silver. It is Bolton just behind Loring, and then it goes back then to Maisie Mitchell, who is in that 4th spot in terms of our under 17 racing, but has just now started to maybe feel that pinch of the injection of pace from Loring in the silver medal position at the moment. So up around the 200, we can see in the small screen for those watching on at home, that is the battle for the silver and bronze for the under 17 age group. But it is just fantastic race walking up there out in front. The cap on for one of them, the sunny's on for the other, so they brace for the sun in 2 different ways, which I love to see. You can't wear both. You have to pick one. I like that each of them has a variation on the other, but just leading it out here, Millie Sharp, I can talk about technique all day long, just keeps those feet low to the ground, which is great to see. They make their way around a few more, but I get the sense here that maybe Matilda Webb, our under 17 athlete, just is happy to keep increasing that pace ever so slightly, maybe to see what we've got. Split screen down here to our long jump, which, Ethan, you've been strong on in keeping us updated, but they're going to have 800 metres to go here, our race leaders in this women's under 17 and under 18 5,000 metre championship race walk of Australia. And these 2, they go around again. It's like a well-oiled machine here at the moment. Millie Sharp leads from Matilda Webb. Gold and gold as it stands right now. We're monitoring this silver and bronze medal race behind, and I just think they've closed up again. They have here, so Bolton just wearing Jessica Loring like a glove. Similar to what we're seeing at the front of the race, to be perfectly honest with you. It's actually very similar styles of racing. They're about to get 800 metres to go, but our race leaders, less than 2 laps remaining.
And Mitch, you were spot on about the weather. It is 28 degrees in Perth, so there's a bit of paper and pen. Write some lotto numbers for me, please, and I will give you some sort of commission. And just an update for that under 14 girls long jump competition that we were seeing. It is being led by Maureen Lawrence. 5 metres 45 is her jump, and then in her second attempt, Tanisha Gamage was able to jump 4 metres 88, so not quite enough to propel her into the lead. She is still in second with a jump of 4 metres 99, and then Zara Smith is back in third with a jump of 4 metres 95. So, and she was able to do that on her second attempt, as the lot of numbers have just been given. Thank you, Mitch.
No worries, Ethan, and I will be expecting a strong commission if those numbers do get up, because that would be quite remarkable. The only thing more remarkable will be the deciding final lap here of our women's under-17, under-18 national championship, because, again, if you've just tuned in, these two have not been separated. I'm talking about the two at the top of the straight here, the white cap, the yellow sunnies. You can't miss them. Separate events in terms of under-17 and under-18 competition, but one mutual goal: be the first one to crash the tape. There's nothing but respect on the line here for these two eventual gold medalists in their respective age groups, but how quickly can they go? So they're about to hear the bell, spend a lot of time on that outside shoulder, has the under-17 athlete in Matilda Webb. One gets the warning there, but Webb happy to take the chance and move right on around. There's the bell, 22:44 it is with 1 lap remaining. You can see Webb just start to push towards Millie Sharp there on her inside shoulder. Just couldn't quite make that move, so I dare say it's probably going to come on one of these straights. Hard to do around the bend. Our 2 under-17 minor medalists now also moving into the home straight. It looks like it might be Olivia Bolton, the Queenslander, who just gets herself in front of Jessica Loring, but up this back straight now, and here it comes. She's waited, and now she's found her moment. Matilda Webb makes that move. She wants to be the first one to crash the tape here. She cannot shake Millie Sharp that easily. She's done all of the work out there in front, Millie Sharp. So she wants to be rewarded with the first one across the line. They're gold medalists at the moment as it stands in their respective age groups as it is. But at 23:37 on the clock with 200 metres to go, it is quick. So here we go now, Ethan. Let's see whether these two can duke it out over the closing 150 metres.
Times for you to look out for, Mitch, as you call it home. Webb, PB 25:30.98. Sharp 25:13.58.
So these
be on
two,
PB watch.
They are on absolute PB watch here at the moment, Ethan. The stats man just brings it up with me here. 24 minutes strikes the clock. So it's going to be a big personal best for Webb at least, definitely. She's out over that 25-minute marker previous to this. And our under-17 athlete will come into the home straight now ahead of Millie Sharp, who's been strong, and she will crown herself the national champion, we think. Well, wait, she's got just under 100 metres to go. Takes a little look around here from New South Wales, but she's been dominant over the closing stages, and she'll crown herself the national champion. She'll be the first across the line, and she'll be sub-25 in a big way. 24:35. Impressive racing. Millie Sharp takes it out for the women's under-18 crown as well. Another time under 25 minutes for her. Really impressive, as we now turn our attention to the battle for the minors here for our women's under-17, because it looks like it will be Olivia Bolton who rounds into this home straight just slightly ahead there of Jessica Loring. That also has been a battle of biding your time and waiting for your moment, but it looks like Olivia Bolton has taken it. She was a 26:27 walker before stepping on this track in Perth, and she's going to be a sub-25:30 walker at this stage. She gets down to the finish line. That's a silver medal. She's going to be a 25:20 odd walker. That's quick. 25:23 unofficially for her. 25:22. The bronze medalist now rolls through. 25:40 her lifetime best. A PB for her as well for Jessica Loring. So there's your gold, silver and bronze in the under-17 event. We now wait for our minor medalists here in the under-18 event. 4th place, Maisie Mitchell, in the under-17 event comes down 25:45, and she will be right on her lifetime best, just faster for her. Well done there to Maisie Mitchell. And Ethan maybe coming into the home straight
It looks
or
like-
around it is our minor medalist.
So this could be Matthews. We'll just wait to see what she does. So it is Isabel. So she's got one lap to go from Matthews. And then just approaching the start-finish line next, that is where we see Borsick ripping down the home straight. Only a couple of heaters to go. It'd be only about 40 metres. That is where we do see Borges, who's a phenomenal walker in her own right. The time is just going to be over 26:30, and she's able to stop the clock at about 26:31 to get a medal for her under 18 age group. Well done to Borsick. Great time, great walking. And then just about to make her way through start-finish line next. Up as she hears the bell, that is where we do see Doulis. And then Beck is just approaching the finish line next. She swings wide and she's next across the line. My memory's right, could be a medalist. Well done, Grace Beck from New South Wales for the under 18s.
So just great walking across the board. We still have competitors out there finishing off their 5,000 metres, but world-class race walking out in front. And again, it is an event in this country that I think is often quite slept on in terms of the pedigree that we've had over the years. It dates well before this reign that Jemima Montag has had over it. So too Declan Tingate. Ridian Cowley is somebody who just continuously gets better with age. He's a multiple-time Olympian. He's an Olympic bronze medalist now after Paris. He follows in the footsteps of giants. That's Jared Talent, Dane Bird-Smith, another one of those. We date all the way back to Saville, Saxby, Deeks. There's just so many names that you can mention in Australian race walking. Throw my own dad's name in there, Bill Dyer, one of the greats. So it really is an event that I think is often slept on, and it's an event that I definitely care about deeply, because continuously at major championships, world champs, world race walking, world juniors, Olympic games, unfortunately we won't be seeing it at the Commonwealth Games next year, but I could have guaranteed us a medal there just about. It's an event that has a long history, it's an event that has a lot of junior success, and it's an event that has continued senior success. And I, for one, certainly enjoy watching it at an elite level. Ashby now hears the bell. She's a 30-minute walker, 30-32 walker at her best. And then it goes back to Katie Bray, who also has Madeline Maxwell. So she's a sub-30 walker at her best, Maxwell. But Katie Bray is a 32.52 walker, the Queenslander. So she's in line for a quick time here. We see the Victorian salute, Lucy Johns. Next one through, Trinity Duelis is done. So it looks like we have our competitors on their last lap here for the race walk. And great to have it on the stream. I'm sure there's a lot in the race walking fraternity who are joining us here on 7+. Mitch Dyer, Ethan Quinlivan, here to call all things home for day number 2 of action. Ethan putting in the hard yards. He's been on here since the beginning of the day on this stream, so he's a voice that you'll be very, very familiar with. And it's been fantastic to share the booth in these closing hour of day number 2, but we'll keep our attention on the race walk. We'll keep it on here as long as humanly possible. The relays are up next, and these relays really do stand out because state versus state is a big thing here in the juniors. And these guys, well, I'm sure they'll dap up, slap hands, congratulate one another after the race, but right now it's state pride on the line. And look, typically we look at New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria, but at the rate that WA is sprinting at these championships, they've really asserted themselves almost as the sprint kings and queens of what we've seen out here thus far.
That's right. I'm keen to see what those relays are able to produce. So there'll be under 14s that will follow the under 16s, and then we'll move into the final events of the day, which is going to be the decathlon under 17 and under 18 men's 1500 metres. While we're speaking about those decathlon 1500 metres that are coming up, we'll give you an update on how the standings are in the javelin competition. So for the under 17s, Tristan Wilson was able to throw 53 metres 03 to hold top spot for the moment. They are in round number 3. Connor Brady, he's closing. In his round 3 throw, he threw 52 metres 53. So a big personal best for him by about 0.6 of a metre. And then Zach Sanderson has thrown 42 metres 70 to come in third, and that's them done actually. So they are the standings. So it'll be Tristan Wilson that takes out this javelin for the under-17 boys decathlon. 53.03, Connor Brady second, 52.32, and Zach Sanderson 42.70. And for the under-18s, they are done as well. White Hill was able to throw 58 metres 78. Tyson Neal 45 metres 10, and Oliver Conrad 43 metres 48. They are the standings.
So fantastic as we see our final competitor here from New South Wales. Sotomayor will finish things off here for the 5,000 metre race walk. Great walking out here in some tough conditions. It is hot here in Perth. And for those watching on at home, Ethan and I will be right back. We've just mentioned these relays. They're not far away. If the track was hot, it's about to get lit up even hotter. Turn the temperature up. We'll be back here in Perth in a moment. So we're back here in Western Australia, and this is, look, I've just told the producers, I've just told everyone in the booth, this is typically the point of the championships where I lose my voice.
I forgot your honey.
Yes,
So
I've actually left it in the other room.
Yep.
I will not be speaking at the conclusion of today's proceedings because there's something about junior state relays that I just get G'd up. It's state on state action here.
Technical term.
Yeah, I get G'd up. I'm rowdy. Honestly, I could break through the windows of this booth. I get that excited because this is state pride on the line. Yeah, individual medals are cool. I'm all for them. You'll remember them. When you get old, you'll be talking about them. Trust me. But when you're playing state for state, you've got your mates around you. You've got your teammates around you. And it's all about what you can do for your state. So we're keeping in mind here, national record for this event is 41.77, the men's under 16, 4 by 100. So we'll be looking at that, 41.77. All states represented here outside of Tasmania in the NT. Sprint Factory Western Australia out of lane 2. Nation's capital goes out of 3. The Victorians, well, actually, it looks like the Victorians and the Queenslanders have somehow, they might need to sort this out because the Victorians on the inside of the Queenslander at changeover 2.
Yeah.
And the Queenslander is, hold on, I'm going to tell the officials here, hold on one sec.
So Mitch is just on it. Looks like there is a little bit of an issue. Issue's just been fixed. Where would we be without Mitch? So
if I've got that right, that is the most astute thing I've ever done.
Well done.
If they change this lane, that might be the smartest thing I've ever done.
You've earned your pay today. You've earned your pay today. So kicking off for WA will be Campbell Weir, who'll pass to Javon Ackerman. Campbell Bannister will get it, then Luke Sandy. For the ACT, be Oliver Fudentalia, then Thomas Madigan, Lachlan Stevens, then Eamon Henderson. For Victoria, it'll be Kevin De Silva, Owen Veltman, Matthew Crichton, Dejara Mahallison. For Queensland, will be Marlon Andrews, Alexander Peter, Hayden Lockhart, Nate Helling. For South Australia, Paxter Ong, Tyler Bell, Finn Schmidt, Rowan McLennan. And for New South Wales, Robert Tanis, Jaden Todiska, Jacob Kopp and Darcy Coote. Is it all set up?
That's the smartest thing I've ever done.
All fixed.
Wow. Oh, look, part of me wanted to gatekeep it because I would have loved to have seen what that changeover would have looked like. But I love athletics too much to let that happen. So they're in the right. They're in the right lanes.
Your
now.
kindness got too much.
No, it was honestly like, you know, in the cartoons how they have the angel and the devil sitting on the shoulders. He was convincing on the right shoulder.
Yeah, okay.
The angel won out.
The angel just got it in the end.
We've got it here.
Conscious too good.
Forward planning. I feel like my partner talks about this all the time. Mitchell, you need to do more forward planning. The thought ahead there. I'm impressed. So, WA Sprint Factory, nation's capital, Victoria. All the way around. Yes, Victoria's in lane 3. Good. Queensland, South Australia, New South Wales. There's no point ever asking anybody in the booth who you think is going to win because it's actually, well, it's also impossible not to have state bias when it comes down to this. One of the best, and I hope you're watching, shout out to you, Tamsin, if you're watching. Without a doubt, every single relay picks Victoria.
Okay.
I love it as a Victorian bias. So, WA, nation's capital, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, New South Wales, 41.77 the national record. Get ready. This is explosive. A good start here. The Victorians did well. They did the lane change, and now they'll change over cleanly. New South Wales giving this field plenty to chase after, though. So the Victorians will just about change first. Maybe even New South Wales got there. Queensland strong in the middle of the track now as South Australia starts to get into it. The home state is out. They couldn't get the baton across, so you can't see it at home because the sun is blaring down here in Perth, but it's scorching on the track. The Victorians are going to change over first here, leading into this last handover changeover needs to be clean. It is. The Victorians are away. Next up, Queensland in pursuit. New South Wales as well wants to get after it. The Victorians are out and home. It won't be a national record, but it's a gold medal. Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales, 1, 2, 3. South Australia and the ACT follow. But the Vics take it out here, the first of our 4x100 metre relays.
Yeah, it was New South Wales that got off to the best of the start. Then that first changeover was just a little bit messy for Victoria. It allowed Queensland just to run by them. But then come the second changeover over at the 200 metre start line. That's where Victoria was starting to get into their own. It was a good changeover. It then allowed Victoria to make some ground up on the bend, and then coming into the home straight, Victoria were able to blow them out of the water. Well done, Victoria. 43.29 the time. And well done to you for avoiding catastrophe.
Well, look, if they had been in the wrong lanes, Ethan, it would have been a very different story, would it or not? So well done to our officials. Most importantly, who did a great job in changing that over. I am a small part of what happens here.
You're the messenger.
I'm the tiniest part of what happens here. It's our officials that do a phenomenal job. But obviously, a great race nonetheless. Clean changeovers. Honestly, the one that makes me the most nervous is that changeover 2 to 3, where they're rolling around that bend. It's quick because you're getting so much momentum up that back straight. Our Australian relay teams have become experts at it, but that was impressive. You'll take a lot from that, but the big three, they come into WA and they take over again.
WA wasn't.
They actually didn't get the baton off. Ethan, that was a problem.
Well, you said big three, and when you say big three, WA in it, so I don't know what big three you're talking about.
The real big three, not the pseudo big three of this weekend. You know,
I'm going to get you checked after this. But anyway, next up, so we'll assess all the lanes are okay, but looks like it is going to be New South Wales, Queensland, then Tasmania, WA, and then Victoria that go from inside to the outside.
Ooh, okay, interesting lane draws here. So these will be good. This is our women's under 16 4x1. You imagine typically either the second leg or the last leg, athletes in this field that have won a 100 metre medal because they want to run that straight. Our 200 metre runners as well will be in this field. It's interesting. I really love watching the relays. I'm obviously going to tip Victoria because I'm biased, but I think we're in for a real treat here.
And you often see that the back straight, the second leg is done by 200 metre runners. They like to plonk them there because you can stretch out that back straight and that second leg. Sometimes you can make it up to about 120 or so metres, so that allows them to really apply the 200 metre strength and put them on that bend back straight. What am I saying? Back straight to allow them to have a strong second leg. And then the start. Usually, sometimes you might weave it towards a 60 metre specialist. Because sometimes you can work down that first leg to about 80 or so metres, but usually it's around that 90 to 100 metres. But sometimes you might see states go the way of a 60 metre specialist and then 200 metre specialist on the back straight. If you've got any good bend runners, got to stick them on that back straight.
Well, it's a
leading into the bend.
Impressive team. I mean, the Western Australian team is very strong. Molly Brayshaw, Sade Hughes, London Rakanui, and Lily Smith. I reckon with Zaria Dalton, Jamie Ritchie, Stella Peters, and Jemima Hood from Victoria. Tasmanian team as well with Geppen and Ojiako Petit, Lily Woods from Queens. So this is going to be a close affair.
And kudos to people like Rakanui. She won a 400 metre gold a couple of hours ago. She's keen for this relay. She wanted to stick around. It's very tempting.
They love it, Ethan.
Correct.
They love it.
It's tempting to go home and say, no, I've got some event to worry about tomorrow. I want to go home. So it's good on her and athletes like her who have stuck around for the event of the championships in the relays.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they love it. They all want to compete. It's a great part of these championships. The really crazy ones are the 4x4s. And I'm talking about losing my voice over 4x1. Okay. Wait till I get to the 4x4s.
Okay.
Catastrophic. But it is just an awesome spectacle. I think relays are probably a lot of people's, if it's not your favourite event in athletics, it's one of your favourites. When you're watching it at the global level as well, it is just amazing to watch how technical they are with their handovers. Also the words that they use on their handovers, because not every team can use the same word. So it's, look, it's awesome to watch. You never want to see someone not change the baton over. So I don't want Western Australians to come for me in the last race saying anything about the baton change, but it is just coming down to really a game of inches when you're changing these batons over, because you've only got a certain window to do it, so you've got to stay in there.
And just on your point, if the relays is on, let's say the Olympics, there won't, people when they turn on, they might go, oh, I'll just flick around and see what it is else. They'll stay there because they know drama field. 4x4s, to circle back to your point about them, I do love it when it's towards the end of the championship. Some people have gone home and some states get so desperate, and you'll see, say, a hurdler put their hand up for a 4x400 metres or a sprinter. You often get all casts of thousands from different regions of athletics circle down to the 4x400 metres.
So here we go for our women's under 16 4x1 in the hands of the starters. Here we go. Well, Queensland has got the best start, that's for sure. New South Wales with some work to do to pick that one up. The Victorians are off to a flyer as well. So we'll get to changeover one. We want to see it done cleanly. New South Wales is away. They're all away. So everybody up the back straight now. Victoria out in front. It's a storming leg from New South Wales on the inside of the track. They had a good changeover, and I think they might just change over in front. They do. So no, they don't get it away. Unfortunately for them, we're going to continue on with the race anyway. Western Australia putting up a mighty effort there on the Victorians. So they're going to change over. Jemima Hood, the Victorian, gets it. Here comes Western Australia though. The Vics want to go 1-1 in the under 16s. Under pressure from the Western Australians. But the Big V will take home 2 of them. There's another one. Victoria, Western Australia, Tasmania up for 3rd. It's Queensland for 4th. And New South Wales will finish things off. Unfortunate for them. It was a great start. But the Victorians may get 2 from 2.
They do, and you just wonder what might have been for Queensland had that second changeover just been a little bit cleaner. But Victoria, they just let it right from the start. They got off fantastically out of the blocks, and they had a great changeover. WA, their changeover also in the first leg was magnificent. They were able to carry on that speed to the second changeover and then bring it home. When all the carnage is going on around you, you've got all these athletes that are in different lanes coming at you, can be quite confronting, but they were just able to have great changes coming down. And Victoria, they just looked so strong in the final stages. They were, as you said, Mitch, under pressure from Western Australia. Western Australia just starting to reel them in the final stages, but Hood from Victoria was able to hold strong and get her state the second gold medal in these relays.
Absolutely. So the relay action did not disappoint. We've actually got more of it coming up before we close out the night here on day number 2 of the Australian Athletics Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right here in the sunshine of Perth. More relay action to come. See you shortly.
To raise the bar,
then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Have a look at it. No, that's not a postcard. That is exactly where we are right now in WA. We're walking on a dream out here in Western Australia. Big thank you to Tourism WA. You can actually find all of Western Australia on social media, on X, on everything that you could imagine. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, everything. And then you can hashtag WA Living the Dream to find a little bit more of it. You can see these guys are living the dream. Western Australia straight across the front of the singlet. They're going to go out of lane number 3 here. This is now our men's under 14 4x100, and it is a field of 4. So we'll only see one walk away without a medal.
Yep, okay. So it makes it how would you feel then? Because that, to me, would invite a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, a little bit. You don't want to be the one left out, I suppose, but this is also a young enough age group where I feel like it's going to be an absolute dogfight.
Yeah.
So I think this will be very entertaining.
Changeovers are going to be incredibly important. We've just seen the danger with the past couple of relays about what it means if you take off just a bit too early or sometimes even a bit too late. You'll either be hunting down a target that you can't get because they're so far out in front, or you'll be smacking into your opponent because they just don't have the speed that is required to when you're coming in at full speed because they took off a bit too late. So it's all the technicalities that are going on in the relay. So let's have a look. So it'll be Victoria, WA, Queensland and New South Wales from inside to the out. They'll be starting in lane 2 and they'll be right in the middle in lane 5 for New South Wales.
So again, I'm just saying I feel like the Victorians have had a good thing going here in the 4x1s. It's been strong.
All that.
I don't want to jinx them though, but this will be
a good
keep
race. Keep going. How good are Victoria?
No, I mean, look, they got Caleb de Young, Gabriella Wusu-Afraid, Derek Okolo, who was a bronze medalist in the 100, Jaden Milley, but I'll tell you what, Tyson Kinn, Etchless, Webber, Wallace,
yeah, okay,
Hetherington. That's a good team.
You just jinxed them.
No, it's a good team from WA. They're all strong teams here. Hetherington, Shaw, Gianni, Callan Mitchell. Honestly, New South Wales is the team to beat. Jack Spencer, Zachary Luong, George Lambusis, and you wouldn't believe it, who's on leg number 4. It's Lachlan Chappell, the 100, 200 metre gold medalist. So you would think that if New South Wales behind, it might not be a lead that's safe from a Lachlan Chappell bearing down.
I like your thinking. So I was about to issue with a writ for jinxing us, but I'll contact my legal team. We'll withdraw that.
I've got every team in there, so I can't be done for that.
No. Did you talk about Queensland? Have you jinxed them yet? Okay, good.
Yeah, I did. I've given them all a wrap.
Good.
All right. But this will be good. I like it. The younger age groups, these guys probably not that any relay team I think has really worked that much with one another to do handovers. But particularly at this age, you're probably not thinking too much about the fine art of relay baton changeovers. You're probably more concerned about your own individual events, and maybe you can sneak yourself another medal somewhere.
Probably at most they would have only been training for a month for it, and there would have been maybe 4 or 5 sessions in that just because of everybody's schedules and coming from different parts of the state. I know some states, the relay positions and spots are determined by state championships, and sometimes those state championships are only a couple of weeks out from the national championships. So it does make it tricky, the situation, but once you get it in relays, you've got it. It doesn't take too long to, I suppose, you've got to tweak a few little things here and there, but once you get it, you've got it, and it can be an easy thing to get, sometimes not so much.
So this will be fascinating. Can the Victorians keep the streak alive for night number 2 here in Western Australia? They're going to go out of lane number 2, and they've got the Western Australians in 3, Queensland in 4, and New South Wales in 5, with New South Wales have a nuke at the back end of their relay. They've got the 100, 200 champion. Here we go. Really good clean start across the board. In fact, they're probably going to cross over as a blanket. New South Wales is one of the stronger teams in this field, and they might get there first. WA, the sprint factory, though, so far this week, changes over just ahead. So it's WA, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria with some work to do to get up on that podium. That's a blistering leg from WA. They're off, and they've got it. So they change over now. They're going to make their way around to the final turn. The 100, 200 metre champion is waiting for it, though, from New South Wales. So this will take a mighty effort here from WA. They get it over cleanly now, and now it's going to be a race. So WA versus New South Wales. Here he comes now, though, New South Wales. WA doing everything to hold on at the line. New South Wales gets it. 45.64 Queensland for the bronze. Victoria finishes up 4th. I told you it was going to be hard. There was not going to be too many leads safe from Lachlan Chappell, and he got there for New South Wales. Gold, gold, gold.
You were spot on, Mitch, and Chappell, I thought, if I'm being honest with you, the lead was going to be too much for him to reel in from Kinn. Kinn got away well. Their changes from New South Wales and from WA were all superb. I was very impressed with the 3rd leg runner from New South Wales. WA were coming up on the inside, applying the pressure, but New South Wales just remained calm and remained composed, and they were able to cleanly get the baton away to Chapel, who, as we've seen, to be able to do so well throughout these championships, is run down this home straight, and that's what he was able to do. Well done to WA. A great silver medal, and Queensland, they were able to get the bronze medal. And here's the look. See, I thought coming into the home straight, it's a gap, it'd be close to 10 metres, but Chapel, he was just able to reel him in. Look at him go, only 20 metres in, and he probably took about 3 or 4 metres off him, and Chapel was just able to get him with about 2 metres up his sleeve.
Well, I'll say this about Lachlan Chapel, and obviously he's a strong boy for his age, but also technique-wise there,
he's pretty good.
Flawless.
Pretty good, yeah.
He's a very strong runner. He hardly moves that upper body at all. His arms are just carried along nicely. Be a very proud coach of what we've just seen there. So Lachlan Chapel, to your point, I thought Kin was strong. I also thought Webber on the back straight for the Western Australians ran a really strong leg. So that's a hard-fought silver. New South Wales, WA, Queensland on the podium. Victoria, the team to miss for the under-14s. 4-by-1. We've got one more relay for you this evening, and then we've got the Decathlon 1500, which is brutal.
Yep.
And I think it's unfair that they leave a 1500 at the end of a decathlon, but that is beside the point.
See, I always thought that, Mitch, until somebody pointed out to me, well, would you like them to do it first? Then we cooked for the entire thing. So it's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. They've got to do it, may as well be at the end.
That's true. I feel like if you surveyed enough decathletes, they would probably tend to agree with you. I reckon, yeah, they would probably prefer it right at the end of proceedings. So up next, our women's under 14 4x1, though. As I said, one more relay. The voice is intact. And according to my piece of paper, Victoria's running with 3, so they haven't even nominated.
So one person's doing 200.
Yeah, must be. It is. It's going to be an interesting one. Capri Vincent for the new. Oh, geez, this Queensland team's good. Myra Ahoy, Halo Keys, Sophie Whitfield, Capri Vincent. If you don't mind, Team WA is good. Ahogay will be on that last leg. Ava Ward for South Australia, New South Wales, Rose May, Chelsea Wright, Marnie Lawrence, and Leanne Barriuga, who was prominent today. Portia Miller, Harper Harding for Victoria. So this is going to be a very good battle. And obviously, look, I'm probably a broken record. They're all very good battles. But to your point earlier, Ethan, it's great to see our medalists in individual events storming back to run a relay.
Sticking around. It can be quite tempting to go back home or go to the hotel, and particularly if you've got an event tomorrow, and it might be pretty early, but for you to be able to stick around and want to run in the relay, we can't blame you, and we're glad that you are doing it.
Absolutely. It's great viewing for everybody. Here on 7 Plus as well, proudly brought to you with the assistance of Chemist Warehouse. You know, they've signed on for 5 more years. We've got them till the end of 2029, which is absolutely massive for Australian athletics. So Puma signed on for big long-term deal all the way through to the Brisbane Olympics, which, could you imagine, is 2032. So, in all honesty, not that far away. 7 years until athletics in this country goes nuclear once again. But on the track, lane number 2, the Victorians. Lane number 3, the Queenslanders. 4 is New South Wales. 5, Western Australia. And 6, the team from South Australia. So South Australia will be looking for their first podium in these relays. Every other state at the moment has been on that podium except for ACT and South Australia. So ACT not represented here in this relay. So the South Australians with maybe an opportunity to steal their first medal here in the 4x1s on day number 2 action at the National Championships here in WA. And I'm not going to lay any predictions because I do think I jinxed the Victorian team last time around. So
oh, hang on. Then go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to learn my lesson, Ethan. I'm going to leave it. I'm just going to let the athletes do what they do best, and that's run fast.
Fair call.
But I think the Victor... No, I'm
yeah, hang on.
No. Here we go, in the starter's hands.
The sunset's here in the beautiful west.
Here's the sunset here in the beautiful west. How good is that? What a call from Trent.
Wonderful scenes. Be a great spot to be at the beach right now.
Oh, wouldn't it? How good would Cottesloe be right now? I had ambitions to get out to Cottesloe this morning. The Grand Slam awaited. We'll, I think, bring that to you all again tomorrow. But At some point, I will get to the sunrise at Cottesloe. I brought my togs, I brought my goggles. I'm ready to swim. Get in some open water, nice fresh water before a long day of athletics.
Wonderful
Good day of athletics.
Wonderful beach, Cottesloe Beach.
Oh, incredible. What's the little cafe down there? Underneath the beach club.
Oh, I know the one you mean. Haven't been there in a while, but give me.
When I was out here a few weeks ago, I tried to get old boys.
That's it.
Definitely want to get there. So, also any recs, send them through to Straight At It. I'm always keen to listen to some recommendations on cafes and restaurants in WA. But for the meantime, all eyes on the track, all eyes on the under 14 girls 4x100 metre relay, all eyes on handovers. Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales, Western Australia, and South Australia chasing their first podium of the 4x1s. We'll leave you in the starters' hands. About to get underway. Good start here, middle of the track. Hard not to look at. New South Wales did well. Queenslanders too. So they'll all just about change over together. The Western Australians will probably change over second. Queensland, New South Wales, Western Australia all together. Here go the Victorians on the inside of the track. This is a quick leg. New South Wales, though, will get out there first. So they roll into changeover number 2. We want clean hands here. Victorians away. New South Wales away. Just about everybody away here now. New South Wales will get there first. The Queenslanders pursuing inside of them. Western Australia and Victoria locked into their own battle. They're about to change now. All just got it away. Queensland did it the cleanest, and they're away now. New South Wales in second. WA and Victoria in a battle for third, but undisputed are the Maroons. They'll take it. New South Wales second. WA, Victoria, and now back to South Australia. So they changed over the best. The Queenslanders, technically they were sound. Technically they were proficient. And technically they're national champions.
They are. And just those changeovers that really helped them set up that victory. It was a fantastic changeover for them coming into the home straight. New South Wales a little bit messy. Let's have a look at it. So New South Wales were ahead of Queensland, but just Queensland were just able to spring themselves into the lead and take about a 10-metre gap with only 40 metres to go. So well done to Queensland. 48-48 unofficially at the time. Queensland, then New South Wales, and then WA. Charlotte Aogai just anchoring them home. Now we move into the 1,500 metres. We've still got 25 minutes before we do say farewell to all of our wonderful viewers on 7+. We'll be back in a moment from the WA Athletics Stadium. Great relays, and next up we've got some decathlon 1,500 metres to round out the program. Stick with us, back with more in a moment.
How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you become walking on a dream?
Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium. Just about to hit 6 o'clock in the west. Ethan Quinlivan and Mitch Dyer taking you through the final couple events for today. It is going to be a combined race of the under 17 and under 18 men's decathlon, and it is close, Mitch. I'm just having a look at the
Yeah, I was about to get it
final
up here as
standings.
well, Ethan. But if you've got the numbers,
Yep. So
break them down.
for the under 17s, Connor Brady, he is leading. He's from New Zealand though, so he will get a honorary medal, but he won't become the national champion should he win, which you think he will win. So it is Zach Sanderson who is leading from the Australians, 5,144 points, and Thompson Fraser is behind him in second, 5,890 points, and it's only about less than 100 points, 97 points separating them, or 93 points, sorry, in Thompson Fraser and Spencer DeLacy for second and third for as what the Aussies are concerned with.
Okay.
For the under 18s, White Hill.
Yep.
I won't jinx it, but you think he's got it won. He's out by over 1,100 points.
That is
So,
quite large.
6,368 points is what he's on.
Yep.
Close for second and third. Dylan Gardner is on 5,289, and Ricky Carter is on 5,158 points.
Okay. So a bit more gap in
Yeah.
these events than what we saw in our women's under 17.
But still, leads are going to possibly change over.
Oh, well, I'm fascinated. You know, I love watching these last events. And obviously, when gold medals aren't sewn up, it makes for interesting watching. So our men's under 17 and 18 are combined here together. And look, honestly, bear with us because we've been given the sheet that they're separate.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume the under 17s are on the inside of the track because our New Zealanders got hip 6.
Yeah, so under 17s, I've just brought it up. They're going to be wearing hips number 1 through to 9, and I'll just get the under 18s, Mitch, but I'm going to assume it's from 10 onwards.
I think so. So we can see here the men's under 18 decathlon as it stands. White Hill, the Western Australian, is unassailable. 6,306. That is a huge body of points. 5289 5158 5020. So it could be some changing in that silver, bronze, and fourth place marker. Let's see. In the starters' hands right now. Okay. So we are at the conclusion of a mammoth event here. Our men's decathlon is going to get out across the 1,500 metres and test themselves. So the under 17s and 18s are out there together. That could be Sanderson, the Victorian, who's leading, no, Maddox Wilson. So Maddox Wilson, we think, is out there in front. He'll lead out this field. And similar to what we saw in our women's under 17 heptathlon completion over that 800 metres, there could be some changing of medals here, depending on how this 1,500 metres does pan out. But as the sun sets over here in WA, so too does it set over our 10 events here for the men's decathlon.
So it is the under 18 boys that are leading. It is Wilson who has got the lead. Then just behind him is Howard from South Australia. And then it is Conrad from Victoria, who is just leading from Hill from WA. They make up the top 4. And then behind them, that is where we see Carter. Tell you, just leading for the under 17s, that is where we see Sanderson, who is in first place overall for the Aussies in the under 17s. He is second behind Connor Brady, who is on 6,124 points. So a mammoth performance from him so far. There's White Hill. He's in second spot. He's got 250 to go on this lap, and he is on 6,368 points. He's had an incredible past couple of days, and he's just closing in on the leader in Maddox Wilson with 200 to go in this lap.
Yeah, so these two out in front doing a good job. It is Wilson who continues to lead this one out. So obviously chasing that time, they make their way around Sanderson now in that under 17 event. So the combined event makes it interesting. It's Hill, the Western Australian, who's doing a good job just to hold himself there. And he's trailing nicely off Wilson. So these two, Ethan, doing a good job to clear out from this pack, who are now all working quite well together, you would think, just to continue to push the tempo and get some time. Sanderson now makes his way towards the front.
Correct. So they've just got a bit over 800 metres to go. It is Wilson who is leading from Hill. Then behind him, it is Carter who has gone into third. And for the under-17s, it is Sanderson who has been able to take the lead in that age group. And then in second in that age group is Fraser from the ACT. And then sitting in third, that is where we see Connor Brady, who's just been incredible over the past couple of days. But we're starting to see some packs forming. It is Wilson and Hill that lead with 700 metres to go. And then we do see Carter and Conrad that are in third and fourth for the... In fact, it is Carter and Sanderson, that is in third and fourth overall. Sanderson leading for the under-17s, and he's just been able to move past Carter and go into third spot with 600 to go in this race.
Yeah, so Maddox Wilson will be doing everything he can to stretch away from this field. He's got Wyatt Hill right behind him there, who is obviously the overall leader in his age group of that under-18s, but the South Australian and Ricky Carter as well, he's another one that he would like to try and get as far ahead of as possible. So they make their way into this home stretch. It is still going to be our Victorian and Wilson that leads out Wyatt Hill. Sanderson done a good amount of work just to reach this leading duo, and he's leading our under-17 event for Australians. The New Zealander has put up remarkable numbers himself. He's further back in this field, but maybe they can all work together, this leading group of three. You can hear the support in the crowd, so they'll need to find a little something. 3:33, you hear the sound of the bell. They continue to move on through here. The under-18s, they continue to push. The South Australian doing a good job to keep himself intact there. I think that's Ricky Carter. So he's moved himself right up onto this field. And our event leader for this age group, 6,368 points, is what he currently has, Wyatt Hill. And he's going to stretch out the rest of this field. It is going to be Sanderson, the under-17 athlete, though, that moves into that second spot, first overall for his age group.
There's Hill. He's got 220 metres to go. Then behind him, having gone from fourth position not too long ago, now finding himself in second is Sanderson. He is leading for the under-17s. He doesn't want there to be any question about it. And have a look at Hill. He's got 150 metres to go. He's leading for the under-18s. Just coming after them, behind them, is Ricky Carter. He's just closing in the stagger and the gap of Fraser, who is just ahead of him. But here comes Hill to cap off what's been a tough 2 days for him and his competitors. Hill's got 40 metres to race. He's leading the under-18s coming in, and he will undoubtedly get the gold medal. 4:42.49. The national champion, Hill, crosses the line. And then next coming through, it's been a great performance, Ricky Carter. He'll be able to produce some great points for him. And then the under-17 national champion, Zach Sanderson, crosses the line.
Well, I'm really interested in Maddox Wilson as well, because he was fourth, the Victorian, going into this event. It was Dylan Gardner, the Queenslander. He was second. So we had 200-odd points to try and pick up on him if he could. And I think that might be Gardner who's just crossed the line now, possibly. So this will be fascinating to see how these points shake out in that under-18 event. The Victorian did everything he could to move on through, but how was that from Wyatt Hill? I mean, just such a strong performance. Impressive Ricky Carter as well. Just put everything out there in that final 400 metres to put himself in maybe a silver medal position. It looks like we're all home and hosed here for our men's decathlon 1500. A massive round of applause for this event. That is 10 events all completed. Just a remarkable body of work across 2 days. So we'll keep you updated with these results as they come towards us. We'll be able to tell you these medalists shortly, but a great sense of camaraderie in and amongst this group. There always is. It is one of the best events to watch celebrate because everybody loves everybody. They get around one another. Yep. I'm fascinated by what Wyatt Hill has put up as a score. So he's be over 7,000 points.
Yeah, correct. I reckon he'll be pretty close to that. 7,053 points. We're just waiting. See, now they've all crossed the lines, they'll just separate them. It is a tough task because there was 2 races together. They've got to work out who's who, then they've got to split them, put the times together, calculate the points, and pump them through. So that is why there might just be a momentarily delay that is going on at the moment. But what a great day of athletics it has been. But we can pretty much confirm that Zach Sanderson and Wyatt Hill are going to be the national champions for their age groups. In the under-17, Zach Sanderson. Connor Brady, he will get a gold medal. He won't become the national champion. He's from New Zealand, but congratulations to him, and thank you to him for coming out. I know there's a few other Kiwi multi-eventers that we are going to be seeing later on. well done, Connor Brady, Zach Sanderson and White Hill. And here are the results just coming through. We'll wait to see it all being confirmed at the moment. So there is Connor Brady.
6.692
wow.
is a huge performance. Massive. So Connor Brady's your overall winner, but Zach Sanderson is your national champion for Australia. 5.753, another big-time performance. Thompson Fraser from the ACT, 5.441, and Spencer DeLacy holds on for the bronze medal, the South Australian, 5,221 points. So that's your men's under 17 decath. We're just waiting on the points now for the men's under 18 because there might be a little bit of change here, and it might be that Maddox Wilson gets up for a medal, might be Dylan Gardner slips out. Let's just wait and see because I don't know for sure.
So here we go.
It won't be.
So White Hill has got the gold with 7,033 points. Dylan Gardner second, 5,786, and then Ricky Carter third, 5,772, and they're just on your screen right now. Maddox Wilson, he had a heroic 1,500 metres and he was able to close it off, having scored 5,617 points. So that is how the decathlon standings finish after 2 days. They started at around midday, I think, yesterday. Yes, just before midday, and now 6 o'clock in Perth has just passed. They can finally rest.
Love that for our decathletes. So phenomenal. Wyatt Hill, 7,033 points, if you don't mind. That is a phenomenal reward for effort there in the decathlon. Hey, that's us for day number 2. Big shout out to Trav Jenkins, Ethan Quinlivan. This is Mitch Dyer here. It's been a pleasure to bring you day 2 action. We've also brought you day 1 action. You won't believe it. We'll be bringing you day 3 action tomorrow. A massive shout out to all those who are involved. The production crew here. A big shout out to Chemist Warehouse, Puma, all the major sponsors, and of course to WA. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, right here on 7 Plus, the Australian Junior National Championships. We're only just getting started. We'll see you bright and early.
The time into a minus 0.5.
Secure a medal. You're thinking he's over. Great jumping.
National champion, 55.26 from a fast finish.
White